Chapter 34 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 34. Rube's Charger. Our attitude of defense, thus suddenly assumed, produced a quick effect upon our pursuers, who pulled up simultaneously on the prairie. Some who had been foremost, and who fancied they had ridden too near, wheeled round and galloped back. "Wah!" ejaculated Rube. "Just look at 'em. They've took care to put plenty of Pereira atween our guns and their cowardly cartridges. Wah!" We at once perceived the advantage of our new position. We could all three show front whenever the enemy threatened. There was no longer any danger of their practicing the surround. The half-circle behind us was covered by the mesa, and that could not be scaled. We had only to guard the semicircle in front, in fact less than a semicircle, for we now perceived that the place was embayed, a sort of re-entering angle formed by two oblique faces of the cliff. The walls that flanked it extended 300 yards on either side, so that no cover commanded our position. For defense, we could not have chosen a better situation. Gallop round as they might, the guerrilleros would always find us with our teeth towards them. We saw our advantage at a glance. Neither were our enemies slow to perceive it, and their exulting shouts changed to exclamations that betokened their disappointment. Almost as suddenly, their tone again changed, and cries of triumph were once more heard along their line. We looked forth to discover the cause. To our dismay, we perceived a reinforcement just joining them. 5 fresh horsemen were riding up, evidently a portion of the band. They appeared to have come from behind the mesa, from the direction of the rancheria, though as we galloped forward, we had not observed them. The mound had concealed them from our view. Notwithstanding this accession to their strength, their courage did not appear to gain by it, as no charge was attempted. Almost on the instant that their new allies arrived upon the ground, the troop filed off by twos and deployed across the mouth of the little bay in which we had taken shelter. The movement was soon completed, and 6 pair of them were now ranged before us at equal distances from each other. The remaining 3 men, Ihora and 2 others, kept their places directly in front of us. In one of the newcomers I recognized a ruffian whom I had frequently noticed at the rancheria. He was a man of large size, and what is rare among Mexicans, red-haired. But I believe he was a Vizcaíno, among whom red-haired men are not uncommon. He was familiarly known by the sobriquet of El Zorro, the Fox, probably on account of the hue of his hair, and I had heard from good authority, that of the alcalde himself, that the fellow was neither more nor less than a salteador. Indeed, El Zorro made little secret of his calling. The brigand of Mexico is usually well known to his countrymen. During his intervals of leisure, he appears in the populous town, walks boldly through the streets, and freely mingles in society. Such was El Zorro, one of the right-hand men of Ihora. The design of our enemy was now manifest. They had no intention of making an immediate attack upon us. They saw that our retreat was impossible, and had resolved to hold us in siege, perhaps till thirst and hunger should force us to surrender. Their calculation was founded on probability. If their valor was weak, their cunning was strong and subtle. Rube was now greatly out of sorts. When he saw the guerrilleros fixing themselves in the manner described, he seemed to regret that we had taken our stand there. "We're here," he exclaimed peevishly, "and how are we to git cl'ar again? Scalp me, Bill, if we hadn't better fit 'em on the prairie, afore we gets weak wi' hunger. Wah, I could eat a griskin now, and a good chunk o' one. Ah, smoke away." Some of the Mexicans had lighted their cigars, and were coolly puffing at them. "Smoke away, durn yer, yer yellow-skinned skunks. I'll make some o' ye smoke afore mornin', or my name ain't Rube Rollins. Gi's a bit o' bacca, Bill. Maybe it'll take the edge off o' my stomach. Wah! I feel as holler about the kidneys as my old mar. Jehoshaphat! See the mar?" The emphatic utterance of the last words caused Garry and myself to look towards the speaker, and then in the direction in which he pointed. A spectacle came before our eyes that, spite the depression of our spirits, caused both of us to break into loud laughter. The old mar that for many long years had carried Rube over the mountains and prairies was a creature that scarce yielded to himself in peculiarity. She was a lank, bare-ribbed, high-boned animal, long-eared like all of her race, for she belonged to the race of Rosinante. The long ears caused her to look mulish, and at a distance she might have been mistaken for a mixed breed, but it was not so. She was a true mustang, and, spite of her degenerate look, a pure Andalusian. She seemed to have been, at an earlier period of her life, of that dun yellowish color known as claybank, a common hue among Mexican horses, but time and scars had metamorphosed her, and gray hairs predominated, particularly about the head and neck. These parts were covered with a dirty grizzle of mixed color. She was badly wind-broken, and at stated intervals of several minutes each, her back, from the spasmodic action of the lungs, heaved up with a jerk, as though she was trying to kick and couldn't. Her body was as thin as a rail, and her head habitually carried below the level of her shoulders. But there was something in the twinkle of her solitary eye, for she had but one, that told you she had no intention of giving up for a long time to come. As Rube often alleged, she was game to the backbone. Such was the old mare, and it was to her that our attention was now suddenly called. Having parted from her on the prairie, in the wild gallop that followed, we had thought no more of the creature, not caring, that is, Garry and myself, what became of her. Rube, however, was far from sharing our indifference as to her fate. He would almost as soon have parted with one of his claws as that same faithful companion, and we had heard him expressing his hopes that no harm would come to her. Of course, we had concluded that she would either be shot or lazoed by one of the guerrilleros. It appeared, however, that this was not to be her fate just then. Resolving not to be parted from her master so easily, she had galloped after us. Being slow, she soon fell behind, and for a while was mixed up with the horses of the guerrilleros. Of course, the men had noticed her, but seeing that she was a worthless brute, had not deigned to make a captor of her. In due time she fell into the rear of the whole troop, but even that did not turn her from her original intention, and at the moment of Rube's exclamation, she was just breaking through the line of deployment on her way to join her master. From the manner in which her nose was held as she ran, she appeared to be trailing him by the scent. Seeing her pass, one of the guerrilleros dashed after to capture her, perhaps because there was an old saddle with some of Rube's traps buckled upon it. Mare, saddle, and all were scarcely worth the fling of a lazo, and so the man appeared to think, for instead of using his lazo, he rode forward with the intention of seizing the mare by the bridle. The feat proved not so easy of accomplishment. As the fellow bent down to grasp the rein, the old mare uttered one of her wild squeals, slewed her hind quarters about, and raising her heels high in air, delivered them right upon the ribs of the Mexican. The heavy thud was heard by all of us, and the man swayed from his saddle and fell to the ground, to all appearance badly hurt, and most probably with a pair of broken ribs. The squeal of the mare was echoed by a shrill laugh from the throat of her delighted master, and not until she had galloped up to him did he cease to make the locks ring with his wild cachinnations. "Wahoo! Whoop! You're there, old gal!" he shouted as the animal halted before him. "You gin 'em a sockdolager, you did! Yeep, old Blueskin, you're welcome back, and you fotched my saddle, too. Hooray! Ain't she a beauty, Bill? She's wuth a weight in beaver-plue. Wah! That your old beeswax. Come here, this-a-way. There now." And the speaker proceeded, after some more apostrophizing, to draw the animal closer up to the cliff, placing her body as an additional barricade in front of his own. Our involuntary mirth was of short duration. It was interrupted by an object that filled our hearts with new apprehension. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 35. El Zorro. The new object of dread was a large gun, which had been brought upon the ground by one of those lately arrived. In all probability it belonged to El Zorro, as it was in his hands we first observed it. It appeared to be a long musket, or elephant gun, such as the roers in use among South African hunters. Whatever sort of weapon it was, we soon found to our annoyance that it pitched an ounce of lead nearly twice as far as any of our rifles, and with sufficient precision to make it probable that, before the sun had set, El Zorro would be able to pick off our horses, and perhaps ourselves in detail. It would be half an hour before darkness should screen us with its friendly shelter, and he had already commenced practice. His first shot had been fired. The bullet struck the cliff close to my own head, scattering the fragments of gypsum rock about my ears, and then fell flattened like a Spanish dollar at my feet. The report was far louder than that of either carbine or escopette, and an ejaculation from Rube as he saw the effect of the shot, followed by his usual ominous whistle, told that the old trapper was not disposed to make light of this new piece of ordnance. Neither was Gary. His look testified to what all three of us were thinking, which was that this mode of attack was likely to put us in a more awkward dilemma than we had yet been placed in. El Zorro might shoot us down at his leisure. With our rifles we could neither answer his fire nor silence it. Our peril was obvious. The salteador had delivered his first shot offhand, for we had seen him level the piece. Perhaps it was fortunate for us he had not taken aim over a lean, but fortune from that source was not going to favor us any farther, for we now observed Ihora stick two lances obliquely in the ground, so that they crossed each other at a proper height, thus forming as perfect a rest as marksman could have desired. As soon as the gun was reloaded, El Zorro knelt behind the lances, placed his barrel in the fork, and once more took aim. I felt satisfied he was aiming at me or my horse. Indeed, the direction of the long, dark tube would have told me so. But I saw Ihora directing him, and that made me sure of it. I had little fear for myself. I was sheltered sufficiently, but I trembled for the brave horse that shielded me. I waited with anxious heart. I saw the blaze of the priming as it puffed upward. The red flame projected from the muzzle, and simultaneously I felt the shock of the heavy bullet striking upon my horse. Splinters of wood flew about my face. They were fragments of the saddle tree. The ball had passed through the pommel, but my noble steed was untouched. It was a close shot, however, too close to allow of rejoicing, so long as others of the like were to follow. I was getting as riled as Rube himself, when all at once a significant shout from the old trapper drew my attention from El Zorro and his gun. Rube was on my right, and I saw that he was pointing along the bottom of the cliff to some object in that direction. I could not see what it was, as his horses were in the way, but the next moment I observed him hurrying them along the cliff, at the same time calling to Gary and myself to follow. I lost no time in putting my horse in motion, and Gary as hastily trotted after. We had not advanced many paces before we comprehended the strange behavior of our companion. Scarcely 20 yards from where we had first halted, a large rock rested upon the plain. It was a fragment that had fallen from the cliff, and was now lying several feet from its base. It was of such size, and in such a position, that there was ample space behind it to shelter both men and horses, room for us all. We were only astonished we had not observed it sooner, but this was not to be wondered at, for its colour corresponded exactly with that of the cliff, and it was difficult, even at 20 yards distance, to distinguish it from the latter. Besides, our eyes, from the moment of our halting, had been turned in another direction. We did not stay to give words to our surprise, but hurrying our horses along with us, with joyful exclamations, glided behind the rock. It was not an echo of our joy, but a cry of disappointed rage that pealed along the line of the guerrilla. They saw at once that their long gun would no longer avail them, and both Hihora and his marksmen were now seen dancing over the ground like madmen. El Zorro's métier was at an end. A more perfect harbor of refuge could not have been found in all prairie land. As Gary alleged, it beat tree timber all hollow. A little fortress, in fact, in which we might defy even twice the number of our assailants, unless indeed they should wax desperately brave and try us hand to hand. Our sudden disappearance had created a new sensation in their ranks. From their shouts we could tell that some of them regarded it with feelings of wonder, perhaps with emotions of a still stronger kind. We could hear the exclamations, "Caray! Carumbo!" with the phrase "Los demonios" passing from mouth to mouth. Indeed, from the position which they occupied, it must have appeared to them that we had gone into the cliff, for the separation of the rock from the wall behind it was not perceptible from the plain, else we should have perceived it as we rode forward. If our enemies knew of this outlying boulder, it was strange they had left the way open to so safe a retreat. Strange, since it did not correspond with the cunning they had otherwise given proofs of, and yet stranger they should be ignorant of its existence. Most of them were natives of this frontier, and must have frequently visited the mesa, which was one of the lions of the district. Perhaps they had never troubled their thoughts about it. There is no people who take less interest in the rare features of their beautiful country than the Mexicans. Nature charms them not. A Mexican dwelling with a garden around it is a rarity. A lawn or a shrubbery is never seen. But indeed nature has bounteously supplied them with all these. They dwell amidst scenes of picturesque beauty. They gaze over green savannas, down into deep barrancas, up to the snow-crowned summits of mighty mountains, without experiencing one emotion of the sublime. A tortured bull, a steel-galved cock, Roman candles, and the Chinese wheel are to them the sights of superior interest, and furnish them with all their petty emotions. So it is with nations, as with men who have passed the age of their strength, and reached the period of senility and second childhood. But there was another, and perhaps a better reason, why none of our adversaries should be intimate with the locality. As my companions alleged, the spot was a favorite halting place of the Comanches. They have an eye for the picturesque, but perhaps the existence of a spring that was near had more to do in guiding the preference of these lords of the prairies. The mesa, therefore, had for years been dangerous ground, and little trodden by the idle curious. Possibly not one of the heroes we saw before us had for years ventured so far out upon the plains. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 36. A Plan of Escape. If our enemies were awed by our sudden disappearance, it was soon robbed of its mysterious character. Our faces and the dark barrels of our rifles, visible around the edges of the white rock, must have dispelled all ideas of the supernatural. Having hastily disposed of our horses, we had placed ourselves thus, in case of a charge being made, though of this we had no longer any great apprehension, and still less as we watched the movements of our adversaries. El Zorro continued for some time to fire his big gun, the bullets of which we could dodge as easily as if they had been turnips hurled at us, and the leaden missiles fell harmlessly at our feet. Seeing this, the salteador at length ceased firing, and with another rode off in the direction of the settlements, no doubt sent on some errand by Ihora. One pair of eyes was sufficient to watch the movements of the besiegers. Gary undertook this duty, leaving Rube and myself free to think over some plan of escape. That we were not to be attacked was now certain. We had the choice, then, of two alternatives: either to keep the position we were in till thirst should force us to surrender, or attack them and by a bold coup cut our way through their line. As to the former, we well knew that thirst would soon compel us to yield. Hunger we dreaded not. We had our knives, and before us a plentiful stock of that food on which the prairie wanderer often sustains life. Horse beef we had all eaten, and could do so again, but for the sister appetite, thirst, we had made no provision. Our gourd canteens were empty, had been empty for hours. We were actually pushing for the mesa spring when the enemy first came in sight. We were then athirst, but the excitement of the skirmish, with the play of passion incident thereto, had augmented the appetite, and already were we a prey to its keenest pangs. We mumbled as we talked, for each of us was chewing the leaden bullet. Thirst we dreaded even more than our armed enemy. The other alternative was a desperate one, now more desperate than ever, from the increased number of our foes. To cut our way through them had no other signification than to fight the whole party hand to hand, and we regretted that we had not done so when only 11 were opposed to us. A little reflection, however, convinced us that we were in a yet better position. We might make the attempt in the darkness. Night would favor us to some extent. Could we succeed by a bold dash in breaking through their deployed line, we might escape under the friendly cover of the night and the confusion consequent upon the melee. There was probability in this. The boldest was clearly the wisest course we could pursue. Desperate it appeared. One or other of us might fall, but it offered the only hope that any of us might get free, for we knew that to surrender was to be shot, perhaps worse, tortured. We had but faint hopes of a rescue, so faint we scarcely entertained them. I knew that my friends the Rangers would be in search of me. Wheatley and Hollingsworth would not give me up without making an effort for my recovery. But then the search would be made in a different direction, that in which I had gone, and which lay many miles from the route by the mesa. Even had they thought of sending to the mound, the search must have been already made, and the party returned from it. Too long time had elapsed to make any calculation on a chance like this. The hope was not worth holding, and we held it not. For some time, Rube and I thought in combination, canvassing the details of the plan that had offered. After a while, we stood apart, and each pursued the train of his own reflections. I declared that, in that hour, I had more painful thoughts than those that arose from the peril of my situation. This I solemnly declare. I have already said that when I first recognized the leader of the guerrilla, I experienced an unpleasant suspicion. Since then, I had not time to dwell upon it, self-preservation engrossing all my thoughts. Now that I found more leisure for reflection, the dire doubt returned in full strength, and I bitterly pondered upon it. Need I name the subject of my wretched reflections? Isolina de Vargas. Knew she of this? Knew she that Ihora was the chief of a guerrilla, her cousin, sharer of the same roof? She could scarcely be ignorant of it. Who set him on the trail? Oh, bitter thought! Was the hunt of the wild horse a ruse, a scheme, to separate me from my command, and thus render it an easy prey to the Mexican guerrilleros? Perhaps my straggling followers were by this cut off. Perhaps the post had been attacked by a large body of the enemy, captured. I was not only to lose life, but had already lost my honor. I, the proud captain of a boasted troop, to be thus entrapped by artifice, the artifice of a woman. My heart, overwhelmed with such bitter fancies, stayed not to reason. Presently followed a calmer interval, and I began to discuss the probability of my suspicions. What motive could she have to plot my destruction? Surely not from any feeling of love for her country, and hatred towards its enemies. From all I had learned, no such sentiment existed in her mind, but rather an opposite one, a truer patriotism. She was a woman of sufficient aim and intellect to have a feeling one way or the other, but I had not good grounds for believing her a friend to our cause, a foe to the tyrants we would conquer. If otherwise, I was the victim of profound deception and unparalleled hypocrisy. Perhaps, however, her feeling was personal, not national. Was I alone the object of her hatred? Had I done aught by word or deed to call forth her antagonism, to deserve such cruel vengeance? If so, I was sadly ignorant of the fact. If she hated me, she hated one who loved her, with his whole soul absorbed in the passion. But no, I could not think that I was an object of hatred to her. Why should she hate me? How could she? I could think of but one motive why she should make herself instrumental in the accomplishment of my ruin. It was explicable only on the presumption that she was attached to Ihora, that Raphael Ihora was the lord of her heart. If so, he could easily bend it to his will, for this is but the sequence of the other, could influence her to whatever act. As for Ihora, there was motive enough for his hostility, even to the seeking of my life. The insult put upon him at our first meeting, the knowledge that I loved her, for I was certain he knew it, with the additional fact that I was an enemy, one of the invaders of his country. These were sufficient motives, though doubtless the two first far outweighed the other. With Raphael Ihora, revenge and jealousy were stronger passions than patriotism. Then came consolation, thoughts of brighter hue. In the face of all was the fact that the white steed had been found and captured. There stood the beautiful creature before my eyes. There was no deception in that. There could be none. No scheme could have contrived a contingency so remarkable. Ihora might easily have known of the expedition without her agency. Its result he would have learned from the returned vaqueros. He had time enough then to collect his band and set after me. Perhaps she even knew not that he was a leader of guerrilleros. I had heard that his movements were shrouded in mystery, that mystery which covers the designs of the adventurer. He had served in the school of Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, a fit master of deception. Isolina might be innocent even of the knowledge of his acts. I reread Isolina's letter, weighing every word. Strange epistle, but natural to the spirit that had dictated it. In its pages I could trace no evidence of treason. No, Isolina was loyal. She was true. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 37. Elijah Quackenboss. While these reflections were passing through my mind, I was standing, or rather leaning, with my back against the boulder, and my face towards the wall of the mesa. Directly in front of me was a recess or indentation in the cliff, carried groove-like upward, and deepening as it approached the summit. It was a slight gorge or furrow, evidently formed by the attrition of water, and probably the conduit of the rain that fell upon the table surface of the mound. Though the cliffs on each side were perfectly vertical, the gorge had a considerable inclination, and the instant my eyes rested upon it, it occurred to me that the precipice at this point could be scaled. Up to this moment I had not thought of such a thing, for I had been under the impression, from what my companions had told me, that the summit of the mesa was inaccessible. Housing myself to more energetic observation, I scrutinized the cliff from base to summit, and the more I regarded it, the stronger grew my conviction that without great difficulty an active climber might reach the top. There were knob-like protuberances on the rock that would serve as footholds, and here and there small bushes of the trailing cedar hung out from the seams that would materially assist anyone making the ascent. While scanning these peculiarities, I was startled by observing several abrasions on the face of the rock. These marks appeared quite fresh, and evidently made by some other agency than that of the elements. After a short examination, I became convinced that they were marks made by a human foot, the scratches of a strong sole shoe. Beyond a doubt, the cliff had been scaled. My first impulse was to communicate the discovery to my companions, but I forbore for a while, in order to satisfy myself that the person who had made this daring attempt had actually succeeded in reaching the summit. Twilight was on, and I could get only an indistinct view of the gorge at its upper part, but I saw enough to convince me that the attempt had been successful. What bold fellow had ventured this, and with what object, were the questions I naturally asked myself. Vague recollections were stirring within me. Presently they grew more distinct, and all at once I was able to answer both the interrogatories I had put. I knew the man who had climbed that cliff. I only wondered I had not thought of him before. Among the many odd characters in the piebald band, of which I had the honour to be chief, not the least odd was one who answered to the euphonious name of Elijah Quackenboss. He was a mixture of Yankee and German, originating somewhere in the mountains of Pennsylvania. He had been a schoolmaster among his native hills, had picked up some little book learning, but what rendered him more interesting to me was the fact that he was a botanist. Not a very scientific one, it is true, but in whatever way obtained, he possessed a respectable knowledge of flora and sylva, and evinced an aptitude for the study not inferior to Linnaeus himself. The more surprising was this, that such inclinations are somewhat rare among Americans. But Quackenboss no doubt drew his instinct from his Teutonic ancestry. If his intellectual disposition was odd, not less so was his physical. His person was tall, crooked, and lanky, and none of those members that should have been counterparts of each other seemed exactly to match. His arms were odd ones, his limbs were unlike, and all four looked as if they had met by accident and could not agree upon anything. His eyes were no better mated, and never consented to look in the same direction. But with the right one, Elijah Quackenboss could sight a rifle and drive in a nail at 100 yards distance. From his odd habits, his companions, the rangers, regarded him as hardly square, but this idea was partially derived from seeing him engaged in his botanical researches, an occupation that to them appeared simply absurd. They knew, however, that Dutch Lige, such was his sobriquet, could shoot plumb center, and notwithstanding his quiet demeanour, had proved himself good stuff at the bottom, and this shielded him from the ridicule he would otherwise have experienced at their hands. Than Quackenboss, a more ardent student of botany I never saw. No labour retarded him in the pursuit. No matter how wearied with drill or other duties, the moment the hours became his own, he would be off in search of rare plants, wandering far from camp, and at times placing himself in situations of extreme danger. Since his arrival on Texan ground, he had devoted much attention to the study of the Cactaceae, and now, having reached Mexico, the home of these singular endogens, he might be said to have gone cactus mad. Every day his researches disclosed to him new forms of cactus or cereus, and it was in connection with one of these that he was now recalled to my memory. I remembered his having told me, for a similarity of tastes frequently brought us into conversation, of his having discovered, but a few days before, a new and singular species of mammillaria. He had found it growing upon a prairie mound, which he had climbed for the purpose of exploring his botany, adding at the same time that he had observed the species only upon the top of this mound, and nowhere else in the surrounding country. This mound was our mesa. It had been climbed by Elijah Quackenboss. If he, awkward animal that he was, had been able to scale the height, why could not we? This was my reflection, and without staying to consider what advantage we should derive from such a proceeding, I communicated the discovery to my companions. Both appeared delighted, and after a short scrutiny, declared the path practicable. Garry believed he could easily go up, and Rube in his terse way said that his "j'ints wa'n't so stiff yit." Only a month ago he had clumbed a wuss lookin' bluff than it. But now the reflection occurred, to what purpose should we make the ascent? We could not escape in that way. There was no chance of our being able to descend upon the other side, for there the cliff was impracticable. The behaviour of the guerrilleros had given proof of this. Some time before, Ihora, with another, had gone to the rear of the mound, evidently to reconnoitre it, in hopes of being able to assail us from behind. But they had returned, and their gestures betokened their disappointment. Why then should we ascend, if we could not also descend on the opposite side? True, upon the summit we should be perfectly safe from an attack of the guerrilla, but not from thirst, and this was the enemy we now dreaded. Water would not be found on the top of the mesa. It could not better our situation to go there. On the contrary, we should be in a worse fix than ever. So said Gary. Where we were, we had our horses, a spare one to eat when that became necessary, and the others to aid us in our attempt to escape. Should we climb the cliff, these must be left behind. From the top was less than 50 yards, and our rifles would still cover them from the clutch of our enemies. But to what advantage? Like ourselves, they must in time fall before thirst and hunger. The gleam of hope died within us as suddenly as it had sprung up. It could in no wise serve us to scale the cliff. We were better in our present position. We could hold that so long as thirst would allow us. We could not do more within the granite walls of an impregnable fortress. This was the conclusion at which Gary and I had simultaneously arrived. Rube had not yet expressed himself. The old man was standing with both hands clutching his long rifle, the butt of which rested upon the ground. He held the piece near the muzzle, partially leaning upon it, while he appeared gazing intently into the barrel. This was one of his ways when endeavoring to unravel a knotty question, and Gary and I, knowing this peculiarity on the part of the old trapper, remained silent, leaving him to the free development of his instincts. End of Chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 38. Rube's Plan. For several minutes, Rube preserved his meditative attitude without uttering a word or making the slightest motion. At length, a low but cheerful whistle escaped his lips, and at the same time his body became erect. "Hey, what is't, old boy?" inquired Gary, who understood the signal and knew that the whistle denoted some discovery. Rube's reply was the interrogatory. "How long's your trail rope, Bill?" "It are 20 yards, good monsieur," answered Gary. "And yours, young feller?" "About the same length, perhaps a yard or two more." "Good," ejaculated the questioner with a satisfied look. "We'll fool them niggers yet. We will. Hurrah for you, old boy. You've hit on some plan, hain't you?" This was Gary's interrogatory. "Sartinly, I hez." "Let's have it then, camarade," said Gary, seeing that Rube had relapsed into silence. "There ain't much time to think of things." "Plenty o' time, Billy. Don't be so derned impatient, boy. There's gobs o' time. I'll stake my old mar agin the young feller's black hoss that we'll be out of this scrape afore sun-up. Gee hussafat, how they'll cuss when they finds the trap empty. Hee hee hee! Ho ho ho!" And the old sinner continued to laugh for some seconds, as coolly and cheerfully as if no enemy was within 1,000 miles of the spot. Gary and I were chafing with impatience, but we knew that our comrade was in one of his queer moods, and it was no use attempting to push him faster than he was disposed to go. When his chuckling fit was ended, he assumed a more serious air, and once more appeared to busy himself with the calculation of some problem. He spoke in soliloquy. 20 yards of bills," muttered he, and 20 of the young fellers, or 40, and Mayan, it's her 16 yards, make the whole 50 and 6. Yes, 56 prezactly. Then there's the knots to come off of that. They'll furnish them there's bridles. Whoa, there's rope a-plenty, and enough over to string up half a score of 'em yellow bellies, if ever I gets holt on 'em, and won't I? Wah! During this arithmetical process, Rube, instead of gazing any longer into the barrel of his rifle, had kept his eyes wandering up and down the cliff. Before he had ceased talking, both Gary and myself had divined his plan, but we refrained from telling him so. To have anticipated the old trapper in his disclosure would have been a mortal offense. We waited for him to make it known. "Now, boys," said he at length, "here's how we'll get clar. Fust and foremost, we'll crawl up yonner, soon as it gets dark enough to kiver us. Seconds, we'll tote our trail ropes along wi' us. Thirds, we'll jine the three together, and if that ain't long enough, a couple of bridles'll help out. Fourth, we'll tie the end o' the rope to a sapling up thar on top, and then slide down the bluff on t'other side. D'ye see? Fifth, once down on the Prairie, we'll put straight for the settlements. Sixth and lastest, when we gets thar, we'll gather a ween of the young fellers' rangers, take a bee-line back to the mound, and gie these here niggers such a lambastin' as they hain't had since the war begun. Now, men, what do you think of the plan?" Mentally, both Gary and I had already approved of it, and we promptly signified our approval. It really promised well. Should we succeed in carrying out the details without being detected, it was probable enough that within a few hours we might be safe in the piazza of the rancheria and quenching our thirst at its crystal well. The anticipated pleasure filled us with fresh energy, and we instantly set about putting everything in readiness. One watched while the other two worked. Our lazos were knotted together, and the 4 horses fastened head to head with their bridles, and secured so as to keep them behind the boulder. This done, we awaited the falling of night. Would it be a dark night? About this we now felt anxious. It was already closing down and gave promise of favoring us. A layer of lead-colored clouds covered the sky, and we knew there could be no moon before midnight. Rube, who boasted he could read weather sign like a salt sea sailor, scrutinized the sky. "Wall, old hoss," interrogated Gary, "what do you think o't? Will it be dark, eh?" "Black as a bar," muttered Rube in reply, and then, as if not satisfied with the simile, he added, "Black as the inside of a buffalo bull's belly on a burnt prairie." The old trapper laughed heartily at the ludicrous conceit, and Gary and I could not refrain from joining in the laugh. The guerrilleros must have heard us. They must have deemed us mad. Rube's prognostication proved correct. The night came down dark and lowering. The leaden layer broke up into black cumulus clouds that slowly careened across the canopy of the sky. A storm portended, and already some big drops that shot vertically downward could be heard plashing heavily upon our saddles. All this was to our satisfaction, but at that moment a flash of lightning illumined the whole arch of the heavens, lighting the prairie as with 1,000 torches. It was none of the pale lavender-colored light seen in northern climes, but a brilliant blaze that appeared to pervade all space and almost rival the brightness of day. Its sudden and unexpected appearance filled us with dismay. We recognized in it an obstacle to our designs. "Durn the tarnal thing!" exclaimed Rube peevishly. It are wuss than a moon, durn it. Is it going to be the quick forky or the long blazy? Inquired Gary, with a reference to two distinct modes in which upon the southern prairies the electric fluid exhibits itself. In the former the flashes are quick and short-lived, and the intervals of darkness also of short duration. Bolts pierce the clouds in straight lance-like shafts, or forking and zigzag, followed by thunder in loud, unequal bursts, and dashes of intermittent rain. The other is very distinct from this. There are no shafts or bolts, but a steady blaze which fills the whole firmament with a white quivering light, lasting many seconds of time, and followed by long intervals of amorphous darkness. Such lightning is rarely accompanied by thunder, and rain is not always its concomitant, though it was this sort we now witnessed, and raindrops were falling. "Quick forky," echoed Rube, in reply to his comrade's interrogatory. "No dod rot it. Not so bad as that. It are the blazy. There's no thunder, don't 'ee see? Well, we must grope our way up between the glimps." I understood why Rube preferred the blazy. The long intervals of darkness between the flashes might enable us to carry out our plan. He had scarcely finished speaking when the lightning gleamed a second time, and the prairie was lit up like a theatre during a grand scene in a spectacle. We could see the guerrilleros standing by their horses in cordon across the plain. We could distinguish their arms and equipment, even the buttons upon their jackets. With their faces rendered ghastly under the glare, and their bodies magnified to gigantic proportions, they presented to our eyes a wild and spectral appearance. With the flash there was no thunder, neither the close, quick clap, nor the distant rumble. There was perfect silence, which rendered the scene more awfully impressive. "All right," muttered Rube, as he saw that the besiegers still kept their places. "We must just grope our way up between the glimps. But first let 'em see we're still hyah." We protruded our faces and rifles around the rock, and in this position awaited another flash. It came, bright as before. The enemy could not fail to have noticed us. Our program was already prepared. Gary was to ascend first and take up the rope. He only waited for the termination of another blaze. One end of the lazo was fastened round his waist, and the rope hung down behind him. When the light gleamed again, he was ready, and the moment it went out, he glided forward to the cliff and commenced his ascent. Oh, for a long interval of darkness! End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 39. Scaling the Cliff. Oh, for a long interval of darkness! Our hearts beat anxiously. At least I can answer for my own. Rube watched the guerrilleros, permitting his head to be seen by them. My eyes were bent upon the rocky wall. While through the thick darkness I looked in vain for our comrade, I listened to hear how he was progressing. I could distinguish a slight scratching against the cliff, each moment higher and farther away. But Gary climbed with a moccasined foot, and the noise was too faint to reach the ears of our enemies. Oh, for a long interval of darkness! It appeared a long one. Perhaps it was not 5 minutes, but it fell twice that before the lightning again blazed forth. With the flash I ran my eyes up the precipitous wall. Oh, God! Gary was still upon its face, as yet scarce midway up. He was standing on a ledge, his body flattened against the rock, and with his arms extended horizontally, he presented the appearance of a man crucified upon the cliff. So long as the glare lasted, he remained in this attitude, motionless as the rock itself. I turned with anxious look towards the guerrilleros. I heard no voice. I observed no movement. Thank heaven they saw him not. Near where he was resting, some bushes of the trailing cedar grew out of the cliff. Their dark foliage mottled its white face, rendering the form of the climber less conspicuous. Another long spell of darkness. Another blaze of light. I scanned the gorge. No human form was visible. I saw a dark line that, like a crack, vertically intersected the cliff from parapet to base. It was the rope Gary had carried up. He had reached the summit in safety. It was my turn next, for Rube insisted on retaining the post of danger, and with my rifle slung on my back, I stood ready. I had given the parting whisper to my brave steed, and pressed his velvet muzzle to my cheek. With the last flicker of the electric gleam, I seized the hanging lazo and drew myself upward. I had confidence in the rope. I knew it was fastened above, or safe in the strong grasp of Gary. With its aid, the ascent was rendered easy. I experienced no difficulty in climbing from ledge to ledge, and before the light came again, I had reached the crest of the cliff. We lay flat among the bushes that grew by the very brink, scarcely showing our faces to the front. I saw that the rope had been fastened round the trunk of a small tree. Presently we perceived by its jerking that Rube had begun his ascent. Shortly after, we could hear him sprawling and scratching upward, and then his thin, dark form loomed over the edge of the cliff, and, dead beat for breath, he staggered silently into the bushes beside us. Even in the darkness I noticed something peculiar in his appearance. His head looked smaller, but I had no time to question him. We waited only for another glance at the guerrilleros. They were still at their posts, evidently unconscious of our movements. Rube's catskin cap, cunningly adjusted upon the boulder, satisfied them that we were still at ours, and explained, moreover, the oddness I had observed about the upper story of the trapper. Rube had now recovered wind, and gathering up the rope, we stole away over the table summit to search for a place of descent. On reaching the opposite side, we at once found what we wanted, a tree near the edge of the cliff. Many small pines grew upon the escarpment, and selecting one, we knotted the rope securely around its trunk. There was yet much to be done before any of us could attempt the descent. We knew that the cliff was more than 100 feet in vertical height, and to glide down a rope of that length is a trying feat, worthy the most expert of tars. None of us might be able to accomplish it. The first could be lowered down easily enough, and this was our intention. So might the second, but the last would have to glide down the rope without aid. We were not long delayed by the contemplation of this obstacle. My comrades were men of quick thought, and a plan to get over the difficulty soon suggested itself. Their knives were out in a trice. A sapling was procured and cut into short pieces. These were notched and tied at intervals along the rope. Our Jacob's ladder was ready. It still remained to make sure that the rope was of sufficient length. The knots had somewhat shortened it, but this point was soon settled with like ingenuity. A small stone was tied to one end and then dropped over the cliff. We listened. We heard the dull thump of the stone upon the prairie turf. The rope therefore reached the ground. It was again drawn up, the stone taken out, and the noose fastened round the body of Rube, under his armpits. He was the lightest, and for this reason had been chosen to make the first descent, as he would least try the strength of the rope, still a doubtful point. The ascent had not proved it, for in climbing up, but 1/2 of our weight had been upon it, our feet resting either against the cliff or upon its ledges. On reaching the plain, Rube was to submit the rope to trial, before either Gary or I should attempt to go down. This he was to do by adding a large stone to his own weight, making both at least equal to that of Gary, who was by far the heaviest of the party. All being arranged, the old trapper slid silently over the edge of the cliff, Gary and I giving out the rope slowly and with caution. Foot by foot, and yard by yard, it was drawn through our hands by the weight of the descending body, now lost to our sight over the brow of the cliff. Still slowly and with caution, we allowed the lazo to pass, taking care that it should glide gradually, so as not to jerk and cause the body of our comrade to oscillate with too much violence against the rocks. We were both seated close together, our faces turned to the plain. More than 3/4 of the rope had passed from us, and we were congratulating ourselves that the trial would soon be over, when to our dismay the strain ceased with a suddenness that caused both of us to recoil upon our backs. At the same instant we heard the twang of the snapping rope, followed by a sharp cry from below. We sprang to our feet and mechanically recommenced hauling upon the rope. The weight was no longer upon it. It was light as pack thread, and returned to our hands without effort. Desisting, we fronted to each other, but not for an explanation. Neither required it, neither uttered a word. The case was clear. The rope had broken. Our comrade had been hurled to the earth. With a simultaneous impulse, we dropped upon our knees, and crawling forward to the brink of the precipice, looked over and downward. We could see nothing in the dark abysm that frowned below, and we waited till the light should break forth again. We listened with ears keenly set. Was it a groan we heard? A cry of agony? No, its repetition told us what it was. The howl of a prairie wolf. No human voice reached our ears. Alas, no. Even a cry of pain would have been welcome, since it would have told us our comrade still lived. But no, he was silent. Dead, perhaps broken to atoms. It was long ere the lightning gleamed again. Before it did, we heard voices. They came from the bottom of the cliff directly under us. But there were two, and neither was the voice of the trapper. It is easy to distinguish the full intonation of the Saxon from the shrill treble of the sons of Anahuac. The voices were those of our foes. Presently the light discovered them to us. Two there were. They were on horseback, moving on the plain below, and close into the cliff. We saw them distinctly, but we saw not what we had expected, the mangled body of our comrade. The gleam, long continued, had given us full time to scrutinize the ground. We could have distinguished upon it any object as large as a cat. Rube, living or dead, was certainly not there. Had he fallen into the hands of the guerrilla? The two we saw carried lances, but no prisoner. It was not likely they had captured him. Besides, we knew that Rube, unless badly crippled, would never have surrendered without a struggle, and neither shot nor shout had been heard. We were soon relieved from all uneasiness on this score. The brigands continued their conversation, and the light breeze wafted their voices upwards, so that we could distinguish part of what was said. "Caramba!" exclaimed one impatiently. "You must have been mistaken. It was the coyote you heard." "Capitan, I am confident it was a man's voice. Then it must have proceeded from one of the picaros behind the rock. There is no one out there. But come, let us return by the other side of the mesa. Vamos." The hoof-strokes admonished us that they were passing onward to carry out the design of the last speaker, who was no other than Ihora himself. It was a relief to know that our comrade had not yet fallen into their clutches. How far he was injured, we could not have an idea. The rope had given way close to the top, and Rube had carried most of it down with him. In the confusion, we had not noticed how much remained behind our hands when he fell, and now we could only guess. Seeing that he had disappeared from the spot, we were in high hope that he had sustained no serious injury. But whither had he gone? Had he but crawled away, and was yet in the neighborhood of the mesa? If so, they might still light upon him. Hiding place there was none, either by the base of the cliff or on the surrounding plain. Gary and I were anxious about the result, the more so that the guerrilleros had heard his cry and were in search of him. He might easily be found in such a naked spot. We hastily formed the determination to cross the table summit to the other side, and watch the movements of the two horsemen. Guided by their voices, we once more knelt above them, at the rearmost angle of the mound. They had there halted to examine the ground, and only waited for the flash. We, too, waited above them, and within range. "We can fetch them out of our saddles," whispered my companion. I hesitated to give my assent. Perhaps it was prudence that restrained me, for I had now conceived hopes of a surer deliverance. At that moment gleamed the lightning. The dark horsemen loomed large under its yellow glare. They were less than 50 paces from the muzzles of our guns. We could have sighted them with sure aim, and bayed as we had been, I was almost tempted to yield to the solicitations of my companion. Just then an object came under our eyes that caused both of us to draw back our half-leveled rifles. That object was the body of our comrade Rube. It was lying flat along the ground, the arms and legs stretched out to their full extent, and the face buried deep in the grass. From the elevation at which we viewed it, it appeared like the hide of a young buffalo, spread out to dry and pinned tightly to the turf. But we knew it was not that. We knew it was the body of a man dressed in brown buckskin, the body of the earless trapper. It was not dead, neither. No dead body could have placed itself in such an attitude, for it lay flattened along the turf like a gigantic newt. The object of this attitude was evident to us, and our hearts beat with a painful anxiety while the light flickered around. The body was scarcely 500 yards out, but though perfectly visible from our position, it must have been inconspicuous to the horsemen below, for as soon as it darkened, we heard them, to our great relief, ride back toward the front, Ihora reiterating his doubts as they passed away. Fortunate it was for both him and his companion they had not espied that prostrate form. Fortunate for Rube, for all of us. Gary and I kept our places and waited for another flash. When it came, the brown buckskin was no longer in sight. Far off, nearly a mile off, we fancied we could distinguish the same form, flattened out as before. But the gloam of the prairie grass rendered our vision uncertain. Of one thing, however, we were certain. Our comrade had escaped. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 40. A Reinforcement. For the first time since encountering the guerrilla, I breathed freely and felt confident we should get free. My comrade shared my belief, and it is needless to say that we recrossed the summit of the mesa with lighter hearts and step more buoyant. Of course, we no longer speculated about making the descent. With the fragment of rope left, that was impossible. We were simply returning to the front, to keep an eye upon the guerrilleros, and if possible prevent them from approaching our horses, should they by any chance discover that we had retreated from our position behind the rock. We were the more anxious about our horses, now that we had less apprehension for ourselves. At least I can answer for myself, and the explanation is easy. So long as I felt the probability that every moment might be the last of my life, the fate of Morrow and the white steed was but a secondary consideration. Now that I felt certain I should survive this perilous escapade, the future once more urged its claims, and I was anxious not only to preserve my own steed, but the beautiful creature that had led me into all this peril, but whose capture still promised its rich reward. That all danger was past, that in a few hours we should be free, was the full belief both of my companion and myself. Perhaps you may not comprehend from what data we drew so confident and comfortable a conclusion, though our reasoning was simple enough. We knew that Rube would reach the rancheria and return with a rescue. That was all. 'Tis true we were not without some anxiety. The Rangers might no longer be there. The army might have marched. Perhaps the picket was withdrawn. Rube himself might be intercepted or slain. The last hypothesis gave us least concern. We had full trust in the trapper's ability to penetrate to the American camp, to the enemy's if necessary. We had just been favored with a specimen of his skill. Whether the army had advanced or not, Rube would reach it before morning. If he should have to steal a horse upon the way, he would soon find the Rangers. And even without orders, Hollingsworth would lend him a few. Half a dozen of them would be enough. In the worst view of the case, there were stragglers enough about the camp, odd birds that could easily be enlisted for such a duty. We had scarcely a doubt that our comrade would come back with a rescue. As to the time, we were left to conjectures. It might be before morning's light. It might not be before late in the following day, or even the night after. But that was a consideration that now weighed lightly. We could hold our aerial fortress for a week, a month, far longer, and against hundreds. We could not be assailed. With our rifles to guard the cliff, no storming party could approach. No forlorn hope could scale our battlements. But what of thirst and hunger, you will ask? We dreaded not either. Fortune's favors had fallen upon us in showers. Even on that lone summit, we found the means to assuage the one and satisfy the other. In crossing the tabletop, we stumbled upon huge echinocacti that grew over the ground like ant hills or gigantic beehives. They were the mammillaria of Quackenboss, dome-shaped, and some of them 10 feet in diameter. Gary's knife was out in a trice. A portion of the spinous coat of the largest was stripped off, its top truncated, and a bowl scooped in the soft, succulent mass. In another minute we had assuaged our thirst from this vegetable fountain of the desert. With similar facility were we enabled to gratify the kindred appetite. As I had conjectured on viewing them from the plain, the trees of the light green foliage were piñons, the nut pine, Pinus edulis, of which there are several species in northern Mexico, whose cones contain seeds, edible and nutritious. A few handfuls of these we gathered and hungered no more. They would have been better roasted, but at that moment we were contented to eat them raw. No wonder, then, that with such a supply for the present and such hopes for the future, we no longer dreaded the impotent fury of our foes. We lay down at the top of the gorge to watch their further movements and cover our horses from their attack. The flash of the lightning showed them still on guard, just as we had left them. One of each file was mounted, while his companion, on foot, paced to and fro in the intervals of the cordon. Their measures were cunningly taken. They were evidently determined we should not steal past them in the darkness. The lightning began to abate, and the intervals between the flashes became longer and longer. During one of these intervals we were startled by the sound of hoof-strokes at some distance off. It was the tramp of horses upon the hard plain. There is a difference between the hoof-stroke of a ridden horse and one that is riderless, and the prairie man is rarely puzzled to distinguish them. My companion at once pronounced the horses to be mounted. The guerrilleros on the alert had heard them at the same time as we, and 2 of them had galloped out to reconnoiter. This we ascertained only by hearing, for we could not distinguish an object 6 feet from our faces, the darkness being almost palpable to the touch. The sounds came from a considerable distance, but as they were continually growing more distinct, we could tell that the horsemen were advancing toward the mesa. We drew no hope from this advent. Rube could not yet have even reached the rancheria. The newcomers were El Zorro and his companion on their return. We were not kept long in doubt. The horsemen approached, and shouts and salutations were exchanged between them and the guerrilleros, while the horses of both parties neighed in response, as if they knew each other. At this moment the lightning shone again, and to our surprise we perceived not only El Zorro, but a reinforcement of full 30 men. The trampling of many hoofs had half prepared us for this discovery. It was not without feelings of alarm that we beheld this accession to the enemy's strength. Surely they would no longer hesitate to assail our fortress behind the rock. At least then our horses would be captured. Besides, Rube's rescue might be too weak for such a force. They were now nearly 50 of the guerrilleros. Our anxiety as to the first 2 points was soon at an end. To our astonishment, we perceived that no assault was to be made as yet. We saw them increase the strength of their cordon of sentries, and make other dispositions to carry on the siege. Evidently they regarded us as hunters do the grizzly bear, the lion, or tiger, not to be attacked in our lair. They dreaded the havoc which they well knew would be made by our rifles and revolvers, and they determined to reduce us by starvation. On no other principle could we account for the cowardly continence of their revenge. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nichole, Kristen. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 41. The Indian Spy. It was past the hour of midnight. The lightning, that for some time had appeared only at long intervals, now ceased altogether. Its fitful glare gave place to a softer, steadier light, for the moon had risen and was climbing up the eastern sky. Cumulus clouds still hung in the heavens, slowly floating across the canopy, but their masses were detached, and the azure firmament was visible through the spaces between. The beautiful planet Venus, and here and there a solitary star, twinkled in these blue voids or gleamed through the filmy bordering of the clouds. But the chiefs of the constellations alone were visible. The moon's disk was clear and well defined, whiter from contrast with the dark cumuli, and her beam frosted the prairie till the grass looked hoar. There was neither mist nor mirage. The electric fluid had purged the atmosphere of its gases, and the air was cool, limpid, and bracing. Though the moon had passed the full, so brilliant was her beam that an object could have been distinguished far off upon the plain, whose silvery level extended on all sides to the horizon. The thick black clouds, however, moving silently over the sky, occasioned long intervals of eclipse during which the prairie as before was shrouded in sombre darkness. Up to this time, Gary and I had remained by the head of the little gorge through which we had ascended. The moon was behind us, for the Guerrilla was on the western side of the mesa. The shadow of the mound was thrown far out upon the plain, and just beyond its well-defined edge was the line of sentinels, thickly posted. On our knees among the low shrubbery, we were unseen by them, while we commanded a perfect view of the whole troop, as they smoked, chattered, shouted, and sang, for they gave such tokens of their jovial humour. After quietly watching them for some time, Gary left me to take a turn round the summit and reconnoitre the opposite or eastern side. In that direction lay the rancheria, and if the picket was still stationed there, we might soon expect the rescue. My rangers were not the men to tarry, called forth on such a duty, and under Rube's guidance they would be most likely to make their approach by the rear of the mound. Gary therefore went in that direction to make his reconnaissance. He had not parted from me more than a minute when a dark object out upon the plain attracted my glance. I fancied it was the figure of a man, though it was prostrate and flattened against the ground, just as old Rube had appeared when making his escape. Surely it was not he. I had but an indistinct view of it, for it was full 600 yards from the mesa and directly beyond the line of the guerrillas. Just then, a cloud crossing the moon's disk shrouded the plain, and the dark object was no longer visible. I kept my eyes fixed on the spot and waited for the returning light. When the cloud passed, the figure was no longer where I had first noticed it, but nearer to the horsemen I perceived the same object and in the same attitude as before. It was now within less than 200 yards of the Mexican line, but a bunch of tufted grass appeared to shelter it from the eyes of the guerrillas, since none of them gave any sign that it was perceived by them. From my elevated position, the grass did not conceal it. I had a clear view of the figure, and was certain it was the body of a man, and still more of a naked man, for it glistened under the sheen of the moonlight, as only a naked body would have done. Up to this time I had fancied, or rather feared, it might be Rube. I say feared, for I had no wish to see Rube, upon his return, present himself in that fashion. Surely he would not come back alone. And why should he be thus playing the spy, since he already knew the exact position of our enemy? The apparition puzzled me, and I was for a while in doubt. But the naked body reassured me. It could not be Rube. The skin was of a dark hue, but so was that of the old trapper. Though born white, the sun, dirt, gunpowder, and grease, with the smoke of many a prairie fire, had altered Rube's complexion to the true copper tint, and in point of color he had but little advantage over a full-blood Indian. But Rube would not have been naked. He never doffed his buckskins. Besides, the oily glitter of that body was not Rube's. His hide would not have shone so under the moonlight. No, the prostrate form was not his. Another cloud cast new shadows, and while these continued, I saw no more of the skulking figure. As the moon again shone forth, I perceived that it was gone from behind the tuft of grass. I scanned the ground in the immediate neighborhood. It was not to be seen, but on looking farther out, I could just distinguish the figure of a man bent forward and rapidly gliding away. I followed it with my eyes until it disappeared in the distance, as though melting into the moonlight. While gazing over the distant plain in the direction whence the figure had retreated, I was startled at beholding not one, but many forms dimly outlined from the prairie edge. It was Rube, thought I, and yonder are the rangers. I strained my eyes to the utmost. There were horsemen beyond a doubt, but to my astonishment, instead of being close together, one followed another in single file, until a long line was traced against the sky like the links of a gigantic chain. Except in the narrow defile or the forest path, my rangers never rode in that fashion. It could not be they. At this crisis, a new thought came into my mind. More than once in my life had I witnessed a spectacle similar to that now under my eyes. More than once had I looked upon it with dread. That serried line was an old acquaintance. It was a band of Indian warriors on their midnight march upon the war trail. The actions of the spy were explained. He was an Indian runner. The party to whom he belonged was about to approach the mesa, perhaps with the design of encamping there. He had been sent forward to reconnoitre the ground. What effect his tale would tell, I could not guess. I could see that the horsemen were altered, perhaps awaiting the return of their messenger. They were too distant to be seen by the Mexicans, and the minute after, they were also invisible to my eyes upon the darkly shadowed prairie. Before communicating with Gary, I resolved to wait for another gleam of moonlight, so that I might have a more distinct story to tell. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Caballada. It was nearly a quarter of an hour before the cloud moved away, and then, to my surprise, I saw a clump of horses, not horsemen, upon the prairie, and scarcely half a mile distant from the mesa. Not one of them was mounted, and, to all appearance, it was a drove of wild horses that had galloped up during the interval of darkness and were now standing silent and motionless. I strained my eyes upon the distant prairie, but the dim horsemen were no longer to be seen. They must have ridden off beyond the range of vision. I was about to seek my comrade and communicate to him what had passed, when, on rising to my feet, I found him standing by my side. He had been all around the summit without seeing aught, and had returned to satisfy himself that the guerrilla were still quiet. "Hello," he exclaimed as his eyes fell upon the Caballada. "What's the darnations yonder? A drove o' wild horses. It's mighty strange them niggers don't notice 'em, by the eternal." I know not what Gary meant to have said. His words were drowned by the wild yell that broke simultaneously from the Mexican line, and the next moment the whole troop were seen springing to their saddles and putting themselves in motion. We of course supposed that they had just discovered the Caballada of wild horses, and it was that was producing this sudden stampede. What was our astonishment on perceiving that we ourselves were the cause of the alarm, for the guerrilleros, instead of fronting to the plain, rode closer up to the cliff, and screaming wildly, fired their carbines at us. Among the rest, we could distinguish the great gun of El Zorro, and the hiss of its leaden bullet as it passed close to our ears. We were puzzled at first to know how they had discovered us. A glance explained that the moon had risen higher in the heavens, and the shadow cast by the mound had been gradually foreshortened. While gazing out at the Caballada, we had incautiously kept our feet, and our figures, magnified to gigantic proportions, were thrown forward upon the plain, directly under the eyes of our enemies. They had but to look up to see us where we stood. Instantly we knelt down among the bushes, clutching our rifles. The surprise occasioned by our appearance upon the cliff seemed to have deprived our enemies for the moment of their habitual prudence, as several of them rode boldly within range. Perhaps they were some of the late arrivals. In the dark shadow we could not make out their forms, but one had the misfortune to be mounted on a white horse, and that guided the trapper's aim. I saw him glancing along his barrel, and heard the sharp crack. I fancied I heard a stifled groan from below, and the next moment the white horse was seen galloping out into the moonlight, but the rider was no longer upon his back. Another cloud passed over the moon, and the plain was again shrouded from our sight. Gary was proceeding to reload when a cry arose amidst the darkness that caused him to pause and listen. The cry was again repeated, and then uttered continuously with that wild intonation which can alone proceed from the throat of the savage. It was not the guerrilla that was uttering that cry. It was the yell of the Indian warrior. "Comanche war whoop!" cried Gary, after listening for a moment. "Comanche war whoop, by the eternal! Hurrah, the Injuns are upon 'em!" Amidst the cries we could hear the rapid trampling of horses, and the ground appeared to vibrate under the quick and heavy tread. Each moment the stroke sounded nearer. The savages were charging the guerrilla. The moon shot forth from the cloud. There was no longer a doubt. The wild horses were mounted. Each carried an Indian naked to the waist, his painted body glaring red in the moonlight, and terrible to behold. By this time the Mexicans had all mounted and faced towards the unexpected foe, but with evident signs of irresolution in their ranks. They would never stand the charge, no, never, so said Gary, and he was right. The savages had advanced within less than 100 paces of the Mexican line when they were observed to pull suddenly up. It was but a momentary halt, just enough to enable them to mark the formation of their foes and send a flight of arrows into their midst. That done, they dashed onward, uttering their wild yells and brandishing their long spears. The guerrilleros only waited to discharge their carbines and escopettes. They did not think of reloading. Most of them flung away their guns as soon as they had fired, and the retreat began. The whole troop turned its back upon the enemy, and spurring their horses to a gallop, came sweeping around the base of the mesa in a headlong flight. The Indians, uttering their demoniac yells, followed as fast. They were rendered more furious that their hated foe was likely to escape them. The latter were indebted to us for having put them upon the alert. But for that circumstance, the Indians would have charged them while dismounted, and far different might have been their fate. Mounted and ready for flight, most of them would probably get clear. The moment we saw the direction the chase was about to take, Gary and I rushed across the summit to the other side. On arriving at the brow of the precipice, our view was perfect, and we could see both parties as they passed along, its base directly below us. Both were riding in straggling clumps, and scarcely 200 paces separated the rearmost of the pursued from the headmost of the pursuers. The latter still uttered their war cry, while the former now rode in silence, their breath bound, and their voices hushed in the death-like stillness of terror. All at once a cry arose from the guerrilla, short, quick, and despairing, the voice of some new consternation. At the same moment the whole troop were seen to pull up. We looked for the cause of this extraordinary conduct. Our eyes and ears both guided us to the explanation. From the opposite direction, and scarcely 300 yards distant, appeared a band of horsemen coming up at a gallop. They were right in the moon's eye, and we could see glancing arms and hear loud voices. The hoofs could be heard pounding the prairie, and my companion and I recognized the heavy tread of the American horse. Still more certain were we about that horse. Hurrah! Neither Indian nor Mexican could have uttered that well-known shout. "Hurrah! The Rangers!" called Gary, as he echoed the cry at the full pitch of his voice. The guerrilleros, stupefied by surprise at the sight of this new enemy, had paused for a moment, no doubt fancying it was another party of Indians. Their halt was of short duration. The dim light favored them, rifles already played upon their ranks, and, suddenly wheeling to the left, they struck out into the open plain. The Indians, seeing them turn off, leaned into the diagonal line to intercept them, but the Rangers, already close up, had just made a similar movement, and Savage and Saxon were now obliquing towards each other. The moon, that for some minutes had been yielding but a faint light, became suddenly eclipsed by a cloud, and the darkness was now greater than ever. Gary and I saw no more of the strife, but we heard the shock of the opposing bands. We heard the war whoop of the Savage mingling with Ranger's vengeful shout. We heard the crack, crack, crack of Jaeger rifles, and the quick detonations of revolvers, the clashing of saber blades upon spear shafts, the ring of breaking steel, the neighing of steeds, the victor's cry of triumph, and the deep anguished groan of the victim. With anxious hearts and nerves excited to their utmost, we stood upon the cliff and listened to these sounds of dread import. Not long did they last. The fierce struggle was soon over. When the moon gleamed forth again, the battle was ended. Prostrate forms, both of man and horse, were lying upon the plain. Far to the south, a dark clump was seen disappearing over the prairie's edge. It was the cowardly guerrilla. To the west, horsemen galloped away, alone or in straggling groups, but the cheer of triumph that reached us from the scene of strife told us who were the masters of the ground. The Rangers had triumphed. "Where are ye, Bill?" cried a voice from the bottom of the cliff, which both of us easily recognized. "Here I be," answered Gary. "Wal, we gi'n the Injuns gross, I reckon. But cuss the luck, the yeller bellies have got cut off. Wah!" End of chapter 42. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 43 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Chapter of Explanations. The fight could not have lasted more than 10 minutes. The whole skirmish was the semblance of a moonlight dream, interrupted by interludes of darkness. So rapid had been the movements of the forces engaged, that after the first fire not a gun was reloaded. As for the guerrilleros, the Indian war cry seemed to have shaken the pieces out of their hands, for the ground where they had first broken off was literally strewed with carbines, escopettes, and lances. The great gun of El Zorro was found among the spoils. Notwithstanding the shortness of the affair, it proved sufficiently tragical to both Mexicans and Indians. 5 of the guerrilleros had bit the dust, and twice that number of savage warriors lay lifeless upon the plain, their bodies glaring under the red war paint as if shrouded in blood. The Mexicans lay near the foot of the mesa, having fallen under the first fire of the Rangers, delivered as they galloped up. The Indians were farther out upon the plain, where they had dropped to the thick, rapid detonations of the revolvers that, so long as the warriors held their ground, played upon them with fearful effect. They may have heard of this weapon, and perhaps have seen a revolver in the hands of some trapper or traveler, but, to my knowledge, it was the first time they had ever encountered a band of men armed with so terrible a power to destroy. For the Rangers were indeed the first military organization that carried Colt's pistol into battle, the high cost of the arm having deterred the government from extending it to other branches of the service. Nor did the Rangers themselves come unscathed out of the fight. 2 had dropped out of their saddles, pierced by the Comanche spear, while nearly a dozen were more or less severely wounded by arrows. While Quackenboss was climbing the cliff, Gary and I found time to talk over the strange incidents to which we had been witness. We were aided by explanations from below, but without these we had no difficulty in comprehending at all. The Indians were a band of Comanches, as their war cry had already made known to us. Their arrival on the ground at that moment was purely accidental, so far as we or the Mexicans were concerned. It was a war party, and upon the war trail with the intention of reaving a rich Mexican town on the other side of the Rio Grande, some 20 leagues from the rancheria. Their spy had discovered the horsemen by the mesa and made them out to be Mexicans, a foe which the lordly Comanche holds in supreme contempt. Not so contemptible in his eyes are Mexican horses, silver-studded saddles, speckled serapes, mangas of fine cloth, bell-buttoned breeches, arms, and accoutrements. It was to sweep this paraphernalia that the attack had been made. Though hereditary hatred of the Spanish race, old as the conquest, and revenge for more recent wrongs were of themselves sufficient motives to have impelled the Indians to their hostile attempt. All this we learned from one of their braves who remained wounded upon the ground, and who, upon closer examination, turned out to be a ci devant Mexican captive now completely Indianized. Fortunately for the Mexican town, the savages, thus checked, abandoned their design and returned to their mountain fastnesses sadly humbled. The rest of the affair was still of easier explanation to Gary and myself. Rube, as we conjectured, had arrived safe at the rancheria, and in 10 minutes after his story had been told, 50 Rangers, with Hollingsworth at their head, rode rapidly for the mesa. Rube had guided them with his usual craft. Like the Indians, they had been moving forward during the intervals of darkness, but, coming in the opposite direction, they had kept the mound between them and their foe, and, trusting this to their advantage, were in hopes of taking the guerrilleros by surprise. They had approached almost within charging distance when the war whoop of the savage sounded in ears, and they were met by the retreating band. Knowing that all who came that way must be enemies, they delivered their fire upon the approaching horsemen, and then galloping forward, found themselves face to face with the painted warriors of the plains. The mutual surprise of Rangers and Indians, caused by the unexpected rencontre, proved a happy circumstance for the cowardly guerrilla, who, during the short halt of their double pursuers, and the confused fight that followed, were enabled to gallop off beyond reach of pursuit. It was a curious conjecture that would have been the result had the Rangers not arrived on the ground. Certainly, the Indians would have rescued us from our not less savage foes. My companion and I might have remained undiscovered, but we should have lost our precious horses. As it was, we were soon once more upon their backs, and, free from all thought of peril, now joyfully turned our faces towards the rancheria. Wheatley rode by my side, Hollingsworth with a party remained upon the ground to collect the spoils and bury our unfortunate comrades. As we moved away, I turned and for a moment gazed back on the scene of strife. I saw Hollingsworth dismounted on the plain. He was moving among the bodies of the 5 guerrilleros. One after another, he turned them over, till the moon glared upon their ghastly features. So odd were his movements, and so earnest did he appear, that one might have fancied him engaged in searching for a fallen friend, or more like some prowler robber intent upon stripping the dead. But neither object was his. On the contrary, he was searching for a foe. He found him not. After scanning the features of all 5, he was seen to turn away, and the unconcerned manner in which he moved from the spot told that he who was sought was not among the slain. The news, Wheatley? News, Cap, grand news, by thunder. It appears we have been barking up the wrong tree. At least so thinks President Polk. They say we can't reach Mexico on this line, so we're all going to be drawn off and shipped to some port further down the Gulf. Veracruz, I believe. Ah, grand news indeed. I don't like it one bit, continued Wheatley. The less so since it is rumored that old Rough and Ready is to be recalled, and we're to be commanded by that book Martinet Scott. It's shabby treatment of Taylor after what the old vet has accomplished. They're afraid of him setting up for president next to go. Hang their politics. It's a confounded shame, by thunder. I could partly understand Wheatley's reluctance to be ordered upon the new line of operations. The gay lieutenant was never troubled with ennui. His leisure hours he contrived to pass pleasantly enough, in company with Conchita the plump, dark-eyed daughter of the alcalde. More than once I had unwittingly interrupted them in their amorous dalliance. The rancheria, with its mud huts and dusty lanes, in the eyes of the Texan, was a city of gilded palaces, its streets paved with gold. It was Wheatley's heaven, and Conchita was the angel who inhabited it. Little was either he or I had liked the post at first. Neither of us desired a change of quarters. As of yet, no order had arrived to call the picket in, but my companion affirmed that the camp rumor was a substantial one, and believed that we might expect such a command at any moment. What say they of me? I inquired. Of you, Cap? Why, nothing. What do you expect them to say of you? Surely there has been some talk about my absence? Oh, that. No, not a word, at least at headquarters, for the simple reason that you're not yet reported missing. Ah, that is good news, but how? Why, the truth is, Hollingsworth and I thought we might serve you better by keeping the thing dark. At all events, till we should be sure you were dead lost. The greaser who guided you out brought back word that 2 trappers had gone after you. From his description, I knew that queer old case Rube, and was satisfied that if had anything remained of you, he was the man to find it. Thanks, my friend. You have acted wisely. Your discreet conduct will save me a world of mortification. No other news? I inquired after a pause. No, said Wheatley. None worth telling. Oh yes, he continued, suddenly recollecting himself. There is a bit. You remember those hang-dog greasers that used to loaf around the village when we first came? Well, they're gone, by thunder. Every mother's son of them clean vamoosed from the place, and not a grease spot left of 'em. You may walk through the whole settlement without seeing a Mexican, except the old men and the women. I asked the alcalde where they had cleared to, but the old chap only shook his head and drawled out his eternal "Quien sabe?" Of course they're off to join some band of guerrillas. By thunder, when I think of it, I wouldn't wonder if they were among that lot we've just scattered. Sure as shootin' they are. I saw Hollingsworth examine the 5 dead ones as we rode off. He'll know them, I guess, and can tell us if any of our old acquaintances are among 'em. Knowing more of this matter than Wheatley himself, I enlightened him as to the guerrilleros and their leader. Thought so, by thunder, Rafael Jura. No wonder Hollingsworth was so keen to start. In such a hurry to reach the mound, he forgot to tell me who we were after. Deuce take it. What fools we've been to let these fellows slide. We should have strung up every man of them when we first reached the place. We should, by thunder. For some minutes we rode on in silence. 20 times a question was upon my lips, but I refrained from putting it, in hopes that Wheatley might have something more to tell me, something of more interest than aught he had yet communicated. He remained provokingly silent. With the design of drawing out, I assumed a careless air and inquired, "Have we had no visitors at the post? Anyone from the camp?" "Not a soul," replied he, and again relapsed into meditative silence. "No visitors whatever? Has no one inquired for me?" I asked, determined to come boldly to the point. "No," was the discouraging reply. "Oh, stay. Oh, yes, indeed," he added, correcting himself, while I could perceive that he spoke in a peculiar tone. "Yes, you were inquired for." "By whom?" I asked, in a careless drawl. "Well, that I can't tell," answered the lieutenant in an evident tone of badinage. "But there appears to be somebody might be uneasy of you. A slip of a Mexican boy has been backward and forward something less than 1,000,000 of times. It's plain somebody sends the boy, but he's a close little shaver that same. He won't tell either who sends him or what's his business. He only inquires if you have returned and looks dead down in the mouth when he's told no. I have noticed that he comes and goes on the road that leads to Hacienda." The last words were spoken with a distinct emphasis. "We might have arrested the little fellow as a spy," continued Wheatley in the tone of quiet irony, "but we fancied he might have been sent by some friend of yours." The speaker concluded with another marked emphasis, and under the moonlight I could see a smile playing across his features. More than once I chaffed my lieutenant about Conchita. He was having his revenge. I was not in a mood to take offense. My companion could have taken any liberty with me at that moment. His communication had fallen like sweet music upon my ears, and I rode forward with the proud consciousness that I was not forgotten. Isolina was true. Soon after, my eyes rested upon a shining object. It was the gilded vane of the little capilla, and beneath glistened the white veils of the hacienda, bathed in the milky light of the moon. My heart beat with strange emotions as I gazed upon the well-known mansion, and thought of the lovely jewel which the bright casket contained. Was she asleep? Did she dream? Of what, of whom was she dreaming? End of chapter 43. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 44 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Dutch Lige is a difficulty. The soft blue light of morning was just perceptible along the eastern horizon as we rode into the rancheria. I no longer felt hunger. Some of the most provident of the rangers had brought with them well-filled haversacks, and had made me welcome to the contents. From their canteens I had satisfied my thirst, and Wheatley, as usual, carried his free flask. Relieved of the protraction strained upon my nerves, of fear and vigil, I felt deadly weary, and scarcely undressing, I flung myself upon the leathern cantre, and at once fell asleep. A few hours' repose had the desired effect, and restored both the strength of my body and the vigor of my mind. I awoke full of health and hope. A world of sweet anticipations was before me. The sky and fortune were both smiling. I made my toilet with some care. My desayuna was less. And then, with lighted cigar, ascended to my favorite lounge on the azotea. The beautiful captive was in the midst of the crowd, proudly curving his neck as if conscious of the admiration he excited. The rangers, the poblanas, the hucksters of the piazza, even some sulky leperos, stood near, gazing with wondering eyes upon the wild horse. Splendid present, thought I, worthy the acceptance of a princess. It had been my intention to make the offering in person, hence the care bestowed upon my toilet. After more mature reflection, I abandoned this design. I was influenced by a variety of considerations, one among others being a delicate apprehension that a persona visit from me might compromise the family at the hacienda. The patriotic sentiment was every day growing more intense. Even the acceptance of a present was a dangerous matter, but the steed was not to be a gift, only a return for the favorite that had fallen by my hand, and I was not to appear in the character of a donor. My sable groom, therefore, would convey the beautiful captive. Already the white lazo, formed into a halter, was adjusted into the animal's head, and the negro only awaited orders to lead him away. I confess that at that moment I felt somewhat annoyed at the publicity of my affair. My rough rangers were men of keen intelligence. I could tell, from some whispers that had reached me, that one and all of them knew why I had gone upon the wild hunt, and I dreaded their good-humored satire. I would have given something at that moment to have rendered the steed invisible, to have been able to transport him to his destination, Venus-like, under cover of a cloud. I thought of waiting for the friendly shelter of night. Just then, however, an incident occurred which gave me the very opportunity I wanted. A scene so ludicrous that the steed was no longer the cynosure of admiring eyes. The hero of this scene was Elijah Quackenboss. Of all the men in my band, Dutch Lige was the worst clad. Not that there was less money expended upon this outward man, but partly from his ungainly form and loose, untidy habits, and more, perhaps, from the wear and tear caused by his botanizing excursions. A suit of broadcloth did not keep sound upon him for a week. He was habitually in tatters. The skirmish of the night had been profitable to Lige. It was his true aim that had brought down one of the live guerrilleros. On his asserting this, his comrades had laughed at it as an idle vaunt. But Quackenboss proved his assertion to be correct by picking his bullet out of the man's body and holding it up before their eyes. The peculiar bore of his rifle rendered the bullet easy of identification, and all agreed that Lige had shot this man. By the laws of ranger war, the spoils of this particular individual became the property of Quackenboss, and the result was that he had shaken off his tattered rags and now appeared in the piazza in full Mexican costume, comprising calzoneros and calzoncillos, sash and serape, jacket and glazed hat, botas with gigantic spurs, in short, a complete set of ranchero habiliments. Never was such a pair of legs encased in Mexican velveteens. Never were two such arms thrust into the sleeves of that embroidered jaqueta. And so odd was the tout ensemble of the ranger thus attired, that his appearance in the piazza was hailed by a loud burst of laughter, both from his comrades and the natives who stood around. Even the gloomy Indians showed their white teeth and joined in the general chorus. But this was not the end. Among their spoils, Lige had made capture of the Comanche Mustang, and as his own warhorse had been for a long time on the decline, this afforded him an excellent opportunity for a remount. Some duty of the day had called him forth, and he now appeared in the piazza leading the Mustang, to which he had transferred his own saddle and bridle. A fine, handsome horse it appeared. More than one of his comrades envied him this splendid prize. The laughter had scarcely subsided when the order was given to mount, and with others Quackenboss sprang to his horse. But his lips were hardly snug in the saddle. Quackenboss sprang to his horse, but his hips were hardly snug in the saddle. When the wicked Comanche humped his back and entered upon a round of kicking which seemed to exhibit every pose and attitude of equestrian exercise. First his hind feet, then his fore ones, then all together could be seen glancing in the air. Now a hoof whizzed past the ear of the affrighted rider, now a set of teeth threatened his thighs, while every moment he appeared in danger of being hurled with violence to the earth. The sombrero had long since parted from his head, and the rifle from his hand, and what with the flapping of the wide trousers, the waving of the loose serape, and dancing of the steel scabbard, the distracted motion of the rider's arms, his lank streaming hair, and look of terror, all combined to form a spectacle sufficiently ludicrous, and the whole crowd was convulsed with laughter, while the piazza rang with such shouts as "Bravo!" "Well done, Lige! Hurrah for you, old beeswax!" But what surprised his comrades was the fact that Quackenboss still kept his seat. It was well known that he was the worst rider in the troop, yet, despite all the doubling and flinging of the mustang, that had now lasted for several minutes, he was still safe in the saddle. He was winning golden opinions upon the strength of his splendid horsemanship. The rangers were being astonished. All at once, however, this mystery was explained, and the cause of his firm seat discovered. One of the bystanders, sharper than the rest, had chanced to look under the belly of the mustang, and the next moment shouted out, "Oi, look yonder! By Georum, his spars are clinched!" All eyes were lowered, and a fresh peal of laughter broke forth from the crowd as they perceived that this was in reality the case. Lige, upon mounting, under the suspicion that the mustang was disposed for a fling, had clutched firmly with his legs, and these, on account of their extreme length, completely enveloped the body of the animal, so that his heels met underneath. He had forgotten his new spurs, the rowels of which, 6 inches in diameter, irritated the mustang, and were no doubt the cause of such violent kicking. These, after a few turns, had got locked, and of course held Quackenboss as firmly as if he had been strapped to the saddle. But as the rowels were now buried in the ribs of the mustang, the fierce brute, maddened with pain, only grew more furious at each fling, and it was natural enough he should do his utmost to rid himself of so cruel a rider. How long he might have kept up the pitching frolic before his involuntary tormentor could have freed himself is a matter of conjecture. It would have been an unfortunate fix to have been placed in, alone, upon the prairies. Lige, however, found a compassionate bystander, who, having flung his lasso around the neck of the mustang, brought the spectacle to a termination. End of chapter 44. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 45 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid, a lover on the trail. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by Quackenboss and his troubles, I dispatched the black upon his interesting errand, and with no slight anxiety awaited the result. From my position on the roof, I saw my messenger climb the hill, leading the proud steed, and saw him enter the great portal of the hacienda. Promptly, almost directly, the groom came out again without the horse. The present had been accepted. So far, well. I counted the moments till heavy footsteps were heard upon the escalera, and a shining black face rose over the roof. There was no letter, no message beyond mil gracias. I felt a pang of chagrin. I had expected thanks more formal than this mere phrase of compliment. My man appeared better satisfied. A gold onza gleamed in his purple palm, a handsome perquisite. "By whom given?" I inquired. "Golly, Mass Cap'n, a gal give it, the handsomest cateroomed gal this nigger ever see. Beyond a doubt, Isolina herself was the donor. I could have broken the rascal's thick skull, but that the queenly dossier gave proof of the satisfaction with which my offering had been received. Even on this trivial circumstance, I built my hopes of yet receiving a fuller meed of thanks. Absorbed in these hopes, I continued to pace the azotea alone. It was a dia de fiesta in the rancheria. Bells had already commenced their clangor, and other notes of rejoicing fell upon the ear. The poblanas appeared in their gayest attire, the Indians in bright naguanas, with red and purple threads twisted in their black hair. The denizens of the ranchitos were pouring into the piazza, and processions were being formed by the church. Jarraras were twanging their guitar-like music, and pyrotechnic machines were set up at the corners of the streets. Tinsel-covered saints were carried around on shoulders of painted maskers. And there were Pilate and the Centurion and the Savior, a spectacle absurd and unnatural, and yet a spectacle that may be witnessed every week in a Mexican village, and which, with but slight variation, has been exhibited every week for 3 centuries. I had no eyes for this disgusting fanfaronade of a degrading superstition. Sick of the sight, wearied with the sounds, I had given orders for my horse to be saddled, intending to ride forth and seek repose for my spirit amid the silent glades of the Chapparal. While waiting for my steed, an object came under my eyes that quickened the beating of my pulse. My gaze had been long turned in one direction, upon the hacienda of Don Ramon de Vargas. Just then I saw emerging from its gate, and passing rapidly down the hill, a horse with a rider upon his back. The snow-white color of his horse, and the scarlet manga of the rider, both contrasting with the green of the surrounding landscape, could not escape observation even at that distance, and my eyes at once caught the bright object. I hesitated not to form my conclusion. It was the white steed I saw, and the rider. I remembered the manga as when first my eyes rested upon that fair form. The rider was Isolina. She was passing down the slope that stretched from the hacienda to the river, and the minute after, the thick foliage of the platanus trees shrouded the shining meteor from my sight. I noticed that she halted a moment on the edge of the woods, and fancied that she gazed earnestly towards the village, but the road she had taken led almost in the opposite direction. I chafed with impatience for my horse. My resolve, made on the impulse of the moment, was to follow the white steed and his scarlet-clad rider. Once in the saddle, I hurried out of the plaza, past the ranchos of Yucca, and reaching the open country, pressed my horse into a gallop. My road lay up the river, through a heavily timbered bottom of gum and cottonwoods. These were thickly beset with the curious Tijandicia, whose silvery festoons stretching from branch to branch shrouded the sun, causing amongst the tree trunks the obscurity of twilight. In the midst of one of these shadowy aisles, I met or passed someone. I saw that it was a Mexican boy, but the somber light, and the rapidity with which I was riding, prevented me from noting anything more. The lad shouted after me, uttering some words which were drowned by the hoof-strokes of my horse. I deemed it some expression of boyish esprit, and, without heeding, rode on. Not until far out of sight and hearing did it occur to me that I knew the voice and the lad. I recollected a sort of errand boy attached to the hacienda, and whom I had seen more than once at the rancheria. I now remembered the badinage of Wheatley, and would have returned to question the youth, but I had left him too far in the rear. After a moment's reflection, I spurred on. I soon arrived at the base of the hill on which stood the hacienda, and here, leaving the main road, I followed a bridle path that skirted the hill. A few hundred yards brought me to the spot where I had observed the object of my pursuit. The hoof track of the white horse now guided me, and upon this trail I entered the woods. For some distance it followed a well-trodden path, a cattle track, but all at once it diverged from this and struck off into a heavily timbered bottom, where not the semblance of path existed. Keeping the trace in view, I rode after. As I advanced, the timber grew thicker and the path more difficult. A close underwood of arundinaria and sabal palms shut the way and the view. Trailing roots obstructed progress below, while higher up, the trellis work of janias, bamboo briars, sarsaparilla, and gigantic grapevines rendered it necessary to bend down in the saddle in order to pass onward. To my surprise, I noticed all this. For what purpose could she have chosen such a path? Was it indeed Isolina I had seen? A white horse and a scarlet manga are not uncommon things in Mexico. It might not be. But the hoof print... I dismounted and examined it. I knew it at a glance. It was that of the noble steed, and the rider could be no other than Isolina de Vargas. No longer in doubt, though still wondering, I followed the tracks. For a half-mile or more, the path meandered through thick forest, here turning around some giant trunk, there diverging to the right or left to avoid the impervious network of canes and gianias. At length, it began to slope upwards, and I perceived by the ascent that I was climbing a hill. The woods became more open as I advanced, here and there alternating with glades. The trees were of slender growth, and the foliage lighter and thinner. I was no longer among the heavy trunks of platanus and liquidambar. The legumiaceae were the prevailing trees, and many beautiful forms of inga, acacia, and mimosa grew around. Myrtles, too, mingled their foliage with wild limes, their branches twinned with flowering parasites, as the climbing combretum, with its long flame-like clusters, convolvuli, with large white blossoms, and the beautiful twin-leaved bauhinia. It was a wild garden of flowers, a shrubbery of nature's own planting. The eye, wandering through the vistas and glades, beheld almost every form of inflorescence. There were the trumpet-shaped bignonias, convolvuli in pendulos bells, syngenestis disposed in spreading umbels, and over them, closely set upon tall spikes, rose and showy blossoms of the bromelias, aloes, and decillyrium. Even from the tops of the highest trees hung gaudy catkins, wafted to and fro by the light breeze, mingling their sheen and their perfume with the floral epiphytes and parasites that clustered around the branches. I could not help thinking that these flowers are gifted with life, and enjoy, during their short and transient existence, both pleasure and pain. The bright warm sun is their happiness, while the cold cloudy sky is the reflection of their misery. As I rode onward, another reflection passed through my mind. It was caused by the perceiving that the atmosphere was changed with pleasant perfume, literally loaded with fragrance. I perceived, moreover, that the same breeze carried upon its breath the sweet music of birds, whose notes sounded clear, soft, and harmonious. What closet slanderer hath asserted that the flowers of this fair land are devoid of fragrance? That its birds, though brightly plumed, are songless? Ah, Monsieur Buffon, with all your eloquence, such presumptive assertion will one day strip you of your hall of fame. You could never have approached within 200 spaces of a stanofia, or epidendrum ordartum, or of datura grandiflora, with its mantle of snow-white blossoms. You could never have passed near the pothos plant, the cerbere, the tabernamon tane, the cajas, eugenias, octoas, or nictiginas. You could never have ridden through the Chapparal of acacias and mimosas, among orchids whose presence fills whole forests with fragrant aroma. And more, monsieur, you could never have listened to the incomparable melody of the mock-bird, the full, charming notes of the blue-song thrush, the sweet warbling voices of the Silvias, finches, and tanagers, that not only adorn the American woods with their gorgeous colors, but make them vocal with never-ending song? No, monsieur, you could never have inhaled the perfume of these flowers, nor listened to the melody of these sweet songsters. And sad it was of you, and silly as sad, to have yielded to the prejudice of a slender spirit, and denied their existence. Both exist, the singing birds and the fragrant flowers, both exist, and thou art gone. On such reflections I dwelt but for a moment. They were merely the natural impressions of surrounding objects, short-lived sensations almost instantaneously passing away. The soul, benighted with love, has neither eye nor ear for aught beyond the object of its passion. From the contemplation of that only does it derive pleasure, and even the fairest pictures of nature may be spread before it without challenging observation. It was only that one through which I was passing was of such transcendent beauty, so like to some scene of paradise, that I could not help regarding it with momentary admiration. But my eyes soon returned to the earth, and once more taking up the trace of the steed I rode on. I had advanced near the summit. The tracks were quite recent. The branches that had been touched by the flanks of a horse had not yet ceased to vibrate. The rider could not be far in advance. I fancied I heard the hoof-stroke. Silently I passed on, expecting every moment to catch the gleam of the scarlet manga, or the white sheen of the steed. A few paces further, and both were under my eyes, glittering through the feathery frondage of the mimosas. I had followed the true track. The rider was Isolina. I saw that she had halted. She had reached the top of the hill where the growth of timber ceased. An opening of about an acre there was, surrounded on all sides by the flowery woods, the very beau ideal of a summer glade. The open summit commanded a view of the surrounding country, for the hill was a high one, while the charming spot itself enjoyed perfect privacy and repose. In this glade she had drawn up, and was sitting silently in the saddle, as if to enjoy the warbling of birds, the hum of the bees, and the fragrance of flowers. I myself drew rein, and remained for some moments in a state of hesitancy, as to whether I should ride forward or go back. A feeling of shame was upon me, and I believe I would have turned my horse and stolen gently away, but just then I saw the fair rider draw forth from her bosom something that glittered in the sun. It was a watch, and she appeared to note the time. I observed that she looked anxiously over the tops of the low trees in the direction of the plain below. These circumstances, trivial as they might appear, produced within me a quick sense of pain. I felt as if hot steel was passing through my heart. I had ridden to my ruin. I had followed to be present at an assignation. Thus only could I explain the solitary ride, and by such difficult and devious paths. Thus only could I account for the oft-repeated anxious glance, the ear acutely bent. Beyond a doubt, she was listening for the footsteps of a lover. The rein fell from my fingers. I sat irresolute. I scarcely breathed. My heart felt cold and feeble. The birds mocked me. The parrots screeched his name. The aras, in hoarse concert, cried out, Ijura. The name nerved me as blood knits the sinews of a tiger. Once more my fingers closed upon my bridle. My feet became firm in the stirrups, and heart and arm swelled to their full strength. 'Twas but a light rapier that hung against my thigh. No matter, he might be no better weaponed. But even armed from head to heel, I feared him not. 3 passions, hatred, jealousy, and revenge, supplied an arm of treble strength, and under the influence of these I felt bold and sure of conquest. Yes, I felt at that moment as though I could have slain my hated rival with my naked hands. I was no longer troubled with scruples of etiquette. No, this monster owed me satisfaction, life itself. He had striven to take mine, and now his should be forfeit to my vengeance. On that spot, even in her presence, should he die, or I myself become the victim. The 2 of us should never go thence alive. Oh, that he may reach the ground while my blood is thus hot and my hand ready. The fierce thoughts stirring within me must have roused my horse, for at that moment he tossed his head and neighed wildly. A response came like an echo from the glade, and the instant after a voice called out, "Hola, ¿quién va?" Concealment was no longer possible. I saw that I was observed, and, spurring my horse into the open ground, I rode up and halted face to face with Isolina. End of chapter 45. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd. Chapter 46 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Declaration on Horseback. Face to face with my beautiful brunette, her eyes flashed upon me with an expression of surprise. I felt abashed by the glance. My conduct was not en règle. I bethought me of an apology. What excuse could I offer for such unceremonious intrusion? Accident? She would not believe it. The time and place were against such a supposition. With an intellect like hers, I would be idle to adopt so shallow an artifice. No, I would not dissemble. I would boldly avow the truth. Jealousy had rendered me reckless of the result. "Adios, caballero," said she, interrupting my hurried reflections. "Carrambo! Where is your guide? How have you found this place?" "Easily enough, señorita. I followed the tracks of your horse." "But so soon? I did not expect you—" "No. You expected another?" "Certainly. I thought Cyprio would arrive before you." "Cyprio? Cyprio, yes, Cyprio. Señorita, if this be another name for your Protian cousin, I have to say it will be better for him he should not arrive at all." "My cousin? Better not arrive? Holy Trinity, Capitan, I do not comprehend you." Her large brown eyes were rolling in astonishment. I was as much puzzled as she, but I had begun my explanation and was determined to carry it to the end. "Then, Señorita de Vargas, I shall be more explicit. If Rafael y Jurra appear upon this ground, either he or I leave it alive. He has attempted my life, and I have vowed to take his whenever and wherever I may meet him. Pray heaven you may keep your vow." "Your cousin?" "My cousin, Rafael y Jurra, my worst foe, the direst enemy of our house." "Ha! And were you not waiting him?" "Awaiting him? Ha ha ha, no. Little timid though I be, I should not desire to be here alone with Rafael y Jurra." "Lady, you astonish me. Pray explain. Por Dios, gallant Capitan. 'Tis you who need explain. I sought this interview to thank you for your noble gift. You meet me with anger in your eye and bitter words upon your tongue." "You sought this interview? Say you so, lady?" "I certainly did. For reasons already known to you, I dared not invite you to our house, so I have chosen this pretty glade for my drawing room. How do you like it, caballero?" "In your society, señorita, the rudest spot would appear a paradise." Again the poet's tongue. "Ah, Capitan, remember the yellow domino. No more flattery, I pray. We are no longer en masque. Face to face, let us be candid with each other." "With all my heart I accept the conditions. Candor is the very thing I desire, for, to say the truth, I came prepared for a confession." "A confession?" "Precisely so. But since you are an advocate for candor, may I first ask a question?" "Ho! You wish to play the confessor with me?" "I do, señorita." "Bravo, Capitan. Proceed. I shall answer you in all sincerity." "Then, lady, what I would ask first, who is this Cyprio whom you expected?" "Cyprio? Ha ha ha! Who should Cyprio be but my mozo? He who carried my message to you. Why do you put such a question?" he who carried your message to me. Of course, yonder is the muchacho himself. Hola, Cyprio, you may return to the house. Carrambo, Capitan, both he and you must have sped well. I did not expect you for half an hour, but your soldiers are soon in the saddle. So, much the better, for it is getting late, and I have a great deal to say to you. A light had broken upon me. 'Twas Cyprio I had passed in the forest glade. The boy was the bearer of a message, hence his having hailed me. 'Twas I who was expecting to keep the assignation. 'Twas I for whom the timepiece had been consulted, for whom those earnest glances had been given. The bitter moments were past, and my heart swelled anew with proud and pleasant emotions. As yet she knew not that I had come without invitation. Cyprio, at the word of command, had gone off without making any reply, and my prompt appearance upon the ground was still unexplained. I was about to account for it, and offer some apology for my brusque behavior, when I was challenged to the confession I had just promised. Minor thoughts gave way before the important purpose I had formed, and to which the banter now recalled me. So fair an opportunity might never offer again. In the vicissitudes of a soldier's life, the chance of today should not be disregarded. Tomorrow may bring change either in the scene or the circumstances, and I was skilled enough in love lore to know that an hour unimproved is often followed by an age of regrets. But, in truth, I do some wrong to my character. I was but little under the influence of such cunning cognizance at the moment. I acted not by volition, but rather under pressure of a passion that held complete mastery over my will, and compelled me to the declaration I was about to make. It was simple enough, 3 little words in either of the 2 sweet tongues in which we understood each other. I chose the one, of all others most attuned to the tones of the loving heart, and bending low to that fair face, and gazing into the liquid depths of those large inquiring eyes, I whispered the sweet, though oft-repeated phrase, Yo te amo. The words quivered upon my lips, but their tone proved the sincerity in which I had spoken. No doubt it was further manifest by the earnestness of my manner as I awaited her reply. The habitual smile had departed from her lips. The damask red deepened and mounted higher upon her cheeks. The dark fringes drooped downward, and half concealed the burning orbs beneath. The face of the gay girl had suddenly assumed the serious air of womanhood. At first, I was terrified by the expression, and could scarcely control my dread. But I drew hope from the flushed cheek and roseate neck, swelling, panting bosom. Strong emotions were stirring in that breast. Oh, what emotions! Will she not speak? Will she not declare them? There was a long interval of silence. To me it seemed an age. "Señor," she said at length. 'Twas the first time I had heard that voice tremble. "Señor, you promised to be candid. You have been so. Are you equally sincere?" "I have spoken from the depth of my soul." The long lashes were raised, and the love light gleamed in her liquid eyes. For a moment it burned steadily, bathing my heart as with balm. Heaven itself could not have shed a brighter beam upon my spirit. All at once a smile played upon her features, in which I detected, or fancied so, the gain insouciance that springs from indifference. To me it was another moment of pain. She continued, "And pray, Capitan, what would you have me do?" I felt embarrassed, and replied not. "Would you have me declare that I love you?" "Oh, you cannot. You do not. You have not asked the question." "No, lady. I too much dread the answer." "Oh, what a coward you have grown of late. A pity I am not masked. Shall I draw this veil? Ha ha ha!" It was not a manner of love. Love laughs not. My heart was heavy. I made no reply, but with eyes upon the ground, sat in my saddle, feeling like one condemned. For some moments her laughter rang in my ears as I fancied in mockery. Her sweet, silvery voice only grated upon my heart. Oh, that I had never listened to its siren tones. I heard the hoof-strike of her horse, and, looking up, saw that she was moving away from the spot. Was she going to leave me thus? She spurred towards the center of the glade, where the ground was higher, and there again pulled up. "Come hither, caballero," she cried, beckoning to me with her small gloved hand. Mechanically, I moved forward to the spot. "So, gallant Capitan, you who are brave enough to meet a score of foes have not the courage to ask a woman if she loves you." A dismal smile was my only reply to this bitter badinage. "Ah, Capitan," she continued, "I will not believe it. Ere now you have put that dreaded interrogatory. Often, I fear too often." I looked at her with surprise. There was a touch of bitterness in the tone. The gay smile was gone. Her eyelids drooped. Her look was turned upon the ground. Was this real, or only a seeming, the prelude to some abrupt antithesis, some fresh outburst of satire? "Señorita," said I, "the hypothesis, whether true or false, can have but little interest for you." She answered me with a smile of strange intelligence. I fancied there was sadness in it. I fancied— "We cannot recover the past," said she, interrupting my thoughts. "No, no, no. But for the present, say again— tell me again that you love me." "Love you? Yes, lady. And now I have your heart, your whole heart. Never can I love another. Thanks, thanks." "No more than thanks, Isolina?" For some moments she remained silent, her eyes averting me. She appeared struggling with some emotion. "Yes, more than thanks," she replied at length. "Gratitude. 3 things more, if they will suffice to prove my gratitude." "Name them." "Why should prudery tie my tongue? I promise to be candid. I too came here to make a confession. Listen. 3 things I have said. Look around you. North, south, east, and west. The land you see is mine. Be it yours, if you will. Isolina, this too I can bestow." She held forth her little hand, which I clasped with fervid emotion. More, the third?" "The third, on second thoughts, I cannot give. 'Tis yours already." "It is?" "Mi corazón." Those splendid steeds, like creatures of intelligence, appeared to understand what was said. They had gradually moved closer and closer, till their muzzles touched and their steel curbs rang together. At the last words, they came side by side, as if yoked in a chariot. It appeared delight to them to press their proud heaving flanks against each other, while their riders, closing a mutual clasp, leaned over and met their lips in that wild fervid kiss, the climax of love. End of chapter 46. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 47 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Strayed from the track. We parted upon the top of the hill. It was not prudent for us to be seen riding together, and Isolina went away first, leaving me in the glade. We had bidden adieu in that phrase of pleasant promise, hasta la mañana. Tomorrow we should meet again. Tomorrow and tomorrow we should visit that sweet spot, repeat our burning words, renew our blissful vows. I remained some minutes on the ground, now hallowed and holy. Within, the tumult of triumphant passion had passed, and was succeeded by the calm repose of perfect contentment. My heart's longings had been gratified. it had found all that it desired, even to the full reciprocity of its passion. What would it more? There is no more of mundane bliss. Life has no felicity to cope with requited love. It alone can give us a foretaste of future joys, but it only may. We form some idea of the angel existence of heaven. The world without was in harmony with the spirit within. The scene around me was rose-colored. The flowers appeared fresher in tint, and breathed a sweeter fragrance in the air. The hum of the homeward bee, laden with treasures for his love-queen, fell with a dreamy pleasance under the air. The voices of the birds sounded softer and more musical. Even the arras and parakeets, chanting in a more subdued tone, no longer pronounced that hated name. And the tiny Mexican doves, las palomitas, scarcely so large as finches, walked with proud gait over the ground, or side by side upon the branches of the myrtles. Like types of tender love, told their heart's tale in soft and amorous cooing. Long could I have lingered by that consecrated spot, even hasta la mañana, but duty called me, and its calls must not be disregarded. Already the setting sun was flinging purple beams over the distant prairie, and, heading my horse down the hill, I once more plunged under the shadows of the mimosas. Absorbed in the supreme happiness, I took no heed of aught else. I noticed neither track nor path. Had I left my horse to himself, most likely he would have taken the right road. But, in my reverie, perhaps I had mechanically dragged upon the rein, and turned him from it. Whether or not, after a lapse of time, I found myself in the midst of thick woods, with not the semblance of a trail to guide me. I knew not whether I was riding in the right direction. I ought rather to say that I knew the contrary, else I must long before have reached the clearings around the village. Without much reflection, I turned in a new direction, and rode for some time without striking a trail. This led me once more into doubt, and I made head back again, but still without success. I was in a forest plain, but I could find no path leading anywhere, and amid the underwood of palmettos, I could not see any great distance around me. Beyond a question, I had strayed far out of my way. At an early hour of the day, this would have given me little concern, but the sun had now set, and already under the shadow of the moss-covered trees it was nearly dark. Night would be down in a few minutes, and in all probability I should be obliged to spend it in the forest. By no means an agreeable prospect, and the less so that I was thinly clad and hungry. True, I might pass some hours in sweet reflection upon the pleasant incidents of the day. I might dream rosy dreams, but alas, the soul is sadly under the influence of the body. The spiritual must ever yield to the physical, and even love itself becomes a victim to the vulgar appetite of hunger. I began to fear that, after all, I should have but a sorry night of it. I should be too hungry to think, too cold either to sleep or dream. Besides, I was likely to get wet to the shirt, as the rain had commenced falling in large, heavy drops. After another unsuccessful effort to strike a trail, I pulled up and sat listening. My eyes would no longer avail me. Perhaps my ears might do better service. And so it chanced. The report of a rifle reached them, apparently fired some 100 yards off the woods. Considering that I was upon hostile ground, such a sound might have caused me alarm, but I knew from the sharp whip-like crack that the piece was a hunter's rifle, and no Mexican ever handled a gun of that kind. Moreover, I had heard, closely following upon the shot, a dull concussion, as some heavy body dropped from a high elevation to the ground. I was hunter enough to know the signification of the sound. It was the game, bird or beast, that had fallen from a tree. An American must have fired that shot, but who? There were only 3 or 4 of the rangers who carried the hunter rifle, a very different weapon from the regulation piece. Old backwoodsmen who had been indulged in their whim. It might be one of these. Without hesitation, I headed my horse for the spot, and rode as rapidly as the underwood would permit me. I kept on for 5 minutes or more without halting. I certainly must have passed the place where the shot had been fired, and yet I saw no one. But just as I was about to pull up again, a well-known voice reached me from behind with the words, "By the jumpin' Jehoshaphat! It your young feller the captain." Turning, I held my trapper comrades just emerging from the bushes, where they had cautiously cached themselves, on hearing the hoof strikes of my horse, and lain hid till I had passed them. Rube carried upon his shoulders a large turkey gobbler, the game I had heard drop, while upon Gary's back I observed the choice portions of a deer. "You have been foraging to some advantage," I remarked as they came up. "Yes, captain," replied Gary. "We won't want for rations. Not but that your rangers offered us plenty to eat, but you see we couldn't in honor accept it, for we promised to find for ourselves." "Yes, durn it," asked Rube, "we're free mountain men. Ain't a-gwin to sponge on nobody. We ain't." "And, captain," continued Gary, "there don't appear to be any great eatin' fixin's about the place for yourself, either. If you'll just accept the turkey, and one of these here quarters of deer meat, there's plenty left for Rube and me, ain't there, Rube?" "Gobs," was the laconic answer. I was not loath to satisfy the wish of the hunters, for, to say the truth, the village larder had no such delicacies as either wild turkey or venison, and having signified my assent, we all 3 moved away from the spot. With the trappers for my guides, I should soon get into the right road. They, too, were on their return to the post. They had been in the woods since noon. They were both afoot, having left their horses at the rancheria. After winding about half a mile among the trees, we came out upon a narrow road. Here my companions, who were unacquainted with the neighborhood, were at fault as well as myself, and knew not which direction to take. It was dark as pitch, but, as on the night before, there was lighting at intervals. Unlike the preceding night, however, it was now raining as if all the sluices of the sky had been set open, and by this time we were, all 3 of us, soaking wet. The whole canopy of heaven was shrouded in black, without a single streak of light upon it, not even a star. Who could discover the direction in such a night? As the lightning flashed, I saw Rube bending down over the road. He appeared to be examining the tracks. I noticed that there were wheel tracks, deep ruts, evidently made by the rude block wheels of a carreta. It was these that the trapper was scanning. Almost as soon as a man could have read the direction from a finger-post, Rube raised himself erect and, crying out, "All right, this-a-way," set off along the road. I was curious to know how he did determine the point, and questioned him. "Well, you see, young feller, it's on the trail of a Mexican cart, and anybody as ever seen that you van it knows it has only got 2 wheels. But there are 4 tracks here, and therefore the cart must have gone back and forth, for I'd see there was some same set of wheels. Now, 'tis reasonable to suppose that the back track leads to the settlements, and that's this way." "But how could you tell which was the back track?" "Why, that's your easin' is falling off a log. The back track is fresher than more'n a couple of hours." Pondering upon the singular instinct that enabled our guide to distinguish the track, I rode on in silence. Shortly after, I again heard the voice of Rube, who was some paces in the advance. "I could have knowed the way," he said, "without the wheel tracks. They only made things for sartin sure." "How?" I asked. "What other clue had you?" "The water," replied he. "You see, or you mount, if you'd a looked into the tracks, they're a running this way. Do 'ee hear that there?" I listened. I heard distinctly the sound of running water, as of a small stream carried down a rough rocky channel. "Yes, I hear it. But how should the water guide you? Well, continued the trapper, it are a branch made by rain. We're a-following it down, and therefore must come to the river just where we want to get. Once it's there, we'll soon find our way, I reckon. Why, how the derned rain comes down, and it's drown us. Wah! The result proved the trapper's reasoning correct. The road water was running in the direction we had taken, and shortly after, the brawling Brant shot out from among the bushes, and crossed our path, diverging from it at an acute angle. We could see, however, as we plunged through the now swollen streamlet, that the current and its general direction was the same with our road. It would certainly guide us to the river. It did so. Half a mile further we came out upon its bank and struck the main road leading to the rancheria. A few minutes' brisk traveling carried us to the outskirts of the village, and we expected soon to be under shelter, when we were all three brought to a sudden halt by the sharp hail of the sentry, who called out the usual interrogatory. "Who goes there?" "Friends," I replied. "'Twiz you, Quackenboss." I had recognized the voice of this soldier botanist, and under the lightning saw him standing by the trunk of a tree. "Halt! Give the countersign," was the response in a firm, determined tone. I did not know this Masonic password. On riding out, I had not thought of such a thing, and I began to anticipate some trouble. I resolved, however, to make trial of the sentry. "We haven't got the countersign. 'Tis I, Quackenboss. I announced my name and rank. "Don't care for all that," was the somewhat surly rejoinder. "Can't pass without the countersign." "Derned fool, it's your cap'n," cried Rube in a peevish tone. "Maybe," replied the imperturbable sentry. "Can't let him pass without the countersign." I now saw that we were in a real dilemma. "Send for the corporal of the guard, or either of the lieutenants," I suggested, thinking that might be the shortest way to get over the difficulty. "Ain't got nobody to send," came the gruff voice of Quackenboss out from the darkness. "I'll go," promptly answered Gary, the big trapper, thinking, in his innocence, there could be no reason why he should not carry the message to quarters. And, as he spoke, he made a step or two forward in the direction of the sentinel. "Halt there!" thundered the voice of Quackenboss. "Halt! Another step, and I'll plug you with a bullet." "What's that? Plug, he says?" screamed Rube, leaping to the front. "Jesus, Jehoshaphat! You'll plug him, eh? You derned mulehead! If you shoot this way, it'll be the last time you'll ever lay claw to a trigger. Now then!" And Rube stood, with his rifle half raised to the level, and threatening to raise it still higher. At that moment, the lightning gleamed. I saw the sentry with his piece also at a level. I well knew the accuracy of his aim. I trembled for the result. In my loudest voice I called out, "Hold, Quackenboss! Hold your fire! We shall wait till someone comes." And as I spoke, I caught both my companions and drew them back. Whether it was the commanding tone of my voice, which the ranger had heard before, or whether in the light he had recognized my features, I saw him, before it darkened, lower his piece, and I felt easy again. But he still obstinately refused to let us pass. Further parley was to no purpose, and only led to an exchange of rather rough compliments between Quackenboss and my two companions. So, after endeavoring to make peace between them, I stood still to await the chance for someone of the guard coming within hail. Fortunately, at that moment, a ranger, somewhat the worse for aguardiente, appeared in the direction of the piazza. Quackenboss condescended to call him up, and after a crooked palaver, he was dispatched to bring the corporal of the guard. The arrival of the latter ended our troubles, and we were permitted to reach the piazza without further hindrance. But as we passed the stern sentry, I could hear Rube mutter to him, "You derned mulehead! If I had ye out on the prairies, wouldn't I? Wah!" End of chapter 47. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 48 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. And Adios. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. A demi-lune of love, whose every hour was consecrated to its god. At earliest dawn, by the rosy rays of aurora, at golden noon, shadowed under sweet acacias, in the gleam of the purple twilight, 'neath the silvery light of the moon. That both laid our hearts upon his altar, and willing knelt before the shrine. Witness ye bright birds and perfumed flowers, ye great myrtles and mimosas. Witness ye blue skies of Anahuac. Ye alone were our witnesses. For you who have loved, I need not portray the pleasure of this noble passion. For you who have not loved, I cannot. Love is a delight that may be only known to those who have experienced it. Ours was a half-month of happiness without alloy. True, there were moments of pain, the moments of daily parting, but these were brief and perhaps only prevented the cloyment of too much joy, if such a thing is possible. Moreover, these short-lived sorrows were in part neutralized by the knowledge we would soon meet again. We never parted without exchanging that fair promise. In the morning, it was hasta la tarde. At night, our last words were mañana por la mañana. Lovers have felt, and poets have sung, the pleasures of hope. Oft, the anticipation of a pleasure rivals in piquancy its actual enjoyment. Let memory not be forgotten. It, too, has its joys. And oh, how sweet the retrospect of those blissful hours! If there was monotony, it was a monotone of which my heart could never tire. It was an intoxication I could have endured for life. There is no surfeit of such sweets. Why are we not permitted to enjoy them forever? Alas, there is an ending. There was so. A crisis came, and we must part. Not with the pretty promise upon our lips until the morning, until the evening, but for long weeks, months, maybe years, an uncertain time. Hasta se acaba la guerra, until the war is over. Oh, the misery of that parting! Cruel destiny of war! Never felt I so weary of wearing a sword. There was a struggle twixt love and duty. No, not duty. I might have sheathed my sword, and wronged no one. I was but a cipher among thousands, whose blade would scarcely have been missed. Nor would I have wronged myself. I was simply, as I have already declared, an adventurer. The country for which I fought could not claim me. I was bound by no political conscience, no patriotic esprit. Perhaps, now and then, I entertained the idea that I was aiding the designs of manifest destiny, that I was doing God's work in battling against the despotic form. Yes, I may confess that such sparks glowed within me at intervals, and at such intervals only did I feel enthusiasm in the cause. But I was no consideration of this kind that hindered me from deserting my banner. Far otherwise. I was influenced by a motive purely selfish, pride. I could not, an adventurer almost penniless, I would not presume to claim that richly dowried hand. Fortunate I might never have to equal hers, but fame is worthy wealth, and glory mates with beauty. I knew that I was gifted with an apt head and bold, aspiring heart. I knew that I carried a keen blade, and hoped to hew my way to rank and fame. Perhaps I might return with a star upon my shoulder and a better handle to my name, and then... Ah, for all that, it was a bitter parting. It was hard to list unheeding to those earnest entreaties, adjuring me to say, terrible to entwine those tender arms, terrible to utter that last adios. Our troth was plighted with the same glade that had echoed our first vows. It had been plighted 100 times, but never sadly as now amidst sobs and tears. When the bright form, screening by the frondage, had passed out of sight, I felt as if the sun had become suddenly eclipsed. I lingered not long, though I could have stayed for hours upon the hallowed spot. Again duty, that stern commander, summoned me away. I was already close upon sunset, and by tomorrow's dawn I must be en route with my troop. I was about heading my horse onto the track, now well known to me. Isolina had gone down the hill on the opposite side, by a path that led more directly to the hacienda. From precaution, this had been our habitual mode of parting, and we also met from opposite sides. In the wild region of the Cerro, from by this name was the hill known, we never encountered a human being. There was no habitation near, and the vaqueros rarely strayed that way, so that our place of meeting remained a secret. At least we fancied so, and we acted without much apprehension, and perhaps without sufficient caution. Each hour we had grown more confident of security, and, blinded by love, had taken less pains to conceal the fact of our daily assignation. It was only that morning that I heard a whisper that our affair was known, and that they of the rancheria were not as benighted as we supposed them. Wheatley was my informant, Conchita his. The lieutenant had added some friendly advice, cautioning me against the imprudence of going so far from the post unattended. Perhaps I might have treated his remonstrance with less neglect, but as this was to be our last meeting for a long time, my heart grew heavy under the prospect of the parting scene. I preferred going companionless. I had no apprehension that any enemy was near. As for Ihura, he was no longer in the neighborhood. He had not been since the night of the battle, and we had positive information that he had joined his band with the guerrilla of the celebrated Canales, then operating on the road between Camargo and Monterrey. Indeed, had Ihura been near, he could hardly have escaped the keen search of Hollingsworth and the Rangers, who, night and day, had been upon the scout in hopes of overhauling him. I was about turning into the old track when a yearning came over me, a desire to obtain one more look at my beloved. By this time she would have reached her home. I should pass near the house. Perhaps I might see her upon the azotea. A distant glance, a wave of the hand, haply the sweet prayer, "Va con Dios," wafted upon the breeze, something of the kind I anticipated. My horse seemed to divine my wishes. Scarcely waited for the guidance of the rein, he moved forward upon the path taken by the steed of Isolina. I soon reached the bottom of the hill, entering the heavy timber, traversed a tangle of wood, similar to that on the other side of the cerro. There was no path, but the tracks of the white steed were easily followed, and, guiding myself by them, I rode forward. I had not gone 500 yards from the hill when I heard voices through the woods, directly in front of me, and apparently at no great distance. Years of frontier life had imbued me with an intuitive caution that resembled instinct, and, as if by mechanical effort, I pulled up and listened. A woman was speaking, and instantly I recognized the voice. There was but one that rang with that rich metallic tone. I might well remember it, for the sweet, sad sounds of a "Va con Dios" had not yet ceased to vibrate in my ears. With whom was she in converse? Whom had she encountered in such a place amid the wild woods? She ceased speaking. With ears keenly set, I listened for the rejoinder. Naturally, I expected it in the voice of a man, but not that man. Oh heavens! It was the voice of Rafael Ihura. End of chapter 48. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 49 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Threats. Yes, the voice was Ihura's. I knew it well. While listening to it by the mesa, I had noted its tones sufficiently to remember them. It was round, sonorous, of true Spanish accent, and not inharmonious, though at that moment they grated harshly upon my ear. An indescribable feeling came over me. It was not jealous. I was too confident to be jealous, and yet, I shame to confess, I felt a sensation sadly akin to it. After those earnest oaths, those tears and frenzied kisses, so soon after, oh shame upon me! Alas, the experienced heart no more enjoys the tranquil continuity of faith. Its belief is like a broken dream, an intermittence of light and shade. It was my misfortune, my error, perhaps my crime to remember too many pairs of pretty, perjured lips. In a word, I was once more jealous in spite of all that had passed, of sighs and tears and plighted vows, once more jealous of Ihura. But the moment before, his name was on her tongue, and spoken with scorn. In the same breath, I was assured that he was no longer in the neighborhood, that he was far away. No, he was upon the spot, in close conversation with her, and scarcely 5 minutes after the oath had been sworn that bound her to me for life. Less wonder I was jealous. That the feeling lasted only for an instant might be some palliation, but it was no merit of mine that brought it so quickly to a termination. I cannot screen my conduct behind an act of volition, for although the poisoned sting rankled but for a few seconds of time, during that short period I yielded obedience to its demoniac promptings. I slipped down gently from my saddle, and with the crouching gait and silent tread of the jaguar approached the speakers. My horse, well trained to such tactics, stayed where I dismounted, without tie nor hopple. No fear that his hoof would betray me. Step by step I advanced, with the hands cautiously parting the boughs. The fronds of a curious sabal palm befriended me. They grew vertically on short petioles like large green fans, and overlying one another formed a perfect screen through which the keenest eye could not perceive the approach of an intruder. In a few seconds I stood behind the last row that bounded the edge of a small opening, and peering through the serrate interstices of the leaves, I saw my betrothed and her cousin. Isolina was still in the saddle. Ihura was on foot, and standing by her stirrup, with one hand resting on the pommel, the other grasping the rein. Up to this moment my heart had continued its painful throbbing, but the attitude of Ihura, with his troubled and angry look, at once produced a revulsion in my feelings. I saw that the encounter had been accidental, at least on the part of Isolina. I saw that she was detained. I could not see her face. It was turned in the opposite direction, and towards Ihura. But the tones of her voice reached me, and by these I perceived that she addressed him in anger. Oh, how those accents of indignation ravished my heart! Sweeter were they to me than the softest melody. And yet I had heard nothing of what had passed between them. The loud beating of my heart, the rustling of the leaves under my feet, and the boughs, as I pressed through them, had prevented me from distinguishing what was said. These sounds ceased as I came to a stop, and although still 50 paces distant from the speakers, I could catch every word of their conversation, favored by the loud tone in which it was carried on. "So then, you refuse?" It was Ihura who put this interrogatory. "I have done so before, Raphael. Your conduct has given me no cause to change my mind." "Ha! My conduct has nothing to do with it. You have other reasons. Isolina, do not imagine I am such a bobo. I know your secret. You love this gringo, the Yankee captain. And suppose I do, that is my affair. Nay, more, sir, shall not even attempt to make a secret of it. I do love him. I do. Ihura's eyes gleamed with malignant fire. His lips turned white and tightened over his teeth. He seemed endeavoring to curb the exposure of his spleen. "And you would marry him?" he asked with compressed emphasis. "I shall marry him," was the prompt reply. "Por todos santos, it shall never be. And who is to hinder it? I." "Ha ha ha! You are raving, Rafael y Jurra. You may love him to your heart's content. I care not. But marry him, never. Is death, never." "Indeed?" "By the saints I swear it. I swear." "You have sworn enough. You are sufficiently perjured already." "Caray!" furiously shouted y Jurra, as if losing patience. "Listen to me, Isolina de Vargas. I have something to say that may not be so pleasant." "You can say nothing pleasant, but I listen." "First, then, here are certain documents that concern you, both you and your father." I saw some folded papers in his hand, which he had taken from under his jacket. He opened and held them before her face as he continued. "This safeguard is one given by the American Commander-in-Chief to the Dona Isolina de Vargas. Perhaps you have seen it before. And here is a letter from Don Ramon de Vargas to the Commissary General of the American Army, enclosed with another from that functionary to your pet filibustero. A pretty piece of treason, this." "Well, sir?" "Not so well for you, madame. You forget that General Santa Anna is now chief of this republic. Think you he will not punish such traitorous correspondence? Carrambo! If I but lay these documents before His Excellency, I shall have an order for the arrest of both yourself and your father as quickly as it can be spoken. No more, the estate will be proscribed and confiscated. It will become mine. Mine." The speaker paused, as if for an answer. Isolina remained silent. I could not see her face to notice the effect. I fancied that the threat had terrified her. Y Jurra continued. "Now, señorita, you better comprehend our relative positions. Give your consent to become my wife, and these papers shall be destroyed on the instant." "Never," was the firm response that delighted my ears. "Never!" echoed Y Jurra. "Then dread the consequences. I shall obtain orders for your arrest, and as soon as this horde of Yankee ruffians has been driven from the country, the property shall be mine." "Ha ha ha!" came the scornful laugh in reply. "Ha ha ha! You mistake, Rafael y Jurra. You are not so far-sighted as you deem yourself. Forget that my father's land lies on the Texan side of the Rio Grande, and ere that horde of Yankee ruffians, as you term them, be driven out, they will establish this river for their boundary. Where, then, will lie the power of confiscation? Not with you and your cowardly master. Ha ha ha!" The reply maddened Y Jurra further, for he saw the probability of what had been said. His face became livid, and he seemed to lose all control of himself. "Even so," he shouted, with the addition of a fierce oath, "even so, you shall never inherit those lands. Listen, Isolina de Vargas, listen to another secret I have for you. Know, señorita, that you are not the lawful daughter of Don Ramon." I saw the proud girl start, as if struck with an arrow. "I have the proofs of what I repeat," continued Y Jurra, "and even should the United States triumph, its laws cannot make you legitimate. You are not the heiress of the Hacienda de Vargas." As yet not a word from Isolina. She sat silent and motionless, but I could tell by the rising and falling of her shoulders that the terrible storm was gathering in her bosom. The fiend continued. "Now, madame, you may know how disinterested it was of me to offer you marriage. Nay, more, I never loved you. If I told you so, it was a lie." He never lied in his life as he was doing at that moment. His face bespoke the falsehood of his words. It was the utterance of purest spleen. I read in his look the unmistakable expression of jealousy. Coarse as the passion may have been, he loved her. Oh, how could it have been otherwise? "Love you indeed! Ha ha ha! Love you, the daughter of a poor Indian! A Margarita!" The climax had come. The heaving bosom could bear silence no longer. The insult was unendurable. "Base wretch!" cried she in a voice of compressed agony. "Stand aside from my path." "Not yet," answered Ihura, grasping the bridle more firmly. "I have something further to communicate. Villain, release the rein. Before I do, you shall promise, you shall swear. Again let go, or this bullet to your heart." I had sprung out from the thicket, and was running forward to her rescue. I saw her right hand raised high, and something shining in its grasp. It was a pistol. Its muzzle was pointed at Ihura. No doubt the resolute character of her who held it was well known to him, for the threat produced an immediate effect. The coward relaxed his hold, and the reins dropped from his fingers, and with a mingled look of hatred and fear, he stepped back a pace. The moment the bridle came free, the steed, already startled by the spur, bounded forward, and after half a dozen springs, both horse and rider disappeared behind the screen of the palmettos. I was too late to play the knight-errant. The lady fair had not needed my help. She neither saw nor heard me, and by the time I arrived upon the ground, she had passed out of sight, and Ihura was alone. End of chapter 49. Read by Daniel. Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 50 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Awkward Odds. Ihura was alone, and I continued to advance to the spot where he was standing. His back was towards me, for he still fronted in the direction in which Isolina had galloped off. He had followed her with his eyes, with a cry of disappointing rage, with a threat of malignant vengeance. The sound of his own voice hindered him from hearing mine, and he was not aware of my presence when I paused scarcely 3 feet from whence he stood, and directly behind him. I held my sword drawn. I could have thrust him in the back, through and through again, before he could have offered either defense or resistance. He was completely in my power. Fortunate was it for him at that moment that I had been bred a gentleman, else in another instant his lifeless body would have lain at my feet. A plebeian blade would have made short work with that ruffian, and I confess that my instincts of fair play were sorely tried. I had before me a man who had sought my life, a deadly foe to her I loved, a perjured villain, a murderer. With such titles for himself, he had none to the laws of honor, and I confess that for one short moment I felt like ignoring his claim. 'Twas but for a moment. The thought revolted me. Wicked and worthless as he was, I could not stab him in the back. I leaned forward, and tapping him upon the shoulder, pronounced his name. It was the first intimation he had of my presence, and starting as if hit by a bullet, he turned face towards me. The flush of anger upon his cheek suddenly gave place to deadly pallor, and his eyes became set in that peculiar stare that indicates an apprehension of danger. This he must have felt keenly, for my determined look and drawn sword, to say nothing of the surprise by which I had come upon him, were calculated to produce that effect. It was the first time we had stood face to face, and I now perceived that he was a much larger man than myself. But I saw, too, that his eye quailed and his lip quivered at the encounter. I saw that he was cowed, felt that I was his master. "You are Rafael Ihura," I repeated, as he had not made answer to my first interrogation. "Si, senor," he answered hesitatingly. "What want you with me?" "You have some documents there." He still held the papers in his hand. "A portion of them belongs to me. I shall trouble you to hand them over." "Are you Captain Warfield?" he asked after a pause, at the same time pretending to examine the superscription upon the commissary's letter. I saw that his fingers trembled. "I am Captain Warfield. You ought to know by this time." Without noticing the insinuation, he replied, "True. There is a letter here bearing that address. I found it upon the road. You are welcome to it, senor." As he said this, he handed me the commissary's order, still retaining the other documents. There was an enclosure. "I perceive you have it in your hand. I beg you will make me equally welcome to that." "Oh, a note signed Ramon de Vargas? It was an enclosure?" "Precisely so, and of course goes along with the letter." "Oh, certainly. Here it is, senor." "There is still another little document in your possession, a safeguard from the American commander granted to a certain lady. It is not yours, Senor Ihura. I beg you will deliver it to me. I wish to return it to the lady to whom it belongs." This was the bitterest pill I had yet presented to him. He glanced hastily first to the right and then to the left, as if desirous of making escape. He would fain have done so, but I kept him under my eye, and he saw that my hand was ready. "Certainly there is a safeguard," replied he after a pause, with a feigned attempt at laughter. "'Tis a worthless document to me. 'Tis at your service, Sir Captain." And as he handed me the paper, he accompanied the act with another sorry cachinnation. I folded the precious documents and thrust all three under the breast of my coat. Then, placing myself in fighting attitude, I cried out to my adversary to draw and defend himself. I had already noticed that he wore a sword, and, like myself, it appeared to be the only weapon he carried. I saw no pistols upon his person. I had none myself, nothing save a light cut and thrust sword. It was far slighter than the saber of my antagonist, but it was a weapon that had seen service in my hands, and I had perfect confidence in it. I had no fear of the result against so cowardly an adversary. I was not awed, either by his heavier blade or by the superior size of his person. To my astonishment, he hesitated to unsheath his sword. "You must draw," I shouted with emphasis. "You or I have now to die. If you do not defend yourself, I shall run you through the body. Coward! Would you have me kill you with your blade in its sheath?" Even the taunt did not nerve him. Never saw I a complete poltroon. His white lips trembled, his eyes rolled wildly from side to side, seeking an opportunity to escape. I am certain that could he have hoped to get clear, he would at that crisis have turned to run. All at once, and to my surprise, the coward appeared smitten with courage, and, grasping the hilt of his saber, he drew the blade ringing from its scabbard with all the energy of a determined man. His reluctance to fight seemed suddenly to have forsaken him. Had I mistaken my man, or was it despair that was nerving his arm? His cowed look had disappeared, his eyes flashed with fury and vengeance, his teeth gritted together, and a fierce carajo hissed from his lips. Our blades met, the sparks crackled along the creasing steel, and the combat began. Fortunate for me that, in avoiding the first lunge of my antagonist, I had to turn half around. Fortunately, I turned so soon, else I should never have left that glade alive. As I faced in the new direction, I saw two men running towards us, sword in hand. A single glance told me they were guerrilleros. They were already within 10 paces of the spot, and must have been seen long before Ihura. This was the key to his altered demeanor. Their approach it was that had inspired him courage to begin the fight, for he had calculated the time when they should be able to get up and assail me from behind. "Hola!" shouted he, seeing that I had discovered them. "Hola! El Zorro! Jose! Anda! Anda! Mueran los Yankees! At muerte con el picario!" For the first time, I felt myself in danger. 3 swords to 1 was awkward odds, and the Red Giant, with a companion nearly as large as himself, would no doubt prove very difficult antagonists from the poltroon with whom I was engaged. Yes, I was conscious of danger, and might have retreated, had I deemed such a course possible. But my horse was too far off, and the newcomers were directly in the path I should have taken to reach him. I could not hope to escape on foot. I well knew that these men run as lightly as Indians, for we had often proved their capacity in that accomplishment. They were already too near. I should be overtaken, struck down, pierced, with my back to the foe. I had no time to reflect, just enough to leap back a place or two, so as to bring all three of them in front of me, when I found my sword clashing against their blades, and parrying their blows one after the other. I can describe the unequal combat no further. It was a confused medley of cut and thrust, in which I both gave wounds and received them. I was wounded in several places, and felt the warm blood running under my clothes and over my face. I grew wearied to death, and every second growing weaker and fainter. I saw the red giant before me with his hand raised high. His blade had already drawn my blood, and was crimsoned at the point. It was about to descend with a finishing stroke. I should be unable to parry it, for I had just exhausted my strength in guarding against a blow from Ihura. My hopeless peril wrung from me a cry of despair. Was it my cry that caused the blade to drop from the head of my antagonist, and the uplifted arm to fall loosely by his side? Was it my cry that created the consternation suddenly visible in the faces of my foes? I might have fancied so, had I not heard a sharp crack from behind, and seen that the arm of El Zorro was broken by a shot. It seemed like the awaking from some horrid dream. One moment I was battling face to face with three desperate men. The instant after, their backs were towards me, and all three were running as for life. I followed them with my eyes, but not far, for at 20 paces off they plunged into the thicket and disappeared. I turned in the opposite direction. A man was running across the open ground with a gun in his hand. He was advancing towards the spot where I stood. It was he who had fired the shot. I saw that he was in Mexican costume. Surely he was one of the guerrilleros. He had aimed at me and wounded his comrade? For some seconds I fancied that such might be the case. Evidently he was bolder than any of the three, for he continued to advance as if determined to attack me alone. I placed myself in readiness for this new antagonist, taking a fresh grasp on my sword and wiping the blood from my eyes, that I might the better receive him. It was not until he was close to the point of my blade that I recognized the long ape-like arms, the crooked, mateless limbs of Elijah Quackenboss. The ranger, after delivering his fire, had not waited to reload, but ran forward with the intention of joining me in the hand-to-hand fight, though he carried no other weapon than his empty gun. But this would have been an efficient arm in such hands, for, despite his unsymmetrical build, Dutch Lige was stalwart and would have been a full match for any two of my assailants had they stood their ground. But the crack of the gun had set them off like deer. They fancied, no doubt, that a stronger force was near. Perhaps they remembered the terrible rifles of the trappers, and no doubt believed it was they who had arrived to the rescue. Indeed, such was my own belief until I saw the oddly costumed ranger bounding towards the spot. A glance satisfied me that I owed my preservation to Lige's love of botanical science. A large globe-shaped cactus plant, bristling like a hedgehog, hung dangling from the swivel of his gun. It was thus carried to save his fingers from contact with its barbed spines, while stuck into every loop and buttonhole of his dress could be seen the leaves and branchlets, and fruits and flowers, of a host of curious and unknown plants. He had been herborizing in the woods, and coming by chance within earshot of the scuffle, had scrambled through the bushes just in time to spoil the coup de grace intended by El Zorro. "Thanks, Quackenboss! Thanks, my brave friend! You came in good time. You saved me." "But a poor shot I've made, Captain. I ought to have broken the red devil's skull, or sent my bullet into his stomach. He got off too easy." "It was a good shot. You broke his arm, I think." "Ah, 'twas a poor shot. The cactus spoiled my aim. You hurt, Captain?" "I am wounded, but not mortally, I think. I feel a little faint. 'Tis only the blood. My horse, you will find him yonder among the trees. Yonder. Go, Lige, bring my horse, my horse." For some minutes I was out of the world. When consciousness came back, I perceived that my steed had been brought up and stood near. The botanist was bending over me and binding up my wounds with strips torn from his own shirt. He had one boot on, the other stood by full of water, a portion of which he had already poured down my throat, and with the rest proceeded to bathe my temples and wash the blood from my face. This done, I soon felt refreshed and strong enough to mount, and having climbed into the saddle, I set out for the rancheria, my companion half guiding, half leading my horse. By the path which we followed, we should have to pass close to the hacienda and within sight of it, but night had come on, and the darkness would hinder us from being observed. It was what I now desired, though I had left the cerro with hopes and wishes directly reverse. With a red gash upon my forehead, my uniform torn and blood-stained, I feared being seen, lest my invalid appearance should create unnecessary alarm. But we passed on without meeting anyone, either by the hill or upon the main road, and in half an hour later I was safe within my cuarto in the house of the alcalde. End of Chapter 50. Read by Daniel. Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 51 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. An official blacklist. The incidents of the day preyed upon my spirits, and I was far from feeling easy about the future. I knew that my betrothed would be true till death, and I felt ashamed that I had doubted her, even for a moment. About her loyalty I had no uneasiness, and I mentally vowed never more to give way to suspicion. It was no thought of that now troubled me, but an anxiety about her personal safety, and this grew stronger the more I pondered upon it, till it assumed almost the form of a fear. The man who had used such bitter threats and behaved with so much rudeness would scarcely stop at anything. 'Tis true I had deprived him of much of his power over her, by stripping him of the dangerous documents, but it was not this time, nor was he the man, to stand upon nice distinctions of legality, where jealousy and cupidity were the incentives to action. Holding a sort of irresponsible office as the chief of what was less a patriotic guerrilla than a band of brigands, it was difficult to tell what such a monster might or might not attempt. In our absence from the post, the ruffian would be full master of the neighborhood. What deed might he not accomplish with impunity, holding his power directly from the unprincipled dictator whom he was accustomed to imitate as a model, and who would endorse any act of villainy, provided it was the act of one of his own satellites? I shuddered as I reflected. The reappearance of Ihurra and his band, for I doubted not that his followers were near, their reappearance in that vicinity, and at such a crisis, just as we were being withdrawn, had something ominous in it. They must have known ere this of the plan of campaign designed for the American army. Wheatley's rumor had proved well-founded. The new commander-in-chief, Scott, had arrived upon the ground, and 3/4 of the army of occupation had been draughted to form the expedition destined to act upon Vera Cruz. As this greedy general stripped our old favorite, Rough and Ready, of only his best troops, we had the consolation of knowing that the Rangers were among the picked, though, for all that, many of us would have preferred remaining with the brave veteran who had already led us so often to victory. I can answer for Wheatley and myself. I might also vouch for Hollingsworth, though far different were his motives for wishing to remain on the Rio Grande. His sweetheart was revenge, in his breast long cherished, to his heart faithful and true. I have said that our design must have been known to the enemy ere this. Indeed, our army was already in movement. Troops and brigades were marching upon Brazos Santiago and Tampico, there to be embarked for the south. And all that were to go had received their orders. The provinces on the Rio Grande were not to be entirely abandoned, but the army left there was to have its lines contracted, and would therefore cover much less ground. Not only was our little post to be deserted, but the neighboring town, which had long been the headquarters of a division, was also to be evacuated. No force of ours would remain within 50 miles of the rancheria, and perhaps no American troop would ever again visit that isolated village. The reflection rendered me more than melancholy. No doubt of it then, the enemy was apprised of our movements. In our special case, that we the Rangers were to march on the following morning, was well known to the people of the neighborhood. It had been known to them for several days, and it had not passed unobserved by us that the citizens of the place, those who were not ajanquiados, had lately shown themselves more sulky and inhospitable, in proportion as the time approached for our departure. Their brusquiere had led to several street conflicts, in which knives had been drawn and blood spilled, and much bad blood begotten on both sides. Another circumstance was not unnoticed amongst us. Ribald Pasquinaldes, rudely written, and accompanied by threats of proscription, were at this time thrust under the doors of such of the citizens as had been friendly to us. Even the alcalde had received some documents of this character, perhaps emanating from a jealous tiendero, who had looked with bitter eye upon the courtship of Wheatley and Conchita. It was not till afterwards I learned that similar missives had come to hand in a quarter that more concerned myself. Some scouted the absurdity of this fact, alleging that they sprung from personal enmity, or originated in the mob patriotism of the leperos. It was not so, as we afterwards learned. The government of the country, or, at all events, several of its prominent members, countenanced the meanness, and at their instigation a blacklist was made out in every town and village through which the American army had occasion to pass. Let the minister, Señoro, make answer to this accusation. I was musing on this disagreeable theme after my return from the Cerro, and endeavoring to sketch out some plan for the safety of my betrothed during my absence, but my thoughts proved barren. With a sort of faint hope that the villain Ijurra might yet fall into our hands, I had dispatched Hollingsworth, nothing loath for the duty, with a party of rangers upon his trail, and I was impatiently awaiting their return. The voice of Wheatley aroused me from my reverie. "Well, Lieutenant, what is it?" "Only that precious boy," answered he, with a significant smile, at the same time ushering Cyprio into the room. The lad carried a note, which I opened. A green sprig of juniper was enclosed, and the simple word "Tuya" was written in pencil. I knew the symbol well. The juniper is Tuya in the most beautiful of tongues, and Tuya, from a lady, signifies yours. Anything more? I asked of the messenger. "Nothing, Señor Capitan," answered the intelligent boy. "Only to inquire if you had arrived safe." She had been anxious, then. I separated the branchlet into 2 equal parts. One I placed in my bosom, the other, having fervently kissed, I enclosed in a folded sheet upon which I wrote the words, "Tuyo, tuyo, hasta la muerte." Cyprio bore back my parting message. At midnight, Hollingsworth and his party came in from the scout. Nothing had been seen of the Guerrilla. End of chapter 51. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 52 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Route. It was a struggle between Aurora and the moon, which of them should rule the sky, when our bugle rang its clear reveille, rousing the rangers from their slumber and startling their steeds at the stall. The goddess of morning soon triumphed, and under her soft blue light, men and horses could be seen moving about until the bugle again sounded. This time, to boot and saddle, and the rangers began to form in the piazza and prepare for the route. A single wagon, with its white tilt and long team of mules already hitched up, stood near the center of the square. It constituted the whole baggage train of the corps, and served as an ambulance for our invalids. Both baggage and sick had been safely stowed, and the vehicle was ready for the road. The bugler, already in his saddle, awaited orders to sound the forward. I had climbed to my favorite smoking room, the azotea. Perhaps it was the last time I should ever set foot on those painted tiles. My eyes wandered over the piazza, though I little heeded what was passing there. Only the salient points of the picture were noted by me. Steeds under saddle and bridle, men buckling on folded blankets, holsters, and valises, a few already in the saddle, a few more standing by the heads of their horses, and still another few grouped round the door of the pulperia, having a last drink of mezcal or catalan with their swarthy Mexican acquaintances. Here and there, in front of some adobe hut, might be observed a more tender leave-taking. The ranger fully equipped, with arms, haversack, and canteen, leaning against the heavy bars of a window, his face turned inward, as though he was talking to some prisoner through the grating of the jail. But he is himself the real captive, ensnared during his short sojourn, and still held in chains by the olive-skinned poblana, whose dark liquid eyes may be seen on the other side of the reja, flashing with love, or melting with sad tenderness at the prospect of parting. Others, again, are bidding their adios in retired corners, under the shadow of the church walls, or in groups of 4 or 5 more openly in the piazza itself. Early as is the hour, the people have all arisen, and not a few of the brown, rebosca-clad, short-skirted wenches are already on their way, jarro on crown, to the fountain. There the pitchers are filled, and lifted on their heads, perhaps for the last time, by the rangers, who perform the office with all the rude grace in their power. Then follows a profusion of smiles and bows, and a dialogue, on the ranger's part, extending to the whole of his Spanish, which consists of the phrase, "Mucho bueno, muchacha." The usual reply, accompanied with a display of pretty white teeth, is, "Mucho bueno, caballero, mucho bueno, tejano," given in like ungrammatical phrase, in order that it may be intelligible to the person to whom it is addressed. I have often been surprised at the success of my great uncouth followers with these petite, dark-eyed damsels of Anahuac. But, indeed, many of the rangers are not bad-looking men. On the contrary, they are handsome fellows among them, if they were only put into clean shirts and a little more closely shaven. But woman's eye is keen-sighted in such matters. She easily penetrates through the disguise of dust, the bronze of suntan, and the shaggy mask of an ill-kept beard, and no eye is quicker in this respect than that of the fair Mexicana. In the big, apparently rude individual, called a ranger, she beholds a type of strength and courage, a heart that can cherish, and an arm that can protect her. These are qualities that, from all time, have won the love of a woman. It is evident they are not all friends whom we are leaving behind us. Hostile faces may be observed, many of them peering from open doors or windows. Here and there a sulky lepero swings about in his blanket, or cowers by the corner of the street, scowling savagely from under his broad-brimmed hat. Most of this class are absent, as long since ascertained with the guerrilla, but a few still remain to give shadow to the picture. They regard the approaches towards their women with ill-concealed anger, and would resent this politeness if they dared. They confine the exhibition of their spite to the dastardly meanness of ill-treating the women themselves, whenever they have opportunity. No later than the night before, one of them was detected in beating his sweetheart or mistress for the crime, as was alleged, of dallying too long in the company of a Tejano. The Tejano in this case took the law into his own hands and severely chastised the jealous pelado. Even in the hurried glance which I gave to these scenes of leave-taking, I could not help noticing an expression on the faces of some of the young girls that had in it a strange significance. It was something more than sadness. It was more like the uneasy look that betokens apprehension. Perhaps the state of mind I was in magnified my perceptions. At that moment, a struggle was passing in my own breast, and a feeling of irresolution lay heavy upon me. All night long had my mind dwelt upon the same thought, the danger that menaced my betrothed. All night long I had occupied my plans to avert it, but no reasonable scheme had I succeeded in devising. It is true the danger was only hypothetical and undefined, but it was just the supposititious indefiniteness that caused the difficulty in providing against it. Had it assumed a tangible shape, I might more easily have adopted some means of avoiding it. But no, it remained a shadow, and against a shadow I knew not what precautions to take. When morning broke, I was still struggling under the same nervous indecision. Problematical as was the peril my fancy had formed, there were moments when it appalled me, moments when my mind labored under the painful presentiment, and I could not cast the load by any act of volition. With all my philosophy, I could not fortify myself against the belief that coming events cast their shadows before, and, spite of myself, I kept repeating in thought the weird prophetic words. Upon my soul, certainly, there were shadows, and dark ones. If the events should have any correspondence with them, then there was misery before me. I have termed the danger in which Isolina was placed indefinite. It was not so indefinite after a fair analysis. It was directly traceable to the presence of Rafael y Jura. True, there were other sources of apprehension. Other perils surrounded her, arising from the disturbed state of the country, but these did not point at her in particular. That frontier province had been for years in a distracted condition, by revolution or Indian invasion, and war was no new thing to its people. In the midst of strife had this fair flower grown into perfect blooming, without having been either crushed or trodden upon. Isolina de Vargas was a woman of sufficient spirit to resist insult and cast off intrusion. I had just had proof of this. Under ordinary circumstances, I had no fear that she would be unequal to the emergency. But the circumstances in which she now stood were not of that character. They were extraordinary, and that to extreme degree. In addition to the light thrown upon Ihura's designs by his own menacing confession, I knew other particulars of him. Hollingsworth had helped me to a knowledge of this bad man, and this knowledge it was that rendered me apprehensive. From a nature so base and brutal, it was natural I should dread the worst. But what could I do? I might have thrown up my commission and remained upon the spot, but this had been worse than idle. I could not have protected myself, much less another. The rangers once gone from the place, my life would have been safe there for a single hour. Only one plan suggested itself that had the semblance of feasibility: to seek another interview with Isolina, her father as well, and adjure them to remove at once from the scene of danger. They might proceed to San Antonio de Bexar, where, far removed from hostile ground, they could live in safety till the war should be ended. It was only at the last moment that this happy idea came into my head, and I reviled myself that I had not conceived it sooner. The chief difficulty would lie in the opposition of Don Ramon. I knew that he was aware of the friendship that existed between his daughter and myself, and, Furthermore, that he had opposed no obstacle to it. But how could I convince him of the necessity for so sudden an expatriation as the one I was about to propose? How should I persuade him of the peril I myself dreaded, and from such a source? Another difficulty I might encounter, in the proud spirit of Isolina herself. Much did I fear she would never consent to be thus driven from her home, and by such a poltroon as she knew her cousin to be. She had cowed and conquered him but the day before. She feared him not. She would not be likely to partake of my painful apprehensions. My counsel might be disregarded, my motives misconstrued. The time, too, was unfavorable. We must be on the march by sunrise, so ran our orders, and already the day was breaking. I cared not much for this. I could easily have overtaken my troop, but it was a delicate matter that could only be excused by a certain knowledge of danger. To awake a gentleman's family at such an hour, even for the purpose of warning them. Moreover, should my advice prove fruitless, I reflected that my visit, which could not be made in secret, might aid in bringing about the very danger I apprehended. A circumstance so extraordinary could not fail to be noticed by all. It was thus that I was held in irresolution while my troop was forming for the march. At the last moment, thanks to the thoughtful Hollingsworth, a compromise offered. He suggested that I should send my advice in writing. In that, I could be as explicit as I pleased, and bring before my protégés all the arguments I might be able to adduce, perhaps more successfully than if argued by a personal appeal. My comrade's suggestion was adopted, and in haste, but with a fervor resulting from my fears, I penned the admonitory epistle. A trusty messenger was found in one of the Anjanquiados, who promised, as soon as the family should be stirring, to carry the letter to its destination. With my heart somewhat relieved of this load, though still far from light, I gave the order to march. The bugle rang loud and clear, and its cheerful notes, as I sprang into the saddle, combined with the inspiration borrowed from my buoyant steed, produced a soothing effect upon my spirits. End of Chapter 52. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 53 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Camp Gossip. It was but a short-lived light, a passing gleam, and soon again fell the shadow, dark as ever. Strive as I might, I could not cast the load that weighed upon my bosom. Reason as I would, I could not account for its heaviness. It was natural that a parting like ours should produce pain, and misgivings as to the future. My life was to be staked in the lottery of war. I might fall on the field of fight. I might perish by camp pestilence, a foe that in campaign kills more soldiers than sword or shot. The many perils of flood and field were before me, and it was natural I should regard the future with a degree of doubtfulness. But it was not the contemplation of all these dangers that filled me with such a terrible foreboding. Strange to say, I had a forecast that I should survive them. It was almost a conviction, yet it failed to comfort me, for it comprehended not the safety of Isolina. No, but the contrary. Along with it came the presentiment that we should never meet again. Once or twice, as this dread feeling became most acute, I reined up my horse, half resolved to gallop back. But again the wild idea passed from me, and I continued irresolutely on. Something of prudence, too, now restrained me from returning. It would no longer have been safe to go back to the rancheria. As we issued from the piazza, we could hear distant jeering, and cries of "Mueran los Tejanos." It was with difficulty I could restrain the rangers from turning to take vengeance. One, the worse for mezcal, had loitered behind, under the influence of the drink, fancying himself secure. Him the peleados had bonneted, and otherwise maltreated. They would have murdered him outright, but that some of them, more prudent than their fellows, had counseled the mob to let him go, alleging that the Tejanos were yet too near, and might come back. Again I had strife with my men. They would have returned and fired the place, had I permitted them. Fortunately, he who had been ill-treated was a good-for-nothing fellow, scarcely worth the sympathy of his comrades, and I was well satisfied at his having received a lesson. It might be useful, and was much needed, for straggling was one of the ranger crimes most difficult to cure. Along the road we saw signs of the guerrilla. Shots were fired at us from a hill, but a party sent to the place encountered no one. Horse tracks were observed, and once a brace of mounted men were seen galloping away over a distant slope. It might be the band of Ihurra, and doubtless it was so, but we fancied at the time that Canales himself was near, and as an encounter with his large and well-organized force would be a very different affair from the skirmish with the other, we felt the necessity of advancing with caution. The prospect of a fight with this noted partisan created quite an excitement in the ranks. To have captured Canales, the Chapparal fox as the Texans termed him, or to have made conquest of his band, would have been esteemed a great feat of consequence, only inferior in importance to a pitched battle or the taking of Game Leg, Santa Anna himself. I confess that to me the idea of measuring strength with the famed guerrillero was at that moment rife with charms, and the excitement derived from the hope of meeting him for a while abstracted my mind from its painful bodings. But we reached the town without seeing aught from Chapparal Fox. It was not likely that he was on our road, or if so, he took care not to show himself. Canales fought not for glory alone, and the rangers were not the foes that he cared to encounter. Rich baggage trains were the game he was used to hunt, and our solitary company wagon, filled with frying pans, camp kettles, sick soldiers, and tattered blankets, half alive with those charming little insects of the genera Pules and Pedicules, had no attractions for the gallant guerrillero. On reaching the town, we were surprised to find that the division had not yet moved. It was to have marched on that morning, but a countermand had arrived from headquarters, delaying the movement for some days, perhaps a week. This was rare news to me, and as soon as I heard it, my mind became occupied with projects and anticipations of the pleasant nature. I had hoped that we should be sent back to the rancheria, but alas, no, our orders were to remain with the division. As every available building was occupied by troops, the rangers, as usual, were treated as outsiders, and compelled to take to the grass. Half a mile from the town, a spot was shown us for our camp. It was on the banks of a pretty rivulet, and there, having picketed our steeds, stretched our canvas to the sun, and washed the dust from our faces, we made ourselves at home. I did not remain long by the camp. As soon as the tents were fairly pitched, I left them, and walked back into the town, partly to get more definite information as to the future movements of the army, and partly with the design of indulging a little of the social feeling. I had some old comrades among the different regiments of the division, and, after such a long spell of rustication, I was not indisposed to refresh my spirit by the renewal of former fellowships. At headquarters, I learned definitely that we should not mark for a week at least. So far good, and after hearing this, I proceeded to the fonda, the rendezvous of all the jovial spirits of the army. Here I encountered the friends of whom I was in search, and for a short while I found respite from the thoughts that had been harrowing me. I soon gathered the current camp gossip, and learned who were the newspaper heroes of the hour, over many of whose names my friends and I could not restrain either our satire or laughter. It appeared that the men of deeds were scarcely known beyond the limits of the army itself, while others, who in the field of battle had actually played the poltroon, had at home become household words in the mouths of the people. One general, whom I myself saw hiding in a ditch daring the rage of battle, was the theme of speech, sentiment, and song. The newspapers were filled with praises, and the windows with pictures of a gallant dragoon officer who had somehow obtained the credit of capturing a certain battery. My rangers cried "Bah!" when I told them this. They themselves were the men who had first galloped over those Mexican guns. Keeping an editor in pay was a standing sarcasm applicable to more than one of our generals, and the army correspondent, taking advantage of this pruriency for fame, lived well and swaggered in proportional importance. Ah, glory! What sacrifices men make for thee upon the shrine of conscience! For my part, I do not think I could feel happy under the credit of a feat I have not performed. Surely the consciousness of having done a deed is of itself a sufficient reward? He is but an unhappy hero who is not a hero himself. Pleasanter gossip I heard about the relations existing between our troops and the people of the town. Many of the inhabitants had grown quite friendly in consequence of our excellent behavior towards them. Our conduct was compared with that which they had lately experienced at the hands of their own army. The latter was in the habit of seizing property at pleasure, on pretense of using it for defense of the state. We, on the contrary, paid for everything, round prices too, in bright American dollars. The ricos and merchants preferred this system, and had no objections to making it permanent. Outrages were few on the part of our soldiery, and severely punished by the general. Our enemies contrasted the modest bearing of the American soldier with the conceited strut and insolent swagger of their own gold-bedizened militarios, who were wont on all occasions to take the wall of them. It was only outside the line, between stragglers and leperos, that the retaliation system was carried on so fiercely. Within the walls, everything was order, with the mildness too rare under martial law. Private property was strictly regarded, and private dwellings were not occupied by our troops. Even the officers were not billeted in private houses, and many of them had to make shift in rather uncomfortable quarters, while most of the soldiers lived under canvas. This state of things was scarcely satisfactory to the troops, and some grumbling was heard. There was no complaint, however, from the Mexicans, who seemed rather astonished at so much forbearance on the part of their conquerors. I doubt whether, in the whole history of war, can be found a conquest characterized by equal mildness and humanity with the second conquest of Mexico. It was principally for this reason the people had grown so well affected towards us. But there was another reason, perhaps, not less potent. From the extensive operations we were now about to undertake, they saw that we meant war in earnest, and the belief had become general that a large annexation was to follow, that perhaps the whole valley of the Rio Grande would become American territory. It was but human nature in them to do homage to the rising sun. The ricos were better disposed towards us than the common people, but this enigma is easily explained. The latter were more patriotic, that is, more ready to fight for native tyranny than accept freedom from a foreign land. 'Tis so in all lands. In the event of a war in England, the black slave of Carolina would rage himself by the side of his master and prove the bitterest foe to the enemies, not of his freedom, but of his country. The familias principales of Mexico had good reasons for being friendly to us. They had a stake to lose, which, under their own government, had been ill guarded for them. No wonder they should desire to come under the broad protecting wings of the northern eagle. I found that another species of annexation had been going on during my absence. One of our officers had become annexed to a wealthy señorita of the place, and the marriage ceremony had been performed with great pomp and splendor. Another was talked of as being fiancé, and it was expected that the example would find numerous imitators. I need not say that I was much interested by these novedades, and I returned with lighter heart to the ranger camp. Chapter 53. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 54 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Ruined Rancho. The pleasant excitement caused by the visit to my old comrades was soon over, and having nothing to do but lounge about my tent, I became again the victim of the same painful bodings. I could not shake them off. Subtle and mysterious is the spirit world within us. Certainly does it seem to have prescience of the future. Is it an electric chain connecting what is with what is to be? Or is it the second sight of instinct? Certainly there are times when something within whispers a warning, as, in the physical world, God's wild creatures are warned from without of the earthquake and the storm. How often do we experience the realization of the portentous dreams? Why should not the waking soul have also its moments of clairvoyance? As I lay stretched upon my leathern catre, I gave way to such reflections. I soon succeeded in reasoning myself into a full belief in foreknowledge, and my apprehensions were proportionately strengthened. But I had conceived a design, and the prospect of putting it in execution somewhat relieved me from the heaviness I had hitherto felt. My new project was to take a score of my best men, to ride back the road we had come, place the party in ambush near the hacienda, while I alone should enter the house, and further urge the counsels I had committed to writing. If I should find that these had already been followed, so much the better. I should be assured and return content. But I felt almost certain that Don Ramon had rejected them. At all events, I was determined to know the truth, determined, moreover, to gratify my longing for one more interview with my beloved. I had warned the men and fixed the hour, as soon as it was dark enough to conceal our departure from the camp. I had 2 reasons for not starting earlier. First, because I did not wish this private scouting to be known at headquarters. It is true that in such matters we rangers had the advantage of regular troops. Though belonging to the division, our duty was usually detached from it, and we were rarely missed when absent. There was thus a sort of pleasant independence in my command, which I, for one, fully appreciated. For all that, I did not desire the whole world to know of an expedition like the one projected. My second motive for going in the night was simple prudence. I dared not take the whole of my command along with me without permission from headquarters. The absence of the corps without leave would certainly be noticed, even were it but for a few hours, and with the smaller party I intended to take, caution would be requisite. Should we move along the road before it was deserted, some swift messenger might carry the tidings in avant, and get us into trouble. I designed to start at the earliest hour of darkness, so that I might not alarm the hacienda by a midnight visit. An hour and a half of constant riding would bring me to its gate. At the last moment of twilight we leaped into our saddles and rode silently into the Chapparal that skirted the camp. After filing for some distance through the narrow path, we debouched upon the upriver road, the same that conducted to the rancheria. The trappers, Rube and Gary, acting as scouts, went forward in advance. They were on foot, their horses remaining behind with the party. It was a mode of march I had adopted after some experience in bushfighting. The scouts of a marching force should always go on foot, whether the main body be dragoons or infantry. In this matter, they can take advantage of the ground, and by keeping under cover of the timber, are enabled to reconnoiter the angles of the road in a much safer way than when on horseback. The great danger to a scout, and consequently to the party for which he is acting, lies in his being first seen, and the risk is greater when he is mounted. The horse cannot be drawn under cover without an effort, and the sound of a hoof may be heard. whereas, in 9 cases out of 10, a man on foot, that is, such a man as either Rube Rawlings or Bill Gary, will discover the enemy before he is himself seen, or any ambuscade can be attempted. Of course, the scout should never advance beyond the possibility of retreating upon the party he is guiding. With full confidence in the men who had been sent forward, we rode on, timing our pace so as not to overtake them. Now and then we caught a glimpse of them at the further end of the long stretch, skirting the bushes or stooping behind cover to reconnoiter the road in advance. To our chagrin, in the morning moonlight, we could distinguish their forms at a great distance. We should have preferred a darker night. The road we were traveling upon was entirely without habitations. Most of it ran through light Chapparal forest, with neither clearing nor homestead. One solitary rancho stood at about equal distances between the town and the rancheria, and was known amongst the rangers by the familiar sobriquet of the halfway house. It was a poor hovel of yucca, with a small patch around that had once grown yams, chili pepper, and a stock of maize for whoever had tilled it. But the occupants of the little rancho had long since disappeared. The prowling soldier-robber from the camp had paid it many a visit, and its household gods lay broken upon the hearth. The tortilla stone and comal, red earthen ollas, calabash cups, bedsteads and benches of the caña vaquera, a whirligig spindle, an old stringless jaranda or balbodon, with other like effects, lay in fragments upon the floor. Mingling with these were cheap-colored woodprints of saints and Savior that had been dragged from the walls, and with the torn leaves of an old Spanish missa trampled in dust and dishonor. I paint this tableau of ruin not that it was in any way connected with the events of our narrative, but that it had strangely affected me. On the day before, as we rode past, I had halted a moment by the rancho, and contemplated the scene with a feeling of melancholy that amounted almost to sadness. Little thought I that a still sadder spectacle awaited me in the same spot. We had approached within less than half a mile of the ruined house, when a strange medley of sounds reached our ears. Human voices they were, and borne upon the light breeze we could distinguish them to be the voices of women. Occasionally harsher tones were heard mingling in the murmur, but most of them had the soft, rich intonation that distinguishes the female voice. We all drew bridle and listened. The sounds continued in the same confused chorus, but there was neither song nor joy in the accents. On the contrary, the night wind carried upon its wings the voices of lamentation and wailing. "There are women in trouble," remarked one of my followers in a suggestive tone. The remark caused all of us simultaneously to ply the spur and ride forward. Before he had galloped a dozen lengths, a man appeared coming from the opposite direction, and advancing rapidly up the middle of the road. I saw it was the scout Guerrilla, and, once more reined up, we awaited his approach. I was at the head of the little troop, and as the trapper drew near I could see his face full under the light of the moon. Its expression was ominous of evil tidings. He spoke not until he had laid his hand upon the pommel of my saddle, and then, only in a subdued and saddened tone, his words were, "There's ugly news, Captain. Oh, the terrible foreboding!" "News, ill news," I stammered out. "What, for heaven's sake? Speak, Gary." "They've been playing the devil at the ranchery. Them ruffians have behaved worse than Injuns would have done. But ride forward, Captain, and see for yourself. The women are closest by here in the shoddy. Rube's a-trying to pacify them, poor critters." Oh, the terrible foreboding! I made no response to Gary's last speech, but rode forward as fast as my horse could carry me. A brace of minutes brought me up to the rancho, and there I beheld a spectacle that caused the blood to curdle in my veins. End of Chapter 54. Read by Daniel. Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 55 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Cruel Proscription. The open space in front of the hovel was occupied by a group of women, most of them young girls. There were 6 or 7. I did not count them. There were 2 or 3 men, Mexicans, mixed up in the group. Rube was in their midst, endeavoring in his broken Spanish to give them consolation and assurance of safety. Poor victims. They needed both. The women were half naked, some of them simply en chemise. Their long black hair fell loosely over their shoulders, looking tossed, wet, and draggly. There was blood upon it. There was blood upon their cheeks in seams half dried but still dropping. The same horrid red mottled their necks and bosoms, and there was blood upon their hands that had wiped them. A red-brown blotch appeared upon the foreheads of all. In the moonlight, it looked as if the skin had been burnt. I rode closer to one and examined it. It was a brand, a fire stamp of red-hot iron. The skin around was scarlet, but in the midst of this halo of inflammation I could distinguish, from their darker hue, the outlines of the 2 letters I wore upon my button. The well-known U.S. She who was nearest me raised her hands, and tossing back from her cheeks the thick clustered hair, cried out, "Míralo, señor, mira!" O heaven! My flesh crept as I looked upon the source of that crimson hemorrhage. Her ears had been cut off. They were wanting. I needed no further uplifting of their hair to satisfy me that the others had been served in like manner. The red stream still trickling adown their necks was evidence enough. The men, too, had been similarly abused. 2 of them had suffered still further mutilation. They held up their right arms before my face, not their hands. There were no hands. I saw the hanging sleeve, the blood-steeped bandage on the stump. Their hands had been chopped off at the wrists. Horrid sight. Both men and women gathered around me, clasping my knees and uttering prayers and entreaties. No doubt most of them were known to me by sight, but their features were now unrecognizable. They had been the friends and sweethearts of the Corps, and my followers were already addressing them by name. The lovers of 1 or 2 were present, sadly embracing them. One appeared more richly costumed than the rest, and upon her my eyes had fallen as I first rode up. I almost dreaded to approach her, as she stood a little apart, but no, it could not be. She was not tall enough. Besides, the ruffians would not dare. "Your name, señorita?" "Conchita, señor, la hija del alcalde." The tears burst from her eyes, mingling with blood as they ran down her cheeks. Oh, that I too could have wept. Poor Wheatley, he was not with us. He had yet to receive the blow. It soon would fall. My heart was on fire, so were those of my followers. They swore and foamed at the mouth. Some drew pistols and knives, calling out to me to lead them. Never saw I men in such a frenzy of rage. The most cold-blooded among them seemed to have suddenly gone mad. I could scarcely restrain them till we should hear the tale. We guessed it already, but we needed some details to guide us in the execution of vengeance. It was told by many mouths, interrupting or confirming one another. One of the men was more coherent, Pedro, who used to sell mezcal to the troop. To him we listened. The substance of his story was as follows. Shortly after we left the rancheria, it was entered by the guerrilleros with cries of "Viva Santa Ana! Viva Mexico!" and "Death to the Yankees!" They commenced by breaking open the tiendas and drinking mezcal and whatever they could find. They were joined by the mob of the place, the leperos and others. Pedro noticed the heredero and matador taking a conspicuous part. There were many women in the mob, the mistresses of the guerrilleros, and others of the town. After drinking a while, they grew more excited. Then was heard the cry, "Mueran los ayaquiendos," and the crowd, scattered in different directions, entering the houses, shouting, "Sáquenlos afuera, mátenlos." The poor girls and all who had been friendly to the Americanos were dragged into the piazza amidst the oaths and execrations of the guerrilla, and hissings and hootings from the mob. They were spit upon, called by filthy names, pelted with mud and melon rinds, and then some of the crowd suggested that they should be marked, so that their friends the Tejanos should know them again. The suggestion was adopted, the women, more fiendish than the men, exciting the latter to the deed. Voices were heard calling to the blacksmith, "Traiga el fierro, traiga el fierro." Others cried out, "Sacan las orejas." The brutal blacksmith and butcher, both half-drunk, obeyed the call, willingly, Pedro alleged. The former used the branding iron, already prepared, while the latter performed his bloody office with the knife of his trade. Most of the guerrilleros wore masks. The leaders were all masked, and watched the proceedings from the roof of the alcalde's house. One Pedro knew in spite of his disguise. He knew him by his great size and red hair. It was the salteador, el Zorro. Others had guessed it, but he had no doubt it was the band of Don Rafael y Jura. Nor had we. Had they left the rancheria before Pedro and the others came away? Pedro thought not. He and the other victims, as soon as they got out of the hands of the mob, had fled to the Chapparal and were making for the American camp when met by our scouts. They were straggling along the road one after the other. Rube had detained them by the rancho till we should come up. Pedro feared that they were not all who had suffered, that there were other victims. The alcalde, he feared, had been worse than mutilated. He had been murdered. This last information the poor fellow imparted in a whisper, at the same time casting a sorrowful look towards Conchita. I had not the courage to inquire further. The question arose whether we should send back for more men, or wait till they arrived, or advance at once to the rancheria. The former was negatived with unanimous voice. We were strong enough, and Ventus was impatient. I was joyed by this decision. I could not have waited. The women were directed to continue on to the ranger camp. Pedro, mounted behind one of the men, should go with us. We needed him for purposes of identification. We were about to move forward when a figure appeared along the road in the direction we were going to take. On coming within sight of us, the figure was seen to skulk and hide in the bushes. Rube and Gary ran rapidly forward, and in a few minutes returned bringing with them a Mexican youth, another of the victims. He had left the scene of his suffering somewhat later than the rest. Was the guerrilla still in the place? No, they were gone from the village. Whither? Was the anxious interrogatory. They had taken the upriver road towards the hacienda de Vargas. They had passed the boy as he lay concealed among some magueys. He had heard their cries as they rushed past. What cries? They shouted, "Mueren al traidor y traidora, mueren al padre hija, y Solina la pite. O merciful God." End of chapter 55. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 56 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Bivouac of the Guerrilla. I stayed to hear no more, but drove the spur against the ribs of my horse till he sprang in full gallop along the road. Eager as were my men to follow, 'twas as much as they could do to keep up. We no longer thought of scouts or cautious marching. The trappers had mounted and were galloping with the rest. We thought only of time. We rode for the hacienda de Vargas, straight up the river. Although it was beyond the rancheria, we could reach it without passing through the latter, which lay some distance back from the stream. We could return to the village afterwards, but first for the hacienda. There I wished to arrive in the shortest time possible. The miles flew behind us, like the dust of the road. Oh, should we not be in time? I feared to calculate the length of the interval since the boy had heard the rabble rout. Was it more than an hour? 5 miles to the rancho, and he on foot. Had he traveled rapidly? Yes, here and there, but he had made a stop. Some men had passed him, and he had hidden in the bushes till they were out of sight. He had been more than an hour on the way, nearly 2, and 1 would be enough for the execution of the darkest deed. We should not arrive on time. There was no delay now. We were going at top speed and in silence, scarcely exchanging a word. Alone might be heard the clattering of hoofs, the chinking of bits, or the ringing of steel scabbards. Neither the slimy gutter nor the deep rut of carreta wheels stayed our advance. Our horses leaped over or went sweltering through them. In 5 minutes we came to the rinconada where the road forked, the left branch leading to the village. We saw no one and kept on by the right, the direct road to the hacienda. Another mile and we should reach the house. A quarter of that distance and we should come in sight of it. The trees alone hindered our view of its walls. On, on! What means that light? Is the sun rising in the west? Is the Chapparal on fire? Whence comes the yellow gleam, half intercepted by the trunks of the trees? It is not the moon. Ho! The hacienda is in flames! No, it cannot be. A house of stone, with scarcely enough timber to make a blaze. It cannot be that. It is not that. We emerge from the forest. The hacienda is before our eyes. Its white walls gleam under a yellow light, the light of a fire, but not of a conflagration. The house stands intact. A huge bonfire burns in front of the portal. It was this that caused the glare through the forest. We draw up and gaze upon it with surprise. We behold a huge pile, the material supplied from the household stock of dry faggots. A vast blaze drowning the pale moonshine. We can see the hacienda and all around it as distinctly as the light of day. For what purpose this holocaust of crackling acacias? Around the fire we behold many forms, living and moving. There are men, women, dogs, and saddled horses. Huge joints are roasting over the red coals, and others, roasted, are being greedily eaten. Are they savages who surround the blazing pile? No, we can see their faces with full distinctness, the white skins and black beards of the men, the cotton garments of the women. We can see sombreros and serapes, cloth cloaks and calzoneros of velveteen, sashes and sabres. We can distinguish their voices as they shout, sing, and carouse. We note their lascivious movements in the national dance, the fandango. No Indians they. 'Tis the bivouac of the guerrilleros, the ruffians for whom we are in search. Oh, that I had listened to the voice of prudence and adopted the strategy of a surround! But my blood was boiling, and I feared to lose even a moment of time, lest we might be too late. But 1 or 2 of my followers counseled delay, and as the event proved, they were the wisest. The rest, like myself, were impatient for action. The word was given, and like hounds, fresh loosed from the leash, we rushed forward with charging cheer. It was the madness of fools. We knew our enemy, the horse Texan. Hurrah! It had been shouted to terrify them when there was no need. They would never have stood ground. The shout warned them, causing them to scatter like a herd of deer. The steep hill proved too heavy for our horses, and before we could reach its summit, the main body of the guerrilla had mounted and scampered off into the darkness. 6 of them fell to our shots, and as many more, with their she associates, remained prisoners in our hands. But as usual, that subtle coward had contrived to escape. Pursuit was idle. They had taken to the dark woods beyond the hill. I thought not of pursuit. My mind was bent on a far different purpose. I rode into the patio. The court was lit up by the glare of the fire. It presented a picture of ruin. Rich furniture was scattered about in the veranda and over the pavement, broken or tumbled down. I called her name, the name of Don Ramon. Loudly and earnestly did I raise my voice, but echo gave the only reply. I dismounted and rushed into the veranda, still vociferating and still without receiving a response. I hurried from room to room, from cuarto to sala, from sola to saguan, up to the azotea, everywhere, even to the capilla in the rear. The moonbeams gleamed upon the altar, but no human form was there. The whole house was deserted. The domestics, even the women of the cocina, had disappeared. My horse and I seemed the only living things within those walls, for my followers had remained outside with their prisoners. A sudden hope gleamed across my heart. Perhaps they had taken my counsel and gone off before the mob appeared. Heaven grant it might be so. I rushed out to question the captives. They should know, both men and women. They could certainly tell me. A glance showed me I was too late to receive information from the men. A large pecan tree stood at one corner of the building. A firelight glared upon it. From its branches hung 6 human forms with drooping heads and feet far from the earth. They had just ceased to live. One told me that the heredero was among them, and also the cruel matador. Pedro had identified both. The others were pelaos of the town who had borne part in the affair that day. Their judges had made quick work, and equally quick had been the ceremony of execution. Lasos had been reeved over the limbs of the pecan, and with these all 6 had been jerked up without shrift or prayer. It was not revenge for which I panted. I turned to the women. Many of these had made off, but there were still a dozen or more in the hands of the men. They looked haggard with drink, some sullen, and some terrified. They had reason to be afraid. In answer to my question, they shook their heads, but gave me no information. Some remained doggedly silent. Others denied all knowledge of Don Ramon or his daughter. Threats had no effect. They either knew not, or feared to tell what had befallen them. Oh heaven, could it be the latter? I was turning away, angered and despairing, when my eyes fell upon a figure that seemed to skulk under the shadow of the walls. A shout of joy escaped me as I recognized the boy Ciprio, just emerging from his place of concealment. "Ciprio!" I cried. "Si, señores," answered he, advancing rapidly to where I stood. "Tell me, Ciprio, where are they gone? Where? Caray, señores! These bad men have carried the dueño away, I do not know whither. The señora! Oh, caballero, es una cosa espantosa! Quick! Tell me all, quickly, Ciprio! Señores, there came men with black masks who broke into the house and carried off the master. Then they dragged out Doña Isolina into the patio. Ay de mí, I cannot tell you what they did before. Pobre señorita! There was blood running down her neck and over her breast. She was not dressed, and I could see it. Some went to the caballeria, and led out the white horse, the steed that was brought from the llanos. Upon his back they bound Doña Isolina. Válgame Dios, such a sight! Go on. Then, señores, they led the horse across the river and out to the plain beyond. All went along to see the sport, as they said, ay de mí. Such sport! I did not go, for they beat and threatened to kill me. But I saw all from the hilltop, where I had hidden myself in the bushes. Oh, Santísima Maria! Go on. Then, señores, they struck cohetes in the hips of the horse and set them on fire, and pulled off the bridle, and the steed went off, with fire rockets after him, and Doña Isolina tied down upon his back. Pobre señorita! I could see the horse till he was far, far away up the llano, and then I could see him no more. Dios de mi alma, la niña está perdida. Some water! Rube, Gary, friends, water! I made an attempt to reach the fountain in the patio, but after staggering dizzily a pace or two, my strength failed me, and I fell fainting to the earth. End of Chapter 56. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 57 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Taking the Trail. I had merely swooned. My nerves and frame were still weak from the bloodletting I had received in the combat of yesterday. The shock of the horrid news was too much for my powers of endurance. I was insensible only for a short while. The cold water revived me. When consciousness returned, I was by the fountain, my back leaning against its parapet edge. Rube, Gary, and others were around me. From my dripping garments, I perceived that they had doused me, and one was pouring a fiery spirit down my throat. There were men on horseback who had ridden onto the patio, the iron hooves causing the court to ring. They were rangers, but not those who had left camp in my company. Some had arrived since, and others were still galloping up. The girls had reached the ranger camp and told their tale. The men had not waited for orders, or even for one another, but rushing to their horses, took the road in twos and threes. Every moment a horseman, or several together, came riding forward in hot haste, carrying their rifles as if ready for action, and uttering loud cries of indignation. Wheatley had arrived among the foremost. Poor fellow! His habitual buoyancy had departed. The gay smile was gone from his lips. His eyes were on fire, and his teeth set in a stern expression of heart-consuming vengeance. Amidst the hoarse shouting of the men, I heard screaming in the shriller voices of women. It came from without. I rose hastily and ran towards the spot. I saw several of the wretched captives stripped to the waist, and men in the act of flogging them with mute quirts and pieces of raw-hide rope. I had feared it was worse. I had feared that their captors were inflicting upon them a retaliation in kind. But no, angry as were my followers, they had not proceeded to such a fiendish extremity. It required all the authority of a command to put an end to the distressing spectacle. They desisted at length, and the screeching and affrighted wretches were permitted to take themselves away, all disappearing rapidly beyond the light of the fire. At this crisis a shout was raised, "To the rancheria! To the rancheria!" And instantly a party with Wheatley and Hollingsworth at its head rode off for the village. Pedro went along with them. I waited not for their return. I had formed a plan of action for myself that would admit of no delay in its execution. At first, stunned by the blow and the distraction of my swooning senses, I had not been able to think. As soon as the confusion passed, and I could reflect more clearly, the course I ought to pursue was at once apparent. Vengeance I had felt as the first impulse, and a strong desire to follow up the fiend Ihura, night and day to follow him, though the pursuit should lead me into the heart of the hostile ground. This was but a momentary impulse. Vengeance must be stifled for the time. A path was to be taken that widely diverged from that of the retreating guerrilla, the trail of the white steed. Mounting Cyprio and choosing from my band half a dozen of the best trackers was the work of the moment. In another, we were in the saddle, and descending the hill we plunged rapidly through the stream, crossing the skirting timber, and soon rode out upon the open prairie. Under Cyprio's guidance, we found the spot desecrated by that cruel display. The ground was trampled by many hooves, fragments of paper, powder blackened, broken rocket sticks, and half-burnt fuses strewed the sward. The pyrotechnic relique of the fiendish spectacle. We halted not there. By the aid of our guide in the moonlight, we rode clear of the confusion, and taking up the trail of the horse, struck off upon it, and were soon far out upon the prairie. For more than a mile we advanced at a gallop. Time was everything. Trusting to the intelligence of the Mexican boy, we scarcely scrutinized the track, but made directly for the point where the horse had been last seen. Cyprio's information did not deceive us. A motte of timber had served him as a mark. The steed had passed close to its edge. Beyond it, he had seen him no more, and the boy was sent back. Beyond it, we found the tracks easily recognizable by Rube, Gary, and myself. There was a peculiarity by which we were prevented from mistaking them. 3 of the prints were clearly cut in the turf. almost perfect circles. The curve of the fourth, of the off 4 foot, was interrupted by a slight indentation where a piece had been broken off the hoof. It had been done in that terrible leap upon the rocky bed of the barranca. Taking the trail again, we kept on, now advancing at a slower pace and with a greater degree of caution. Late rain had moistened the prairie turf, and we could perceive the racks without dismounting. At intervals, there were stretches of drier surface where the hoof had scarcely left its impression. In such places, one leaped from the saddle and led the way on foot. Rube or Gary usually performed this office, and so rapidly did they move along the trail that our horses were seldom in walk. With bodies half bent and eyes gliding along the ground, they pressed forward like hounds running by the scent. But, unlike these, the trackers made no noise. Not a word was spoken by anyone. I had no list for speech. My agony was too intense for utterance. With Cyprio I had conversed upon the harrowing theme, and that only at starting. From him I had gathered further details. No doubt the matador had performed his office. Oh God! Without ears! Cyprio had seen blood. It was streaming adown her neck and over her bosom. Her slight garments were stained red with it. He knew not whence it came, or why she was bleeding. He was not present when that blood had been drawn. It was in her chamber, he thought. She was bleeding when the ruffians dragged her forth. Belike, too, the heredero had done his work. Cyprio had seen the blacksmith, but not the fierro. He heard they had branded some at the piazza, among others the daughter of the alcalde, poor Conchita. He did not see them brand the Doña Isolina. The ruffian deed might have been accomplished for all that. There was plenty of time while the boy lay hid, or before she had been dragged from her chamber. How was she placed upon the horse? Despite my heart's bitterness, as I put these interrogatories, I could not help thinking of the Cossack legend. The famed classic picture came vividly before my mind. Wide was the distance between the Ukraine and the Rio Bravo. Had the monsters who reenacted this scene on the banks of the Mexican River, had these ever heard of Mazepa? Possibly their leader had, but it was still more probable that the fiendish thought was original. The fashion, at least, was. Cyprio had seen and described it. She was laid longitudinally upon the back of the steed, her head resting upon the point of his shoulder. Her face was downward, her cheeks touching the withers. Her arms embraced the neck, and her wrists were made fast under the animal's throat. Her body was held in position by means of a belt around her waist, attached to the surcingle of the horse, both tightly buckled. In addition to this, her ankles, bound together by a thong, were fastened to the cou, and her feet projecting beyond the hips. I groaned as I listened to the details. The ligature was perfect, cruelly complete. There was no hope that such fastenings would give way. Those thongs of raw hide would not come undone. Horse and rider could never part from that unwilling embrace. Never, till hunger, thirst, death, no, not even death could part them. Oh, horror! Not without groans could I contemplate the hideous fate of my betrothed, of her whose love had become my life. I left the tracking to my comrades, and my horse to follow after. I rode with loose rein and my head drooping forward. I scarcely gave thought to design. My heart was well nigh broken. End of chapter 57. Read by Daniel. Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 58 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Voyageur. We had not gone far when someone closed up behind me and muttered a word of cheer. I recognized the friendly voice of the big trapper. "Don't be afraid, Captain," said he in a tone of encouragement. Don't be afraid. Rube and me'll find him afore that's any harm's done. I don't believe the white horses'll gallop far, knowing that somebody's on his back. It wore them gimcracks that stopped him off. When they burn out, they'll come to a dead halt, and then... And then, I inquired mechanically, we'll get up, and your black'll be able to overhaul him in a jump or two. I began to feel hope. It was but a momentary gleam, and died out in the next instant. If the moon'd only hold out, continued Gary, with an emphasis on denoting doubt. Rot the moon, said a voice interrupting him. She's a-gonna give out. Wah! It was Rube who had uttered the unpleasant prognostication, in a peevish but positive tone. All eyes were turned upward. The moon, round and white, was sailing through the cloudless sky and almost in the zenith. How then was she to give out? She was near the full, and could not set before morning. What did Rube mean? The question was put to him. Look yonder, said he in reply. Sees that there black line down there on the prairie? There appeared a dark streak along the horizon to the eastward. Yes, we saw it. Well, continued Rube, there's no timber there, nor stick, nor high ground there. Therefore, that's your cloud. I seed the likes afore. Wait a bit, why, in just 10 minutes the dern thing'll cover up the moon and make that putty blue sky look as black as a hide of an African nigger. It will. I'm afraid he's right, Captain, said Gary in a desponding tone. I wore doubtful of her myself. The sky looked too near. I didn't like it a bit. There's always a change when things are better in common. I needed not to inquire the consequences, should Rube's prediction prove correct. That was evident to all of us. The moon once obscured by clouds, our progress would be arrested. Even a horse could not be tracked in the darkness. We were not long in suspense. Again the foresight of the old trapper proved unerring. Cumuli rolled up the sky one after another until their black masses shrouded the moon. At first they came only in detached clouds, and there was light at intervals, but these were only the advanced columns of a heavier body that soon after appeared, and without a break spread itself pall-like over the firmament. The moon's disk became entirely hidden from our view. Her scattered beams died out, and the prairie lay dark as if shadowed by an eclipse. We could follow the trail no further. The ground itself was not visible, much less the hoofprints we had been tracing. And halting simultaneously, we drew our horses together and sat in our saddles to deliberate upon what was best to be done. The consultation was a short one. They who formed the little party were all men of prairie or backwoods experience, and well versed in the ways of the wilderness. It took them but little time to decide what course should be followed, and they were unanimous in their opinion. Should the sky continue clouded, we must give up the pursuit till morning, or adopt the only alternative, follow the trail by torchlight. Of course, the latter was determined upon. It was yet early in the night. Many hours must intervene before we should have the light of day. I could not live through those long hours without action. Even though our progress might be slow, the knowledge that we were advancing would help to stifle the painfulness of reflection. A torch! A torch! Where was such a thing to be procured? We had with us no material with which to make one. There was no timber near. We were in the middle of a naked prairie, the universal mesquite, the algar obia glandulosa, excellent for such a purpose, grew nowhere in the neighborhood. Who was to find the torch? Even Rube's ingenuity could not make one out of nothing. "Écoutez, mon capitaine," cried Leblanc, an old voyageur. "Écoutez, why need no ride back, et von lanterne bring from the ville Mexicaine?" True, why not? We were yet but a few miles from the rancheria. The Canadian's idea was a good one. "Je connais," he continued. "No I, per gars. The ver spotu, ver, son carches, hit les chandelles magnifiques, 1, 2, 3 big candle, wax. Wax candles? Oui, monsieur. Tres grand comme un bâton. Je vais tu pour allumer les prairies. You know where they are? Could you find them, Leblanc? Oui, monsieur. Je connais. Des chandelles sont chaudes. Legala, ze in the Josie. In the church? Oui, monsieur, c'est un grand sacrilège. Mon Dieu, very bad, mas n'importante cela. If mon capitaine permit, will allow poor old monsieur Quackenboss et go chez moi. Nous changeons the ring de chandelles. Perga et bring him. From the mixed gibberish of the Voyageur, I could gather his meaning well enough. He knew of the dispository of wax candles, and the church of the rancheria was the place in which they were kept. I was not in a frame of mind to care much for the sacrilege, and my companions were still less scrupulous. The act was determined upon, and Leblanc and Quackenboss, without more delay, took the back track for the village. The rest of us dismounted, picketing our horses to the grass, lay down to await the return of the messengers. End of chapter 58. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 59 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Trailing by Torchlight. While thus inactive, my mind yielded itself up to the contemplation of painful probabilities. Horrid spectacles passed before my imagination. I saw the white horse galloping over the plain, pursued by wolves and shadowed by black vultures. To escape these hungry pursuers, I saw him dash into the thick Chapparal, there to encounter the red panther or the fierce prowling bear. There to encounter the sharp thorns of the acacias, the barbed spines of the cactus, and the recurving claw-like armature of the wild aloes. I could see the red blood streaming down his white flanks, not his blood, but that of the helpless victim stretched prostrate along his back. I could see the lacerated limbs, the ankles chafed and swollen, the garments torn to shreds, the drooping head, the long loose hair tossed and trailing to the earth, the white wan lips, the woe-bespeaking eyes. Oh, I could bear my reflections no longer. I sprang to my feet and paced the prairie with the aimless, unsteady step of a madman. Again the kind-hearted trapper approached and renewed his efforts to console me. We could follow the trail, he said, by torch or candlelight, almost as fast as we could travel. We should be many miles along it before morning, maybe before we should get sight of the steed. It would not be hard to surround and capture him. Now that he was half tamed, he might not run from us. If he did, he could be overtaken. Once in view, we would not lose sight of him again. The senora would be safe enough. There was nothing to hurt her. The wolves would not know the fix she was in, neither the bars nor painters. We should be sure to come up with her before the next night, and would find her first-rate. A little tired and hungry, no doubt, but nothing to hurt. We should relieve her, and rest would set all right again. Notwithstanding the rude phrase in which these consolatory remarks were made, I appreciated their kind intentions. Gary's speech had the effect of rendering me more hopeful, and in calmer mood I awaited the return of Quackenboss and the Canadian. These did not linger. 2 hours had been allowed them to perform their errand, but long before the expiration of that period, we heard the double tramp of their horses as they came galloping across the plain. In a few minutes they rode up, and we could see in the hands of Leblanc 3 whitish objects that in length and thickness resembled stout walking canes. We recognized les chandelles magnifiques. They were the property of the church, designed, no doubt, to have illuminated the altar upon the occasion of some grand dia de fiesta. "Voilà, mon capitaine!" cried the Canadian as he rode forward. "Voilà les chandelles! Ah, mon Dieu! C'est un big sacrilège! Et si somos Christian, buen catholico, es in the dame Mexican, bien. Bon Dieu, forgive me, God, ve pardon vil por. For the grand necessity, sur certain he will give me pardon. Let moi, the brave Monsieur Quackenboss. The messengers had brought news from the village. Some rough proceedings had taken place since our departure. Men had been punished. Fresh victims had been found under the guidance of Pedro and others of the abused. The trees in the church enclosure the night bore horrid fruit. The alcalde was not dead, and Don Ramon, it was supposed, still survived, but had been carried off a prisoner by the guerrilla. The rangers were yet at the rancheria. Many had been desirous of returning with Lelonc and Quackenboss, but I had sent orders to the lieutenants to take all back to camp as soon as their affair was over. The fewer of the troop that should be absent, the less likelihood of our being missed, and those I had with me I deemed enough for my purpose. Whether successful or not, we should soon return to camp. It would then be time to devise some scheme for capturing the leader and prime actor in this terrible tragedy. Hardly waiting to hear the story, we lighted the great candles and moved once more along the trail. Fortunately, the breeze was but slight, and only served to make the huge waxen torches flare more freely. By their brilliant blaze, we were enabled to take up the tracks quite as rapidly as by the moonlight. At this point, the horse had still been going at full gallop, and his course, as it ran in a direct line, was the more easily followed. Dark as the night was, we soon perceived we were heading for a point well known to all of us, the Prairie Mound, and under a faint belief that the steed might have there come to a stop, we pressed forward at a sort of hopeful anticipation. After an hour's tracking, the white cliffs loomed within the circle of our view, the shining selenite glancing back the light of our tapers, like a wall set with diamonds. We approached with caution, still keeping on the trail, but also keenly scrutinizing the ground in advance of us, in hopes of perceiving the object of our search. Neither by the cliff nor in the gloom around was living form to be traced. Sure enough, the steed had halted there, or, at all events, ceased from his wild gallop. He had approached the mound in a walk, as the tracks testified, but how and in what direction had he gone thence? His hoofprints no longer appeared. He had passed over the shingle that covered the plain to a distance of many yards from the base of the cliff, and no track could be found beyond. Several times we went around the mesa, carrying our candles everywhere. We saw skeletons of men and horses, with skulls detached, fragments of dresses, and pieces of broken armor, souvenirs of our late skirmish. We looked into our little fortress, and gazed upon the rock that had sheltered us. We glanced up the gorge where we had climbed, and beheld the rope by which we had descended still hanging in its place. All these we saw, but no further traces of the steed. Round and round we went, back and forward, over the stony shingle, and along its outer edge, but still without coming upon the tracks. Whither could the horse have gone? Perhaps, with a better light, we might have found the trail, but for a long hour we searched, without striking upon any sign of it. Perhaps we might still have found it, even with our waxen torches, but for an incident that not only interrupted our search, but filled us with fresh apprehension, and almost stifled our hopes of success. The interruption did not come unexpected. The clouds had for some time given ample warning. The big, solitary drops that at intervals fell in with plashing noise upon the rocks were but the avant-courriers of one of the great rainstorms of the prairie, when water descends as if from a shower bath. We knew from the signs that such a storm was nigh, and while casting around to recover the trail, it came down in all its fury. Almost in an instant our lights were extinguished, and our bootless search brought to a termination. We drew up under the rocks, and stood side by side in sullen silence. Even the elements seemed against me. In my heart's bitterness, I cursed them. End of chapter 59. Read by Daniel Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 60 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Sombrero. The horses cowered under the cold rain, all of them jaded and hungry. The hot, dusty march of the morning and the long, rough gallop of the night had exhausted their strength, and they stood with drooped heads and hanging ears, dozing and motionless. The men, too, were wearied, some of them quite worn out. A few kept their feet, bridle in hand, under shelter of the impending cliff. The others, having staggered down, with their backs against the rock, had almost instantly fallen asleep. For me was neither sleep nor rest. I did not even seek protection against the storm, but standing clear of the cliff, received the drenching shower full upon my shoulders. It was the chill rain of the norther, but at that moment neither cold norte nor hot sirocco could have produced upon me an impression of pain. To physical suffering I was insensible. I should even have welcomed it, for I well understood the truth, proverbially expressed in that language, rich above all others in proverbial lore, un clavo saca al otro clavo, and still more fully illustrated by the poet. Tristezas me hacen triste, tristezas salgo a buscar, a ver si con tristezas, tristezas puedo olvidar. Yes, under any other form, I should have welcomed physical pain as a neutralizer of my mental anguish, but that cold norther brought no consolation. Sadly the reverse. It was the harbinger of keen apprehension, for not only had it interrupted our search, but should the heavy rain continue only for a few hours, we might be able neither to find or further to follow the trail. It would be blinded, obliterated, lost. Can you wonder that in my heart I execrated those black clouds and that driving deluge? That with my lips I cursed the sky and the storm, the moon and the stars, the red lightning and the rolling thunder? My anathema ended, I stood in sullen silence, leaning against the body of my brave horse, whose sides shivered under the chilly rain, though I felt not its chill. Absorbed in gloomy thought, I recked not what was passing around me, and, for an unnoted period, I remained in this speechless abstraction. My reverie was broken. Some expressions that reached my ear told me that at least 2 of my followers had not yet yielded to weariness or despair. 2 of them were in conversation, and I easily recognized the voices of the trappers. Tireless, used to stern struggles, to constant warfare with the elements, with nature itself, these true men never thought of giving up until the last effort of human ingenuity had failed. From their conversation I gathered that they had not yet lost hope of finding the trail, but were meditating on some plan for recovering and following it. With renewed eagerness I faced towards them and listened. Both talked in a low voice. Gary was speaking, and I turned to him. "I guess you're right, Rube. The hoss must have gone there, and if so, we bound to fetch his tracks. There's mud, if I remember right, all round the pool. We can carry the camel under Dutch's sombrero." "Yes," drawled Rube in reply, "and if this nigger don't miscalculate, we ain't gonna need either candle or sombrero. Looky yonder," the speaker pointed to a break in the clouds. "I'll stake high. I can measure this here shower will the tail of a goat. Wah! We'll have the moon again, clear as ever, and inside of 10 minutes. See if we ain't." "So much the better, old hoss. But hadn't we best first try for the tracks? Time's precious, Rube." "Of course it are. Get the candle in the sobrary, and let's be off then. The rest of these fellers had better stay here and snore it out. They'll only bamfoozle us." "Lige," called out Gary, addressing himself to Quackenboss. "Lige, give us your hat a bit." A loud snore was the only reply. The ranger, seated with his back against the rock, and his head drooping over his breast, was sound asleep. "Dern sleepy head!" exclaimed Rube, in a tone of peevish impatience. "Prod in with the point with your bowie, Bill, or rib roast him with your whipping stick. Lam 'em with your lariat. Give 'em a kick in the guts. Roused 'em up, darn 'em. Lige, Dutchy, cried Gary, approaching the sleeper and shaking him by the shoulder. I want your sombrero. Ho, whoa, stand still, Jingo, he'll throw me. I can't get off, the spurs are locked. Whoa, whoa. Rube and Gary broke into a loud cachinnation that awakened the rest of the slumberers. Quackenboss alone remained asleep, fighting in his dream with the wild Indian horse. Derned mulehead, cried Rube in applause. Let him go and that's long, he likes it. Chuck the hat off his head, Bill. We don't want him, that we don't. There was a little pique in the trapper's tone, the breach that the ranger had made, while acting as a faithful sentinel, was not yet healed. Gary made no further attempts to arouse the sleeper, but in obedience to the order of his comrade, lifted off the hat. Having procured one of the great candles, he and Rube started off without saying a word of giving any clue to their design. Though joyed at what I had heard, I refrained from interrogating them. Some of my followers who put questions received only ambiguous answers. From the manner of the trappers, I saw that they wished to be left to themselves, and I could well trust them to the development of whatever design they had conceived. On leaving us, they walked straight out from the cliff, but how far they continued in this direction was impossible to tell. They had not lighted the candle, and after going 6 steps, their forms disappeared from our view amidst the darkness and thickly falling rain. End of Chapter 60. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 61 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Trail Recovered. The Rangers, after a moment of speculation as to the designs of the trappers, resumed their attitude of repose. Fatigued as they were, even the cold could not keep them awake. After a pause, the voice of Quackenboss could be heard, in proof that the heavy sleeper was at length aroused. The rain falling upon his half-bald skull had been more effective than the shouts and shaking of Gary. "Hello, where's my hat?" inquired he in a mystified tone, at the same time stirring himself and groping about among the rocks. "Where is my hat? Boys, did any of you see anything of my hat, did ye?" His shouts again awoke the sleepers. "What sort of a hat, Lige?" inquired one. "A black hat, that Mexican sombrero." "Oh, a black hat? No, I saw no black hat." "You darned Dutchman, who do you expect could see a black hat such a night as this, or a white one either? Go to sleep." "Come, boys, I don't want none of your nonsense. I want my hat. Who took my hat?" "Are you sure it was a black hat?" "Bah, the wind has carried it away." "Peja, Monsieur Quackenboss, vos chapeau grand, your great big hat is perdu, is lost? C'est vrai? Pardon, les wolves have carried it away. Have you had mange eat, vrai? None of your gibberish, Frenchy. Have you took my hat?" "Moi, vos chapeau grand, no, Monsieur Quackenboss, vrai je n'ai pas. Pegar no." "Have you got it, Stainfield?" asked the botanist, addressing himself to a Kentucky backwoodsman of that name. "Dang your hat! What should I do with your hat? I've got my own hat, and that's hat enough for me." "Have you my hat, Bill Black?" "No," was the prompt reply. "I've got nary hat but my own, and that ain't black, I reckon, 'cept on such a night as this." "I tell you what, Lige, old fellow, you lost your hat while you were riding the Mustang just now. The horse kicked it off your head." A chorus of laughter followed this sally, in the midst of which Quackenboss could be heard apostrophizing both his hat and his comrades in no very respectful terms, while he commenced scrambling over the ground in vain search after the lost sombrero, amidst the jokes and laughter uttered at his expense. To this merriment of my followers I gave but little heed. My thoughts were intent on other things. My eyes were fixed upon the bright spot in the sky that had been pointed out by Rube, and my heart gladdened as I perceived that it was every moment growing brighter and bigger. The rain still fell thick and fast, but the edge of the cloud curtain was slowly rising above the eastern horizon, as though drawn up by some invisible hand. Should the movement continue, I felt confident that in a few minutes, as Rube had predicted, the sky would be clear again and the moon shining brightly as ever. These were joyous anticipations. At intervals I glanced towards the prairie and listened to catch some sound, either the voices of the trappers or the tread of their returning footsteps. No such sounds could be heard. I was becoming impatient when I perceived a sudden waif of light far out upon the plain. It seemed to be again extinguished, but in the same place, and the moment after, appeared a small, steady flame, twinkling like a solitary star through the bluish mist of the rain. For a few seconds it remained fixed, and then commenced moving, as if carried low down along the surface of the ground. There was nothing mysterious about this lone light. To Quackenboss only it remained an unexplained apparition, and he might have mistaken it for the Fata Morgana. The others had been awake when Rube and Gary took their departure, and easily recognized the lighted candle in the hands of the trappers. For some time the light appeared to move backwards and forwards, turning at short distances, as if borne in irregular circles or in zigzag lines. We could perceive the sheen of water between us and the flame, as though there was a pond and perhaps a portion of the prairie flooded by the rain. After a while the light became fixed, and a sharp exclamation was heard across the plain, which all of us recognized as being the voice of the trapper Rube. Again the light was in motion, now flitting along more rapidly, and as if carried in a straight line over the prairie. We followed it with eager eyes. We saw it moving further and further away, and my companions hazarded the conjecture that the trappers had recovered the trail. This was soon verified by one of themselves, Gary, whose huge form looming through the mist was seen approaching the spot, and though the expression of his face could not be noted in the darkness, his bearing betokened that he had brought cheerful tidings. "Rube's struck the trail, Captain," said he in a quiet voice as he came up. "Yonder he goes, where you see the blaze of the candle. He'll soon be out of sight if we don't make haste and follow." Without another word we seized the reins, sprang once more into our saddles, and rode off after the twinkling star that beaconed us across the plain. Rube was soon overtaken, and we perceived that despite the storm, he was rapidly progressing along the trail, his candle sheltered from the rain under the ample sombrero. In answer to numerous queries, the old trapper vouchsafed only the occasional "wah," evidently proud of his new exhibition of his skill. With Gary, the curious succeeding better, and as we continued on, the latter explained to them how the trail had been recovered by his comrade, for to Rube, it appeared, was the credit due. Rube remembered the mesa spring. It was the water in its branch that we had seen gleaming under the light. The thoughtful trapper conjectured, and rightly as it proved, that the steed would stop there to drink. He had passed along the stony shingle by the mound, simply because around the cliff lay his nearest way to the water, and had followed a dry ridge that led directly from the mesa to the spring branch. Along this ridge, going gently at the time, his hoof had left no marks, at least none that could be distinguished by torchlight, and this was why the trail had been for a moment lost. Rube, however, remembered that around the spring there was a tract of soft boggy ground, and he anticipated that in this his hoofprints would leave a deep impression. To find them he needed only a kiver for the candle, and the huge hat of Quackenboss served the purpose well. An umbrella would scarcely have been better. As the trappers had conjectured, they found the tracks in the muddy margin of the spring branch. The steed had drunk at the pool, but immediately after had resumed its wild flight, going westward from the mound. Why had he gone off at a gallop? Had he been alarmed by aught? Or had he taken fresh affright at the strange rider upon his back? I questioned Gary. I saw that he knew why. He needed pressing for the answer. He gave it at length, but with evident reluctance. These were his words of explanation. "There are wolf tracks on the trail." End of Chapter 61. Read by Daniel, Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021. Chapter 62 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Wolves on the track. The wolves, then, were after him. The trackers had made out their footprints in the mud of the arroyo. Both kinds had been there, the large brown wolf of Texas and the small barking coyote of the plains. A full pack there had been, as the trappers could tell by the numerous tracks. And that they were following the horse, the tracks also testified to these men of strange intelligence. How knew they this? By what sign? To my inquiries I obtained answered from Gary. Above the spring branch extended a shelving bank. Up this the steed had bounded. After drinking at the pool, up this too the wolves had sprung after. They had left the indentation of their claws in the soft loam. How knew Gary that they were in pursuit of the horse? The scratches told him they were going at their fastest, and they would not have sprung so far had they not been pursuing some prey. There were footmarks of no other animals except theirs, and the hoofprints of that steed, and that they were after him was evident to the trapper, because the tracks of the wolves covered those of the horse. Gary had no more doubt of the correctness of his reasoning than a geometrician of the truth of the theorem of Euclid. I groaned in spirit as I was forced to adopt his conclusion. But it was all probable, too probable. Had the steed been alone, unembarrassed, free, it was not likely the wolves would have chased him thus. The wild horse in his prime is rarely the object of their attack. Though the old and infirm, the gravid mare and the feeble colt, often fall before these hungry hunters of the plains. Both common wolf and coyote possess all the astuteness of the fox, and know, as if by instinct, the animal that is wounded to death. They will follow the stricken deer that has escaped from the hunter, but if it prove to be but slightly harmed, instinctively they will abandon the chase. Their instinct had told them that the steed was not ridden by a free hand. They had seen that there was something amiss, and in the hope of running down both horse and rider, they had followed with hungry howl. Another fact lent probability to this painful conjecture. We knew that by the mesa were many wolves. The spring was the constant resort of ruminant animals, deer and antelopes. The half-wild cattle of the gananderos drank there, and the tottering calf off became the prey of the coyote and his more powerful congener, the gaunt Texan wolf. There was still another reason why the place must of late have been the favorite prowl of these hideous brutes. The debris of our skirmish had furnished them with many a midnight banquet. They had ravened upon the blood of men and the flesh of horses, and they hungered for more. That they might succeed in running down the steed, cumbered as he was probable enough. Sooner or later they would overtake him. It might be after a long, long gallop over hill and dale, through swamp and Chapparal, but still it was probable those tough, tireless pursuers would overtake him. They would launch themselves upon his flanks, they would seize upon his wearied limbs, upon hers, the helpless victim on his back. Both horse and rider would be dragged to the earth, both torn, parted in pieces, devoured. I groaned under that horrid apprehension. "Look there," said Gary, pointing to the ground and holding his torch so as to illuminate the surface. "The horse has made a slip there. Look, here's a track of the big old wolf. He's sprung up just there. I can tell by the scratch of his hind claws." I examined the sign. Even to my eyes it was readable, and just as Gary had interpreted it. There were other tracks of wolves in the damp soil, but one had certainly launched himself forward in a long leap, as though in an effort to fasten himself upon the flanks of some animal. The hoof mark plainly showed that the steed had slipped, as he sprang over the wet grass, and this had tempted the spring of the watchful pursuer. We hurried on. Our excited feelings hindered us from causing longer than a moment. Both rangers and trappers snared my eagerness as well as my apprehension. Fast as the torches could be carried, we hurried on. Shortly after parting from the mesa, there occurred a change in our favor. The lights had been carried under hats to protect them from the rain. This precaution was no longer required. The storm had passed, the shower ceasing as suddenly as it had come on. The clouds were fast driving from the face of the firmament. In 5 minutes more the moon would shine forth. Already her refracted rays lightened the prairie. We did not stay for her full beam. Time was too precious. Still trusting to the torches, we hurried on. The beautiful queen of the night kept her promise. In 5 minutes her cheering orb shot out beyond the margin of the dark pall that had hitherto shrouded it, and her white disk, as if purified by the storm, shone with unwonted brightness. The group became conspicuous almost all in day. The torches were extinguished, and we followed the trail more rapidly by the light of the moon. Here, still in full gallop, had passed the wild horse, and for miles beyond, still had he gone at utmost speed. Still close upon his heels had followed the ravenous and untiring wolves. Here and there were the prints of their clawed feet and signs of their unflagging pursuit. The roar of water sounded in our ears. It came from the direction towards which the trail was conducting us. A stream was not far distant. We soon diminished the distance. A glassy sheet glistened under the moonlight, and towards this the trail tended in a straight line. It was a river. A cataract was near, down which the water, freshened by the late rain, came tumbling, broken by the rocks, into the hummocks of white foam. Under the moonlight it appeared like an avalanche of snow. The trappers recognized an affluent of the Rio Bravo running from the north, from the high step of the Llano Estacado. We hurried forward to its bank and opposite the frothing rapids. The trail conducted us to this point, to the very edge of the foaming water. It led no further. There were the hoof marks forward to the brink, but not back. The horse had plunged into the torrent. End of chapter 62. Read by Daniel. Norwalk, June 2nd, 2021.
Chapter 63 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 63. Across the Torrent. Surely was it so. Into that seething rapid the steed had launched himself, where the spume was whitest, and the rocks gave out their hoarsest echoes. The 4 hoof-prints, close together, upon the bank, showed the point from which he had sprung, and the deeply indented turf testified that he had made no timid leap. The pursuers had been close upon his heels, and he had flung himself with desperate plunge upon the water. Had he succeeded in crossing? It was our first thought. It appeared improbable, impossible. Notwithstanding its foam-bedappled surface, the current was swift, and looked as though it would sweep either man or horse from his footing. Surely it was too deep to be forded. Though here and there rocks were seen above the surface, they were but the crests of large boulders, and between them the impetuous wave ran dark and rapid. Had the horse lost footing? Had he been forced to swim? If so, he must have been carried down by the current, his body submerged, his withers sunk below the surface, his helpless rider. The conclusion was evident to all of us. All fell to conviction simultaneously. No, not all. There came a word of comfort from the oldest and wisest, a word that gave cheer to my drooping spirit. Wah! The horse hain't swum a lick. He hain't. "Are you sure, Rube? How can you tell?" were the quick interrogatories. "Sure. How can I tell? Indeed, how?" replied Rube, a little nettled at our having questioned his judgment. "What the devil's your eyes good for, all of yer? Look-'ee yar, and I'll show 'ee how I tell. Do 'ee see the colour of that water? It are as brown as a buffler in the fall, therefore as fresh kim down, and just afore the shower there wasn't more'n half of it in the channel. Then the hoss mout a waded crossed hyar, easy as falling off a log, and then the hoss did wade across." "He crossed before the rain?" "Sure as a shot from targets. Look at the tracks. Them were made afore a drop of rain kim down. If they hadn't, they'd have been a durned sight deeper in the sod. Whaw! The hoss got safe across, it out wetting a hair o' its hips. So far as drowndin' goes, don't be skeert 'bout that, young feller. The girl's safe enough yit." "And the wolves, do you think they have followed across the stream?" "Ne'er a wolf of 'em, ne'er a one. The varmints had more sense. They'd knowed their legs weren't long enough, and that current would have swept 'em a mile before they could have swum halfway across. The wolves, they stayed on this side, I reckon. Look here. Here's their tracks. Wah! There were a wheen of the filthy beasts. Jehoshaphat! The banker paddled like a sheep pen." We bent down to examine the ground. Sure enough, it was covered with the tracks of wolves. A numerous band had crowded together on the spot, and as the prints of their feet pointed in all directions, it was evident they had not gone forward, but brought to a stand by the torrent, had given up the chase, and scattered away. Pray heaven it was no mere conjecture. With Rube it was a belief, and as I had grown to put implicit reliance in the old trapper's woodcraft, I felt reassured. Rube's opinions, both as to the steed having safely crossed, and the discomfiture of the wolves, were shared by the rest of my followers, not one of whom was a mean authority on such a subject. Gary, second only to his older comrade in the working out of a prairie syllogism, gave Rube's statement his emphatic confirmation. The steed was yet safe, and pray heaven the rider. With lighter heart, I sprang back into the saddle. My followers imitated the example, and with eyes scanning the stream, we rode along the bank, seeking for a crossing. There was no ford near the spot. Perhaps where the steed had passed over the stream might have been waded at low water, but now during the freshet the current would have swept off horse and man like so much corkwood. The rocks, the black waves that rushed between them, the boiling, frothing eddies, discouraged any attempt at crossing there. We all saw that it was impracticable. Some rode upstream, others went in the opposite direction. Both parties met again with blank looks. Neither had found a crossing. There was no time to search further. At least my impatience would no longer brook delay. It was not the first time for both my horse and myself to cross a river without ford, nor was it the first time for many of my followers. Below the rapids the current ran slow, apparently ceasing altogether. The water was still, though wider from bank to bank, 100 yards or more. By the aid of the moonlight, I could tell that the bank on the opposite side was low and shelving. It could be easily climbed by a horse. I stayed to reason no further. Many 100 yards had Morrow swum with his rider on his back. Many a current had he cleft with his proud breast, far more rapid than that. I headed him to the bank, gave him the spur, and went plunging into the flood. Plunge, plunge, plunge. I heard behind me till the last of my followers had launched themselves on the wave, and were swimming silently over. One after another we reached the opposite side, and ascended the bank. Hurriedly I counted our number as the men rowed out. One had not yet arrived. Who was missing? "Rube," answered someone. I glanced back, but without feeling any uneasiness. I had no fear for the trapper. Gary alleged he was safe to turn up. Something had detained him. Could his old mare swim? "Like a mink," replied Gary, "but Rube won't ride her across. He's afeard to sink her too deep in the water. See, yonder he comes." Near the middle of the stream, two faces were observed rippling the wave, one directly in the wake of the other. The foremost was the grizzled front of the old mustang, the other the unmistakable physiognomy of her master. The moonlight shining upon both rendered them conspicuous above the dark brown water, and the spectacle drew a laugh from those who had reached the bank. Rube's mode of crossing was unique. Like every action of this singular man, perhaps he adopted it from sheer eccentricity, or maybe in order that his mustang might swim more freely. He had ridden gently into the water, and kept his saddle till the mare was beyond her depth. Then, sliding backward over her hips, he took the tail in his teeth, and partly towed like a fish upon the hook, and partly striking to assist in the passage, he swam after. As soon as the mare again touched bottom, he drew himself up over the croup, and in this way regained his saddle. Mare and man, as they climbed out on the bank, the thin skeleton bodies of both, reduced to their slenderest dimensions by the soaking water, presented a spectacle so ludicrous as to elicit a fresh chorus of laughter from his comrades. I stayed not till its echoes had died away, but pressing my steed along the bank, soon arrived at the rapids, where I expected to recover the trail. To my joy, hoof marks were there, directly opposite the point where the steed had taken to the stream. Rube was right. He had waded safely across. Thank heaven! At least from that peril has she been saved. End of chapter 63.
Chapter 64 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce McCready. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Lilliputian Forest. On resuming the trail, I was cheered by three considerations. The peril of the flood was past. She was not drowned. The wolves were thrown off. The dangerous rapid had deterred them. On the other side, their footprints no longer found. Thirdly, the steed had slackened his pace. After climbing the bank, he had set off at a rapid gait, but not at a gallop. "He's been pacing ya," remarked Gary, as soon as his eyes rested upon the tracks. "Pacing!" I knew what was meant by this. I knew that gait peculiar to the prairie horse, fast but smooth as the amble of a palfrey. His rider could scarcely perceive the gentle movement. Her torture would be less. Perhaps, too, no longer frightened by the fierce pursuers, the horse would come to a stop. His wearied limbs would admonish him, and then... Surely he could not have gone much farther. We too were wearied, one and all, but these pleasing conjectures beguiled us from thinking of our toil, and we advanced more hopefully along the trail. Alas, it was my fate to be the victim of alternate hopes and fears. My new-sprung joy was short-lived, and fast fleeted away. We had gone but a few hundred paces from the river when we encountered an obstacle that proved not only a serious barrier to our progress, but almost brought our tracking to a termination. The obstacle was a forest of oaks, not giant oaks as these famed trees are usually designated, but the very reverse, a forest of dwarf oaks, Quercus nana. Far as the eye could reach extended this singular wood in which no tree rose above 30 inches in height. Yet it was no thicket, no undergrowth of shrubs, but a true forest of oaks, each tree having its separate stem, its boughs, its lobed leaves, and its bunches of brown acorns. "Shin oaks!" cried the trappers as we entered the verge of this miniature forest. "Ah!" exclaimed Rube in a tone of impatience. "Yes, bother. You may all get out your saddles and rest your critters. We'll have to crawl here." And so it resulted. For long, weary hours we followed the trail, going not faster than we could have crawled upon our hands and knees. The tracks of the steed were plain enough, and in daylight could have been easily followed, but the little oaks grew close and regular, as if planted by the hand of man, and through their thick foliage the moonlight scarcely penetrated. Their boughs almost touched each other, so that the whole surface lay in a dark shadow, rendering it almost impossible to make out the hoof prints. Here and there, a broken branch or a bunch of tossed leaves, their undersides shining glaucous in the moonlight, enabled us to advance at a quicker rate. But as the horse had passed gently over the ground, these signs were few and far between. For long, fretful hours we toiled through the shin oak forest, our heads far overtopping its tallest trees. We might have fancied that we were threading our way through some extended nursery. The trail led directly across its central part, and ere we had reached its furthest verge, the moon's rays were mingling with the purple light of the morning. Soon after the forest opened, the little dwarves grew further apart, and here scattered thinly over the ground, there disposed in clumps or miniature grove, until at length the sward of the prairie predominated. The trouble of the trackers was at an end. The welcome light of the sun was thrown upon the trail so that they could lift it as fast as we could ride, and no longer hindered by brake or bush, we advanced at a rapid rate across the prairie. Over this ground the steed had also passed rapidly. He had continued to pace for some distance after emerging from the shin oak forest, but all at once, as we could tell by his tracks, he had bounded off again and resumed his headlong gallop. What had started him afresh? We were at a loss to imagine. Even the prairie men were puzzled. Had wolves again attacked him, or some other enemy? No, nor one nor other. It was a green prairie over which he had gone, a smooth sward of mesquite grass, but there were spots where the growth was thin, patches nearly bare, and these were softened by the rain. Even the light paw of a wolf would have impressed itself in such places, sufficiently to be detected by the lynx-eyed men of the plains. The horse had passed since the rain had ceased falling. No wolf nor other animal had been after him. Perhaps he had taken a start of himself, freshly affrighted at the novel mode in which he was ridden, still under excitement from the rough usage he had received, and from which he had not yet cooled down. Perhaps the barbed points of the cohetes rankled in his flesh, acting like spurs. Perhaps some distant sound had led him to fancy the hooting mob, or the howling wolves still coming at his heels. Perhaps. An exclamation from the trackers who were riding in the advance put an end to these conjectures. Both had pulled up and were pointing to the ground. No words were spoken, none needed. We all read with our eyes an explanation of the renewed gallop. Directly in front of us, the sward was cut and scored by numerous tracks. Not 400, but 400 hoofprints were indented in the turf, all of them fresh as the trail we were following, and amidst these tracks of the steed became intermingled and were lost to our view. "A drove of wild horses," pronounced the guides at a glance. They were the tracks of unshod hooves, though that would scarcely have proved them wild. An Indian troop might have ridden past without leaving any other sign, but these horses had not been mounted, as the trappers confidently alleged, and among them were the hoof marks of fowls and half-grown colts, which proved the drove to be a caballada of mustangs. At the point where we first struck their tracks, they had been going at full speed, and the trail of the steed converged until it closed with theirs at an acute angle. "Yes," drawled Rube, "I see how 'tis. They been scared at the awkward look at the horse, and have put off. See, there's his tracks on the top of all of 'em. He been running out 'em. There," continued the tracker as we advanced. "There, he's overtook some of 'em. See, there. The varmints have scattered right and left. Here again, they gallop together, then ain't in summer form. Why, I guess they know him now. Ain't no more fear to him. See there? He's in the thick of the drove." Involuntarily, I raised my eyes, fancying from these words that the horses were in sight. But no, the speaker was riding forward, leaning over in his saddle, with looks fixed upon the ground. All that he had spoken he had been reading from the surface of the prairie, from hieroglyphics to me unintelligible, but to him more easily interpreted than a page of the printed book. I knew that what he was saying was true. The steed had galloped off after a drove of wild horses, and he had overtaken them, and at the point where we now were, had been passing along in their midst. Dark thoughts came crowding into my mind at this discovery, another shadow across my heart. I perceived at once a new situation of peril for my betrothed, new and strange and awful. I saw her in the midst of a troop of neighing wild horses, stallions with fiery eyes and red steaming nostrils. These, perhaps, angry at the white steed and jealous of his approach to the manada, in mad rage rushing upon him with open mouth and yellow glistening teeth, rearing around and above him, striking down with deadly, desperate hoof. Oh, it was a horrid apprehension, a fearful fancy. Yet, as fearful as it was, it proved to be the exact shadow of a reality. As the mirage refracts distant objects upon the retina of the eye, so some spiritual mirage must have thrown upon my mind the image of things that were real. Not distant, though then unseen, not distant was the real. Rapidly I ascended another swell of the prairie, and from its crest beheld almost a counterpart of the terrible scene that my imagination had conjured up. Was it a dream? Was it still fancy that was cheating my eyes? No. There was the wild horse drove. There the rearing, screaming stallions. There the white steed in her midst. He, too, rearing erect. There upon his back. Oh, God, look down in mercy. Save her! Save her! End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce McCready. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 65. Scattering the Wild Stallions. Such rude appeal was wrung from my lips by the dread spectacle on which my eyes rested. I scarcely waited the echo of my words. I waited not the counsel of my comrades, but, plunging deeply the spur, galloped down the hill in the direction of the drove. There was no method observed, no attempt to keep under cover. There was no time either for caution or concealment. I acted under instantaneous impulse, and with but one thought, to charge forward, scatter the stallions, and, if yet in time, save her from those hurling heels and fierce glittering teeth. If yet in time, such a provisory parenthesis was in my mind at the moment. I drew hope from observing that the steed kept the ring cleared around him, his assailants only threatened at a distance. Had he been alone, I might have acted with more caution, and perhaps have thought of some stratagem to capture him. As it was, stratagem was out of the question. The circumstances required speed. Both trappers and rangers, acting under the impulse like myself, had spurred their horses into a gallop and followed close at my heels. The drove was yet distant. The wind blew from them, a brisk breeze. We were halfway down the hill, and still the wild horses neither heard, saw, nor scented us. I shouted at the top of my voice. I wished to startle and put them to flight. My followers shouted in chorus, but our voices reached not the quarreling Caballada. I drew my pistol from its holster and fired several shots in the air. The first would have been sufficient. Its report was heard, despite the opposing wind, and the mustangs, affrighted by the sound, suddenly forsook the encounter. Some bounded away at once. Others came wheeling around us, snorting fiercely and tossing their heads in the air. A few galloped almost within range of our rifles, and then, uttering their shrill neighing, turned and broke off in rapid flight. The steed and his rider alone remained where we had first observed them. For some moments he kept the ground, as if bewildered by the sudden scattering of his assailants. But he too must have heard the shots, and perhaps alone divined something of what had caused those singular noises. In the loud concussion, he recognized the voice of his greatest enemy, and yet he stirred not from the spot. Was he going to await our approach? Had he become tamed, reconciled to captivity? Or was that we had rescued him from his angry rivals, that he was grateful and no longer feared us? Such odd ideas rushed rapidly through my mind as I hurried forward. I had begun to deem it probable that he would stay our approach and suffer us quietly to recapture him. Alas, I was soon undeceived. I was still a long way off, many hundred yards, when I saw him rear upward, wheel round upon his hind feet as on a pivot, and then bound off in determined flight. His shrill scream, pealing back upon the breeze, fell upon my ears like the taunt of some deadly foe. It seemed the utterance of mockery and revenge, mockery at the impotence of my pursuit, revenge that I had once made him my captive. I obeyed the only impulse I could have at such a moment, and galloped after as fast as my horse could go. I stayed for no consultation with my companions. I had already forged far ahead of them. They were too distant for speech. I needed not their wisdom to guide me. No plan required conception or deliberation. The course was clear. By speed alone could the horse be taken, and his rider saved from destruction, if yet safe. Oh, the fearfulness of this last reflection, the agony of the doubt. It was not the hour to indulge in idle anguish. I repressed the emotion and bent myself earnestly upon the pursuit. I spoke to my brave steed, addressing him by name. I urged him with hands and knees. Only at intervals did I inflict a cruel steel upon his ribs. I soon perceived that he was flagging. I perceived it with increased apprehension for the result. He had worn his saddle too long on the day before, and the wet, weary night had jaded him. He had been overwrought, and I felt his weariness as he galloped with feebler stroke. The prairie steed must have been fresh in comparison. But life and death were upon the issue. Her life, perhaps my own. I cared not to survive her. She must be saved. The spur must be plied without remorse. The steed must be overtaken, even if Moreau should die. It was a rolling prairie over which the chase led, a surface that undulated like the billows of the ocean. We galloped transversely to the direction of the swells that rose one after the other in rapid succession. Perhaps the rapidity with which we were crossing them brought them nearer to each other. To me, there appeared no level ground between these land billows. Uphill and downhill in quick alteration was the manner of our progress, a severe trial upon the girths, a hard-killing gallop for my poor horse, but life and death were upon the issue, and the spur must be plied without remorse. A long, cruel gallop. Would it never come to an end? Would the steed never tire? Would he never stop? Surely in time he must become weary. Surely Moreau was his equal in strength as in speed, superior to him in both? Ah, the prairie horse possessed a double advantage. He had started fresh. He was on his native ground. I kept my eyes fixed upon him. Not for one moment did I withdraw my glance. A mysterious apprehension was upon me. I feared to look around lest he should disappear. The souvenirs of the former chase still haunted me. Weird remembrances clung to my spirit. I was once more in the region of the supernatural. I looked neither to the right nor left, but straight before me, straight at the object of my pursuit and the distance that lay between us. This last I continuously scanned, now with fresh hope, and now again with doubt. It seemed to vary with the ground. At one time I was nearer, as the descending slope gave me the advantage, but the moment after, the steep declivity retarded as the speed of my horse and increased as the intervening distance. It was with joy I crossed the last swell of the rolling prairie and beheld a level plain stretching before us. It was with joy I perceived that upon the new ground I was rapidly gaining upon the steed. And rapidly I continued to gain upon him until scarcely 300 yards were between us. So near was I that I could trace the outlines of her form, her prostrate limbs still lashed to the croup, her garments loose and torn, her ankles, her long dark hair disheveled and trailing to the ground. Even her pallid cheek I could perceive, as at intervals the steed tossed back its head to utter its wild taunting neigh. O God, there was blood upon it! I was near enough to be heard. I shouted in my loudest voice. I called her by name. I kept my eyes upon her, and with throbbing anxiety listened for a response. I fancied that her head was raised, as though she understood and would have answered me. I could hear no voice, but her feeble cry might have been drowned by the clatter of hoofs. Again I called aloud, again and again, pronouncing her name. Surely I heard a cry. Surely her head was raised from the withers of the horse. It was so. I could not be mistaken. Thank heaven, she lives! I had scarcely uttered the prayer when I felt my steed yield beneath me as though he was sinking into the bosom of the earth. I was hurled out of the saddle and flung headforemost upon the plain. My horse had broken through the burrow of the prairie marmot, and the false step had brought him with violence to the ground. I was neither stunned nor entangled by the fall, and in a few seconds had regained my feet, my bridle, and saddle. But as I headed my horse once more toward the chase, the white steed and his rider had passed out of sight. End of chapter 65.
Chapter 66 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Lost in a Chapparal. I was chagrined, frantic, and despairing, but not surprised. This time, there was no mystery about the disappearance of the steed. The Chapparal explained it. Though I no longer saw him, he was yet within hearing. His footfall on the firm ground, the occasional snapping of a dead stick, the whisk of the recoiling branches, all reached my ears as I was remounting. These sounds guided me, and without staying to follow his tracks, I dashed forward to the edge of the Chapparal, at the point nearest to where I heard him moving. I did not pause to look for an opening, but, heading in the direction whence came the sounds, I spurred forward into the thicket. Breasting the bushes that reached around his neck or bounding over them, my brave horse pressed on. But he had not gone 3 lengths of himself before I recognized the imprudence of the course I was pursuing. I now saw I should have followed the tracks. I no longer heard the movements of the steed. Neither footstroke, nor snapping sticks, nor breaking branches. The noise made by my own horse, amid the crackling acacias, drowned every other sound. And so long as I kept in motion, I moved with uncertainty. It was only when I made stop that I could again hear the chase struggling through the thicket. But now the sounds were faint and far distant, growing still fainter as I listened. Once more, I urged forward my horse, heading him almost at random, but I had not advanced 100 paces before the misery of uncertainty again impelled me to halt. This time, I listened and heard nothing. Not even the recoil of a bough. The steed had either stopped or was standing silent, or, what was more probable, had gained so far in advance of me that his hoof-stroke was out of hearing. Half frantic, angered at myself, too much excited for cool reflection, I lanced the sides of my horse and galloped madly through the thicket. I rode several 100 yards before drawing bridle, in a sort of desperate hope I might once more bring myself within earshot of the chase. Again I halted, to listen. My recklessness proved of no avail. Not a sound reached my ear. Even had there been sounds, I should scarcely have heard them above that was issuing from the nostrils of my panting horse. But sound there was none. Silent was the chaparral around me, silent as death. Not even a bird moved among its branches. I felt something like self-execration. My imprudence I denounced over and over. But for my rash haste, I might yet have been upon the trail, perhaps within sight of the object of pursuit. Where the steed had gone, surely I could have followed. Now he was gone I knew not whither. Lost, his trail lost, all lost. To recover the trace of him, I made several casts across the thicket. I rode first in one direction, then in another, but all to no purpose. I could find neither hoof track nor broken branch. I next bethought me of returning to the open prairie, there retaking the trail and following it thence. This was clearly the wisest, in fact, the only course in which there was reason. I should easily recover the trail, at the point where the horse had entered the chaparral, and thence I might follow it without difficulty. I turned my horse round and headed him in the direction of the prairie, or rather, in what I supposed to be the direction, for this too had become conjecture. It was not till I had ridden for a half hour, for more than a mile through glade and bush, not till I had ridden nearly twice as far in the opposite direction, and then to right, and then to left, that I pulled up my broken horse, dropped the rein upon his withers, and sat bent in my saddle under the full conviction that I too was lost. Lost in the chaparral, that parched and hideous jungle, where every plant that carries a thorn seemed to have a place. Around grew acacias, mimosas, glericias, robinias, algarobias, all the thorny legumes of the world. Above towered the splendid fucaria with spinous stem. There nourished the tornino, prosopis glandulosa, with its twisted beans. There the junco, coblerina, whose very leaves are thorns. There I saw spear-pointed yuccas and clawed bromelias, agave and desliron. There, too, the universal cactuses, opuntia, mammalia, cirrus, and echinocactus. Even the very grass was thorny, for it was a species of the mesquite grass, whose knotted culms are armed with sharp spurs. Through this horrid thicket I had not passed unscathed. My garments were already torn, my limbs were bleeding. My limbs? And hers? Of hers alone was I thinking. Those fair-proportioned members, those softly rounded arms, that smooth, delicate skin, bosom and shoulders bare, the thorn, the scratch, the tear. Oh, it was agony to think. By action alone might I hope to still my emotions, and once more, rousing myself from the lethargy of painful thought, I urged my steed onward through the bushes. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. Encounter with Javall. I had no mark to guide me, either on the earth or in the heavens. I had an indefinite idea that the chase had led me westward, and therefore, to get back to the prairie, I ought to head towards the east. But how was I to distinguish east from west? And the chaparral both were alike, and so too upon the sky. No sun was visible, The canopy of heaven was of a uniform leaden color. Upon its face were no signs by which the cardinal points could have been discovered. Had I been in the midst of a forest surrounded by northern Silva, I could have made out my course. The oak or the elm, the ash tree or maple, the beech or sycamore, any of them would have been compass sufficient for me. But in that thicket of thorny shrubs I was completely at fault. It was a subtropical flora, or rather a vegetation of the arid desert, to which I was almost a stranger. I knew there were men skilled in the craft of the Chapparal, who, in the midst of it, could tell north from south without compass or stars. Not I. I could think of no better mode than to trust to the guidance of my horse. More than once, when lost in a thick forest or on the boundless plain, had I reposed a similar trust in his instincts. More than once had he borne me out of my bewilderment. But whither could he take me? Back to the path by which we had come? Probably enough, had that path led to a home. But it did not. My poor steed, like myself, had no home. He, too, was a ranger. For years had been flitting from place to place, hundreds, thousands of miles from each other. Long had he forgotten his native stall. I surmised that if there was water near, his instinct might carry him to that. It much needed it, both horse and rider. Should we reach a running stream, it would serve as a guide. I dropped the rein upon his neck and left him to his will. I had already shouted in my loudest voice, in hopes of being heard by my comrades, by none other than them, for what could human being do in such a spot, shunned even by the brute creation? The horned lizard, Agama cornuta, the ground rattlesnake, the shell-covered armadillo, and the ever-present coyote, alone inhabit these dry jungles, and now and then the javali, the Cotyles torquatus, feeding upon the twisted legumes of the tornillo, passes through their midst. But even these are rare, and the traveler may ride for scores of miles through a Mexican chaparral without encountering aught that lives and moves. There reigns the stillness of death. Unless the wind be rustling along the pinnate fronds of the acacias, or the unseen locust utters its harsh shrieking amid the parched herbage, the weary wayfarer may ride on, cheered by no other sound than his own voice or the footfall of his horse. There was still the chance that my followers might hear me. I knew that they would not stray from the trail. Though they must have been far behind when I entered the Chapparal, following the tracks, they would in time be sure to come up. It was a question whether they would follow mine or those of the steed. This had not occurred to me before, and I paused to consider it. If the former, then I was wrong in moving onward, as I should only be going from them, and leading them on a longer search. Already had I given them a knot to unravel, my devious path forming a labyrinthian maze. It was more than probable they would follow me, in the belief that I had some reason for deviating from the trail of the steed, perhaps for the purpose of heading or intercepting him. This conjecture decided me against advancing farther, at least until some time should elapse, enough for them to get up. Out of compassion for my hard-breathing horse, I dismounted. At intervals, I shouted aloud and fired shots from my pistols after each I listened, but neither shot nor shout reached me in reply. They must have been distant indeed, not to hear the report of firearms, for had they heard them, they would have been certain to make answer in a similar manner. All of them carried rifles and pistols. I began to think it was full time for them to have reached me. Again I fired several shots, but, as before, echo was the only reply. Perhaps they had not followed me. Perhaps they had kept on upon the trail of the steed, and it might be leading them far away, beyond hearing of the reports. Perhaps there was not yet time for them to have arrived. While thus conjecturing, my ears were assailed by the screeching of birds at some distance off. I recognized the harsh notes of the jay, mingling with the chatter of the red cardinal. From the tones, I knew that these birds were excited by the presence of some enemy. Perhaps they were defending their nests against the black snake, or the crotalus. Or it might be my followers approaching. It might be the steed, like me, still wandering in the Chapparal. I sprang to my saddle to get a better view, and gazed over the tops of the trees. Guided by the voices of the birds, I soon discovered the scene of the commotion. At some distance off, I saw both jays and cardinals fluttering among the branches, evidently busy with something on the ground beneath them. At the same time, I heard strange noises, far louder than the voices of the birds, but could not tell what was causing them. My spirits sank, for I knew they could not be produced either by my comrades or the steed. It was not far, and I determined to satisfy myself as to what was causing such a commotion in this hitherto silent place. I rode towards the spot as fast as my horse could make way through the bushes. I was soon satisfied. Coming out on the edge of a little glade, I became spectator to a singular scene, a battle between the red cougar and a band of javali. The fierce little boars were ringing the panther, who was fighting desperately in their midst. Several of them lay upon the ground, struck senseless or dead by the strong paws of the huge cat. But the others, nothing daunted, had completely surrounded their enemy, and were bounding upon him with open mouths, and wounding him with their sharp, shining tusks. The scene aroused my hunter instincts, and suddenly, unslinging my rifle, I set my eye to the sights. I had no hesitation about the selection of my mark, the panther, by all means, and drawing trigger, I sent my bullet through the creature's skull, that stretched him out in the middle of his assailants. 3 seconds had not elapsed before I had reason to regret the choice I had made of a victim. I should have let the cougar alone, and either held my fire or directed it upon one of his urchin-like enemies. For the moment he was hors de combat, his assailants became mine, transferring their surround to my horse and myself, with all the savage fierceness they had just exhibited towards the panther. I had no means of punishing the ungrateful brutes. They had not given me time to reload my rifle before commencing their attack, and my pistols were both empty. My horse, startled by the unexpected assault, as well as by the strange creatures that were making it, snorted and plunged wildly over the ground. But go where he would, a score of the ferocious brutes followed, springing up against his thighs and scoring his shanks with their terrible tusks. Well, for me, I was able to keep the saddle. Had I been thrown from it at that moment, I should certainly have been torn to pieces. I saw no hope of safety but in flight, and spurring my horse, I gave him full rein. Alas! Through that tangled thicket the javali could go as fast as he, and after advancing 100 yards or so, I perceived the whole flock still around me, assailing as fiercely as ever the limbs of my steed. The result might have proved awkward enough, but at that moment I heard voices and saw mounted men breaking through the underwood. They were Stanfield, Quackenboss, and the rest of the rangers. In another instant they were on the ground, and their revolvers, plying rapidly, soon thinned the ranks of the javali, and caused the survivors to retreat, grunting and screaming, into the thicket. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. The woods on fire? The trappers were not among those who had rescued me. Where were they? The others made answer, though I already guessed what they had to tell. Rube and Gary had followed the tracks of the steed, leaving the rangers to come after me. I was pleased with the ready intelligence of my comrades. They had acted exactly as they should have done. I was myself found, and I no longer entertained any apprehension that the trail would be lost. By this time, the trackers must be far upon it. More than an hour had elapsed since they and the others had parted company. My zigzag path had cost my followers many a bewildering pause. But they had not ridden recklessly as I, and could find their way back. As it was impossible to tell in what direction Rube and Gary had gone, this course was the best to be followed, and under the guidance of Stanfield, an expert woodsman, we rode back towards the prairie. It was not necessary to retrace our own crooked trail. The Kentuckian had noted the lay of the Chapparal, and led us out of its labyrinths by an almost direct path. On reaching the open ground, we made no pause, but upon the tracks of Rube, Gary, and the steed, re-entered the Chapparal. We had no difficulty about our course. It was plainly traced out for us. The trappers had blazed it. In most places, the tracks of the 3 horses were sufficient indices into the route, but there were stretches where the ground was stony, and upon the parched, arid herbage, even the shod hoof left no visible mark. In such places, a branch of acacia, broken and pendulous, the bent flower stem of an aloe, or the succulent leaves of the cactus slashed with a sharp knife, were conspicuous and unmistakable signs, and by the guidance of these we made rapid advance. We must have gone much faster than the trackers themselves, for notwithstanding the freshness of the trail, there were dry spots and patches of cut rock over which it passed, and where it must have cost them both time and keen perception to trace it. As we were traveling so much more rapidly than Rube and Gary could have done, I looked forward to our soon overtaking them. With eager anticipation, I looked forward. Surely they would have some news for me, now that they had been so long in the advance. Surely by this time they must have come in sight of the steed, perhaps captured him. Oh, joyous anticipation! Or would they return with a different tale? Was I to meet the report that he still hurried on forever? That he had swum some rapid stream, or plunged over a precipice into some dark abysm? Though hastening on after the trackers, there were moments when I feared to overtake them, moments when I dreaded to hear their tale. We had worked our way about 5 miles through the hideous jungle, when I began to feel a strange sensation in my eyes, a sensation of pain, what is usually termed a smarting. I at first attributed it to the want of sleep. My companions complained that they were affected in a similar manner. It was not until we had gone some distance further that we found the true explanation. On perceiving that there was smoke in the air, smoke it was that was causing the bitterness in our eyes. The denizen of the prairie never regards such an indication with indifference. Where there is smoke, there is fire, and where fire, danger, at least upon the broad grassy steppes of the west. A burning forest may be shunned. You may stand near a forest on fire, and contemplate such a scene with safety. But a blazing prairie is a phenomenon of a different character, and it is indeed a rare position where you may view, without peril, this sublime spectacle. There are prairies that will not burn, the plains covered with the short buffalo grass, Cecilia dactyloids, and the sward of various species of grama, chondrosium, rarely take fire, or if they do, horse, man, buffalo, or antelope can easily escape by leaping across the blaze. 'Tis only the reptile world, snakes, lizards, the toad, and the land turtle, terrapin, that fall victims to such a flame. Not so upon the weed prairies, or those where the tall reed grass rises above the withers of a horse, its culms matted and laced together by the trailing stems of various species of bindweed, by creeping convolvulus, cucurbitaceae, and wild pea vines. In the dry season, when a fire lays its hold upon vegetation of this character, there is danger indeed. Where it rages, there is death. It was smoke that affected our eyes, causing them to wince and water. Fire must be causing the smoke. What was on fire? I could detect apprehension in the looks of my followers as we rode on. It was but slight, for as yet the smoke was scarcely perceptible, and the fire, wherever it was, must be distant, so fancied we. As we advanced, the glances of the men became more uneasy. Beyond a doubt, the smoke was thickening around us, the sky was fast becoming darker, and the pain in our eyes more acute. "The woods are on fire," said Stanfield. Stanfield was a backwoodsman. His thoughts ran upon woods. Whether forest or prairie, a conflagration was certainly raging. It might be far off, for the wind will carry the smoke of a prairie fire a long distance, but I had an unpleasant suspicion that it was not distant. I noticed dropping around us the white flow of burnt leaves, and from the intense bitterness of the smoke, I reasoned that it could not have floated far. Its gases were not yet dissipated. It was not the distance of the fire that so much troubled me as its direction. The wind blew right in our teeth, and the smoke was traveling with the wind. The conflagration must be ahead, directly upon the trail. The smoke grew thicker and thicker. Ahead, the sky appeared slashed with a lurid light. I fancied I could hear the crackling of the flames. The air felt hot and dry, a choking sensation that was produced in our throats, and one and all were hacking and gasping for breath. So dark had it suddenly become, or rather, so blinded were we with the smoke, we could scarcely make out the trail. My followers would have stopped, but I urged them on. With voice and example I urged them on, myself leading the way. My heart was too full of anxiety to make pause. Where in all of this were Rube and Gary? We had come far and fast. We should now be nearly up with them. They could not be much ahead. I hallooed as we advanced. "Hello!" came the response, in the rough baritone of the younger trapper. We hurried forward in the direction of the voice. The path conducted to an opening in the Chapparal, in the center of which, through the smoke, we could distinguish the forms of men and horses. With eager eyes, I scanned the group. A glance was sufficient. There were only two of each. Only the trackers. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail, by Thomas Mayne Reid. Smoke and Thirst. "Ah, Monsieur Rube," cried the Canadian, as we hurried up. "What makes this diable de fumée? Smoke? Are the woods on fire, you think, eh?" "Wood!" exclaimed Rube, with a contemptuous glance at the speaker. "Why, there's no woods here. There's a prairie fire. Don't you smell the stink of the grass?" "Pegar, oui, vraiment, c'est la prairie. You sure, Monsieur Rube?" "Sure!" vociferated the trapper in a tone of indignation. "Sure! You darn parley-vous eat frog spit a brickbat soup sucking Frenchman. You think I don't know the smell of a burning prairie? Why? Ah, Monsieur Rube, me pardonnez. What I mean ask, is the Chapparal on fire? C'est abres. The Chapparal ain't afire, answered Rube, somewhat mollified by the apology. So don't be scared, Frenchy, you're safe enough. This assurance seemed to gratify not only the timid Canadian, but others, who, up to this moment, were apprehensive that it was the thicket that was on fire. For myself, I had no such fears. I perceived that the Chapparal could not burn. Here and there, patches of dry mesquite trees would have caught like tinder, but in most places, a succulent endogenous vegetation formed 3 parts of the jungle, and rendered it fireproof. This was especially the case around the glade where the trappers had taken their stand, and which was completely enclosed by a wall of the great organ cactus, with aloes, opuntias, and other juicy-leaved plants. In the opening, we were as safe from the fire as though it was 100 miles off. We suffered only from the smoke that now quite filled the atmosphere, causing a darkness that rivaled night itself. I had no apprehension for our safety. It was not of that I was thinking. To the hasty dialogue between Rube and the Canadian I had scarcely given heed. Gary had advanced to meet me, and I listened with anxious ear to the tale of the tracker. It was soon told. Rube and he had followed the trail until it emerged from the Chapparal and struck out into a wide grass prairie. The edge of the thicket was close by, but they had gone a considerable distance beyond it and crossed the plain. They were still advancing when, to their consternation, they perceived that the prairie was on fire directly ahead of them. The wind was rolling both smoke and flames before it with the rapidity of a running horse, and it was with difficulty they had escaped from it by galloping back to the Chapparal. And the steed? What had become of him? Had they seen nothing? I did not put these questions in words, only in thought did I ask them, and in thought only were they answered. Both the trackers were silent, and that was an answer in the negative. Yes, I read an ominous negative in their looks of gloom. We were compelled to halt. Even the smoke rendered further progress impossible, but we could hear the fire at no great distance, the culms of the coarse reed grass crackling like volleys of musketry. Now and then, a scared deer broke through the bushes, passing us at full speed. A band of antelopes dashed into the glade and halted close beside us, the frightened creatures not knowing where to run. At their heels came a pack of prairie wolves, but not in pursuit of them. These also stopped near. A black bear and a cougar arrived next, and fierce beasts of prey and gentle ruminants stood side by side, both terrified out of their natural habits. Birds shrieked among the branches, eagles screamed in the air, and black vultures could be seen hovering through the smoke, with no thought of stooping upon a quarry. The hunter man alone preserved his instincts. My followers were hungry. Rifles were leveled, and the bear and one of the antelopes fell victims to the deadly aim. Both were soon stripped of their skins and butchered. A fire was kindled in the glade, and upon sword blades and sapling spits the choice morsels of venison and bear meat were roasted and eaten, with many a jest about the smoky kitchen. I was myself hungered. I shared the repast, but not the merriment. At that moment, no wit could have won from me a smile. The most luxurious table could not have furnished me with cheer. A worse appetite than hunger assailed my companions, and I felt it with the rest. It was thirst. For hours all had been suffering from it. The long hard ride had brought it on, and now the smoke in the dry hot atmosphere increased the appetite till it had grown agonizing, almost unendurable. No water had been passed since the stream we had crossed the day before. There was none in the Chapparal. The trackers saw none as far as they had gone. We were in a waterless desert, and the very thought itself renders the pang of thirst keener and harder to endure. Some chewed their leaden bullets, or pebbles of chalcedony, which they had picked up. Others obtained relief by drinking the blood of the slaughtered animals, the bear and the antelope, but we found a better source of assuagement in the succulent stems of the cactus and agave. The relief was but temporary. The juice cooled our lips and tongues, but there is an acrid principle in some of these plants that soon acted, and our thirst became more intense than ever. Some talked of returning on the trail in search of water, of going back even to the stream, more than 20 miles distant. Under such circumstances, even military command loses its authority. Nature is stronger than martial law. I cared not if they did return. I cared not who left me, so long as the trappers remained true. I had no fear that they would forsake me, and my disapprobation of it checked the cheerless proposal, and once more all declared their willingness to go on. Fortunately, at that crisis the smoke began to clear away, and the atmosphere to lighten up. The fire had burnt on to the edge of the Chapparal, where it was now opposed by the sap-bearing trees. The grass had been all consumed. The conflagration was at an end. Mounting our horses, we rode out from the glade, and following the trail a few hundred yards further, we emerged from the thicket, and stood upon the edge of the desolated plain. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of The War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Trail by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Burnt Prairie. The earth offers no aspect more drear and desolate than that of a burnt prairie. The ocean, when its waves are gray, a blighted heath, a flat fenny country under a rapid thaw, all these impress the beholder with a feeling of chill monotony. But the water has motion, the heath color, and the half-thawed flat exhibits variety in its mottling of white and ground. Not so the steppe that has been fired and burned. In this, the eye perceives neither color, nor form, nor motion. It roams over the limitless level, in search of one or other, but in vain, and in the absence of all three, it tires, and the heart grows cheerless and sick. Even the sky scarcely offers relief. It, too, by refraction from the black surface beneath, wears a dull, livid aspect. Or perhaps the eye, jaundiced by the reflection of the earth, beholds not the brightness of the heavens. A prairie, when green, does not always glad the eye, not even when enameled with fairest flowers. I have crossed such plains, verdant or blooming to the utmost verge of vision, and longed for something to appear in sight, a rock, tree, living creature, anything to relieve the universal sameness. Just as the voyager on the ample ocean longs for ships, for cetacea, or the sight of land, and is delighted with the nautilus, polypi, phosphorescence, or a floating weed. Color alone does not satisfy the sense. What hue more charming than the fresh verdure of the grassy plain? What more exquisite than the deep blue of the ocean? And yet the eye grows weary of both. Even the flower prairie, with its thousands of gay corollas of every tint and shade, with its golden helianthus, its white argemone, its purple cleome, its pink malvoisie, its blue lupin, its poppy warts of red and orange, even these fair tints grow tiresome to the sight, and the eye yearns for form and motion. If so, what must be the prairie when divested of all these verdant and flowery charms, when burned to black ashes? It is difficult to conceive the aspect of dreary monotony it then presents, more difficult to describe it. Words will not paint such a scene. And such presented itself to our eyes as we rode out from the Chapparal. The fire was past, even the smoke had ceased to ascend, except in spots where the damp earth still reeked under the heat. But right and left, and far ahead, on to the very hem of the horizon, the surface was of one uniform hue, as if covered with a vast crepe. There was not a form to be seen, living or lifeless. There was neither life nor motion, even in the elements. All sound had ceased. An awful stillness reigned above and around. The world seemed dead, enshrouded in a vast sable pall. Under other circumstances, I might have stayed to regard such a scene, though not to admire it. On that interminable waste there was naught to be admired, not even sublimity, but no spectacle, however sublime, however beautiful, could have won from me a thought at that moment. The trackers had already ridden far out, and were advancing, half concealed by the cloud of black store flung up from the heels of their horses. For some distance they moved straight on, without looking for the tracks of the steed. Before meeting the fire, they had traced him beyond the edge of the Chapparal, and therefore knew the direction. After a while, I observed them moving more slowly, with their eyes upon the ground, as if they had lost it. I had doubts of their being able either to find or follow it now. The shallow hoof prints would be filled with the debris of the burnt herbage. Surely they could no longer be traced. By myself they could not, nor by a common man. But it seemed that to the eyes of those keen hunters, the trail was as conspicuous as ever. I saw that, after searching for a few seconds, they had taken it up, and were once more moving along, guided by the tracks. Some slight hollows I could perceive, distributed here and there over the ground, and scarcely distinguishable from the surrounding level. Certainly, without having been told what they were, I should not have known them to be the tracks of a horse. It proved a wide prairie, and we seemed to be crossing its central part. The fire had spread far. At one place, nearly midway, where the trail was faint and difficult to make out, we stopped for a short while to give the trackers time. A momentary curiosity induced me to gaze around. Awful was the scene, awful without sublimity. Even the thorny Chapparal no longer relieved the eye. The outline of its low shrubbery had sunk below the horizon, and on all sides stretched the charred plain up to the rim of the leaden canopy. Black, black, illimitable. Had I been alone, I might easily have yielded to the fancy that the world was dead. Gazing over this vast opacity, I for a moment forgot my companions, and fell into a sort of lethargic stupor. I fancied that I too was dead or dreaming. I fancied that I was in hell, the Avernus of the ancients. In my youth, I had the misfortune to be well schooled in classic lore, to the neglect of studies more useful, and often in life have the poetical absurdities of Greek and Latin mythology intruded themselves upon my spirit, both asleep and awake. I fancied, therefore, that some well-meaning Anchises had introduced me to the regions below, and that the black plain before me was some landscape in the kingdom of Pluto. Reflection, had I been capable of that, would have convinced me of my error. No part of that monarch's dominions can be so thinly peopled. I was summoned to reason again by the voices of my followers. The lost trail had been found, and they were moving on. End of chapter 70.
Chapter 71 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by sanjayparikh. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 71. The Talk of the Trackers. I spurred after and soon overtook them. Regardless of the dust, I rode close in the rear of the trackers and listened to what they were saying. These men of the mountains, as they prided to call themselves, were peculiar in everything. While engaged in a duty such as the present, they would scarce disclose their thoughts, even to me. Much less were they communicative with the rest of my following, whom they were accustomed to regard as greenhorns, their favorite appellation for all men who have not made the tour of the Grand Prairies. Notwithstanding that Stanfield and Black were backwoodsmen and hunters by profession, Quackenboss a splendid shot, LeBlanc a regular voyageur, and the others more or less skilled in woodcraft, all were greenhorns in the opinion of the trappers. To be otherwise, a man must have starved upon a sage prairie, run buffalo by the Yellowstone or Platte, fought Injun, and shot Indian, have well nigh lost scalp or ears, spent a winter in Pierre's Hole upon Green River, or camped amid the snows of the Rocky Mountains. Some one of all these feats must needs have been performed, ere the greenhorn can matriculate and take rank as a mountain man. I, of all my party, was the only one who, in the eyes of Rube and Gary, was not a greenhorn. And even I, gentleman amateur that I was hardly up, either in their confidence or their craft. It is indeed true, with all my classic accomplishments, with my fine words, my fine horse, and fine clothes, so long as we were within the limits of prairie land, I acknowledged these men as my superiors. They were my guides, my instructors, my masters. Since overtaking them on the trail, I had not asked them to give any opinion. I dreaded a direct answer, for I had noticed something like a despairing look in the eyes of both. As I followed them over the black plain, however, I thought that their faces brightened a little, and appeared once more lit up by a faint ray of hope. For that reason, I rode close upon their heels, and eagerly caught every word that was passing between them. Rube was speaking when I first drew near. "Whoa, I don't believe it, Bill. 'Tain't possible, no, howsoever. The Pereira was sort of fire. Must have been. There's no other ways for it. It couldn't have took to bleezing off itself, eh? Certainly not. I agree with you, Rube. Wall, for we're a fellow as I met on cess at Bent's Fort on the Arkansas. A odd sort of critter he were, and no mistake. He used to go poking about, gathering weed and all sorts of green garbage, and spreading them out between sheets of paper, what he called buttonizing. Just like that, your Dutch doctor as were rubbed out when we went into the Nava country, the other side of the Grand. I remembers him. Wall, the sheriff fella I tell ye about, he used to talking mighty big of this, that, and the other, and he palavered a heap about a thing that, if I don't disremember, were called spontaneous combustion. I've heard of it, that are the name. Wall, the buttonizer, he said that a prairie might take a fire of itself without anybody who should ever having sought it. Now that's yours what this child don't believe nohow. In course, I knows that lightning sometimes may sort a Pereira a bleezing, but lightning's a natural fire of itself, and it's only reasonable to expect that the dry grass would catch from it like punk. But I should like to know how fire could kindle it out something to kindle it. That's what I should like to know. I don't believe it can, rejoined Gary. Ne'er a bit of it. I never seen a burning Pereira yet that there wasn't either a campfire or an engine at the bottom of it, that you're accepting where lightning had did the business. And you think, Rube, there's been engine at the bottom of this? Putty nigh sure, and I'll give my reasons. First, do ye see there's been no lightning this morning to have made the fire? Second, it's too far west here for any settlement of whites. In course, I speak of Texans. There might be Mexicans. Them I don't call white. Nohow, no some diver. And then, again, it can scarce be Mexican neither. It here too far north for any of the yellow bellies to be straying just now, seeing as it's the Mexican moon with the Comanches, and both them and the Lepins are on the war trail. Well then, it's clear there's no Mexican about here to have sought the Pereira fire, and there's been no lightning to do it. Therefore, it must have been did either by an Injun, or that dod-rotted spontaneous combustion, one or the other. Well, being as this child don't believe in the combustion nohow, therefore it's my opinion the Red Injuns did the business. They did sartain. No doubt of it, assented Gary. And if they did, continued the old trapper, they're about yet somewhere not far off. And we've got to keep a sharp lookout for our hare. That's what we have. Safe, we have, assented Gary. I tell ye, Bill, continued Rube in a new strain, the Injuns is might riled just now. I never knowed them so savagerous and fighty. The war has gi'n them a fresh start, and their dander's up agin us, by reason that the General didn't take their offer to help us agin the yellow bellies. If we meet with either Comanche or Lepin on these here plains, they'll scalp us, or we'll scalp them. That'll be it, war. But what for could they have sought the prairie on fire? Inquired Gary. That ear, replied Rube. That ear were what puzzled me at first. I thought it might have been done by accident, perhaps by the scattering of a campfire, for Injuns is careless enough about that. Now, howsoever, I've got a different idea. That story that Dutch and Frenchy have fetched from the ranchery gives me an insight into the whole business. I knew the story to which Rube had reference. Lige and LeBlanc, when at the village, had heard some rumor of an Indian foray that had just been made against one of the Mexican towns, not far from the rancheria. It had occurred on the same day that we marched out. The Indians, supposed to be Lipans or Comanches, had sacked the place and carried off both plunder and captives. A party of them had passed near the rancheria after we ourselves had left it. This party had called at the Hacienda de Vargas and completed the pillage, left unfinished by the guerrilla. This was the substance of what the messengers had heard. "You mean about the Injuns?" said Gary, half interrogatively. "In course," rejoined Rube. "Be like enough. Them Injuns are the same niggers we getting such a rib roasting to by the moon. Whoa! They ain't gone back to their mountains, as 'twere believed. They doesn't have gone back in such disgrace without taking either hair or horses. The squaws would have hooted 'em out of their wigwams. Sure enough. Sure, sartin. Wall, Billy, you see now what I mean. That party's been a-skulketing about here ever since, till they got a first-rate chance at the Mexican town, and there they've struck a blow. It's mighty like as you say, Rube, but why have they sought fire to the prairie? Whoa, Bill, can you not see why? It is plain as Pike's Peak on a summery day." "I don't see," responded Gary in a thoughtful tone. "Well, this child do, and this are the reason. As I tell ye, the Injuns hain't forgot the lambasting they had by the moon, and perhaps being now a weak party and thinking that we as walloped them were still in the ranchery, they were afraid that on hearing of their pillaging, we might be after them. And they burnt the prairie to cover their trail?" "Exactly, sir." "By gosh, you're right, Rube. It's uncommon like. But where do you think this trail's going? Surely the horse hain't been caught in the fire." I bent forward in the saddle and listened with acute eagerness. To my great relief, the answer of the old trapper was in the negative. "He hain't," said he. "Ne'er a bit of it. His trail, do you see, runs in a bee-line, or close on a bee-line. Now, if the fire had begun before he were across this prairie, he would long since have doubled out and took the back track. But you see, he ain't did so. Therefore I conclude he's safe through it, and the grass must have been sot afire ahint him." I breathed freely after listening to these words. A load seemed lifted from my breast, for up to this moment I had been vainly endeavouring to combat the fearful apprehension that had shaped itself in my imagination. From the moment that we had entered the burning prairie, my eyes constantly and almost mechanically had sought the ground in front of our course, had wandered over it with uneasy glance in dread of beholding forms, lifeless, burned and charred. The words of the trapper gave relief, almost an assurance, that the steed and his rider were still safe, and under the inspiration of renewed hope, I rode forward with lighter heart. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72, Off the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by sanjayparikh. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 72, Injun Sign. After a pause, the guides resumed their conversation, and I continued to listen. I had a reason for not mingling in it. If I joined them in their councils, they might not express their convictions so freely, and I was desirous of knowing what they truly thought. By keeping close behind them, I could hear all, myself unnoticed under the cloud of dust that ascended around us. On the soft ashes, the hoof stroke was scarcely audible. Our horses gliding along in a sweeping, silent walk. "By gosh, then," said Gary, "if Injuns fired the prairie, they must have done it to windward, and we're travelling right in the teeth of the wind. We're going in an ugly direction, Rube. What do you think of it, old horse?" "Just what you says, boy. A cussed ugly direction. Nation ugly. It ain't many hours since the fire begun, and the redskins won't be far from the other side, I reckon. If the horse trail leads us right on them, we'll be in a fix, old boy." "Aye," replied Rube, in a low but significant drawl. "If it do, and if this nigger don't miscalculate, it will lead right on 'em, plumb straight cuss-strut into their camp." I started on hearing this. I could no longer remain silent, but brushing rapidly forward to the side of the trapper, in hasty phrase, demanded his meaning. "Just what you've heard me say, young fella," was his reply. "You think that there are Indians ahead? That the horse has gone to their camp?" "No, not gone there. Nor can I say for certain there are Injuns ahead, though it looks mighty like. There's nothing else to give reason for the fire. Nothing as Bill or me can think of. And if there be Injuns, then I don't think the horse has gone to the camp, but I do calculate it's mighty like he'd been took there." "That's what I thinks, young fella." "You mean that the Indians have captured him?" "That's exactly what this child means." "But how? What reason have you for thinking so?" "Well, just because I think so." "Pray explain, Rube," I said in an appealing tone. I feared that his secretive instincts would get the better of him, and he would delay giving his reasons, out of the pure love of mystification that was inherent in the old fellow's nature. I was too anxious to be patient, but my appeal proved successful. "Well, you see, young fella, the horse must have crossed here just before this prairie was set afire, and it's mighty reasonable to suppose that whomsoever did the business, Injun or no Injun, must have been to windward of here. It is also likely enough, I reckon, that the party must have seed the horse, and it is likely again that nobody wanted gwine to see that horse with the girl stropped down along his hump ribs, without being curious enough to take after him. Injuns would be safe to go after him, yelling like blazes, and after him they've gone and roped him. I reckon that they've done." "You think they could have caught him?" "Certain. The horse by then must have been a dead beat, that or unless he's got the divil in him. And by Jehoram, I begin to suspect Jehoshaphat. Just as I said, looky, there. "What is it?" I inquired, seeing the speaker suddenly halt and point to the ground, upon which his eyes also were fixed. "What is it, Rube? I can perceive nothing strange." "Don't ye see them horse tracks? There, thick as sheep feet, hundreds of them." I certainly noticed some slight hollows in the surface, nearly levelled up by the black ashes. I should not have known them to be horse tracks. "They are," said Rube, "every one of them, and Injun horse tracks too, sartain they are." "They may be the wild horses, Rube," said one of the rangers, riding up and surveying the sign. "Wild jackasses," angrily retorted the old trapper. "Would you ever see a wild horse? Do ye suppose I've turned stone blind, do ye? Stand there, my mare," he cried, talking to his mare, flinging his lean carcass out of the saddle at the same time. "Stand there. He knows better than that fellow. I can tell by the way you're snifting. Keep your ground a minute, old girl, till Rube Rawlins shew these sure greenhorns how a mountain man can read sign." Wild horses. Ugh. After thus delivering himself, the trapper dropped upon his knees, placed his lips close to the ground, and commenced blowing at the black ashes. The others had by this time ridden up, and sat in their saddles watching him. We saw that he was clearing the ashes out of one of the hollows which he had pronounced to be horse tracks, and which now proved to be so. "There now, mister," said he, turning triumphantly and rather savagely upon the ranger who had questioned the truth of his conjecture. "There's a shod track, shod with parfleche too. Did he ever see a wild horse, a wild mule, or a wild jackass either, shod with parfleche? If he did, it's more'n Rube Rawlins ever seed, and that er trapper's been on the horse plains well nigh 40 year. Whoa." Of course, there was no reply to this interrogatory. There was the track, and dismounting, all examined it in turn. Sure enough, it was the track of a shod horse, shod with parfleche, thick leather made from the hide of the buffalo bull. We all knew this to be a mode of shoeing practiced by the horse Indians of the plains, and only by them. The evidence was conclusive. Indians had been upon the ground. End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by sanjayparikh. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 73. Translating the Sign. This discovery brought us to a pause. A consultation ensued in which all took part, but as usual, the others listened to the opinions of the prairie men, and especially to that of Rube. The old trapper was inclined to sulk for some time, and acted as if he meant to withhold his advice. Nothing miffed him more than to have his word contradicted or his skill called in question. I have known him to be out of sorts for days, from having his prairie craft doubted by someone whom he deemed less experienced than himself. And indeed, there were few of his kind whose knowledge of the wilderness was at all comparable with his. He was not always in the right, but generally where his instincts failed, it was idle to try further. In the present case, the man who had thoughtlessly doubted himself was one of the greenest of the party, but this only aggravated the matter in the eyes of old Rube. "Such a fellow as you," he said, giving a last dig to the offending ranger, "such a fellow as you ought to keep your head shut up. That tongue of yourn swallers a gwine like a bull's tail in fly time. Whirr!" As the man made no reply to this rather rough remonstrance, Rube's dander soon smoothed down, and once more becoming cool, he turned his attention to the business of the hour. That there had been Indians upon the ground was now an ascertained fact. The peculiar shoeing of the horses rendered it indubitable. Mexican horses, if shod at all, would have had a shoeing of iron, at least on their forefeet. Wild mustangs would have had the hoof naked, while the tracks of Texan or American horses could have been easily told, either from the peculiar shoeing or the superior size of their hoofs. The horses that had galloped over that ground were neither wild, Texan, nor Mexican. Indian they must have been. Although the one track first examined might have settled the point, it was a fact of too much importance to be left under the slightest doubt. The presence of Indians meant the presence of enemies, foes dire and deadly, and it was with something more than feelings of mere curiosity that my companions scrutinized the sign. The ashes were blown out from several others, and these carefully studied. Additional facts were brought to light by those Champollions of the prairie, Rube and Gary. Whoever rode the horses had been going in a gallop. They had not ridden long in one course, but here and there had turned and struck off in new directions. There had been a score or so of them. No two had been galloping together. Their tracks converged or crossed one another, now zigzagging, now running in right lines, or sweeping in curves and circles over the plain. All this knowledge the trackers had obtained in less than 10 minutes, simply by riding around and examining the tracks. Not to disturb them in their diagnosis, the rest of us halted and awaited the result of their scrutiny. In 10 minutes' time, both came back to us. They had read the sign to their satisfaction and needed no further light. That sign had disclosed to them one fact of more significance than all the rest. Of course, we all knew that the Indian horsemen had gone over the ground before the grass had been burnt. But how long before? We had no difficulty in making out that it was upon that same day, and since the rising of the sun. These were trifles easily ascertained. But at what hour had they passed? Late or early? With the steed before or after him? About this point I was most anxious, but I had not the slightest idea that it could be decided by the sign. To my astonishment, those cunning hunters returned to tell me not only the very hour at which the steed had passed the spot, but also that the Indian horsemen had been riding after him. Clairvoyance could scarcely have gone farther. The old trapper had grown expletive, more than was his wont. It was no longer a matter of tracking the white steed. Indians were near, caution had become necessary, and neither the company nor counsel of the humblest was to be scorned. We might soon stand in the need of the strength, even of the weakest in our party. Freely then, the trackers communicated their discoveries in answer to my interrogation. "The white horse," said Rube, "must have been here about 4 hours ago. Calculating the rate at which he were going, and calculating how far he had to come. He hain't to stop nowhere, and excepting in the thicket, he has galloped the rest of the way, that's clear. Well, we knows the distance, therefore we knows the time. That's clear too. In 4 hours about the mark, I reckon. Perhaps a little less, and also perhaps a little more. Now, furthermore, to the point, them niggers has been either closet after him, in view of the critter, or following him on the trail, the one or the other, in which 'tain't possible to tell, with this here sign, no how come soever. But that they were after him, me and Bill's made out clear as mud. That we certainly has." "How have you ascertained that they were after?" "The tracks, young fellow, the tracks." "But how by them?" "Easy as eating hump rib. Them as were made by the white horse are undermost." The conclusion was clear indeed. The Indians must have been after him. We stayed no longer upon the spot, but once more, sending the trackers forward, moved on after them. We had advanced about 1/2 mile farther when the horse tracks, hitherto scattered and tending in different directions, became merged together, as though the Indians had been riding not in single file, as is their ordinary method, but in an irregular body of several abreast. The trackers, after proceeding along this new trail for 100 yards or so, deliberately drew up, and dismounting, bent down upon their hands and knees, as if once more to examine the sign. The rest of us halted a little behind, and watched their proceedings without offering to interrupt them. Both were observed to be busy, blowing aside the ashes, not now from any particular track, but from the full breadth of the trail. In a few minutes they succeeded in removing the black dust from a stretch of several yards. so that the numerous hoof prints could be distinctly traced, side by side, or overlapping and half obliterating one another. Rube now returned to where they had commenced, and then once more, leisurely advancing upon his knees, with eyes close to the surface, appeared to scrutinize the print of every hoof separately. Before he had reached the spot where Gary was still engaged in clearing off the dust, he rose to his feet with an air that told he was satisfied, and he turned to his companion, cried out, "Don't bother further, Bill. You're just as I thought. They've roped him, by gad." End of chapter 73. Chapter 74, Off the War Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by sanjayparikh. The War Trail by Mayne Reid. Chapter 74. The Steed Lazoed. It was not the emphatic tone in which this announcement was made that produced within me conviction of its truth. I should have been convinced without that. I was better than half prepared for the intelligence thus rudely conveyed, for I was myself not altogether unskilled in that art of which my trapper companions were masters. I had observed the sudden convergence of the horse tracks. I had noticed also that after coming together, the animals had proceeded at a slow pace, at a walk. I needed only to perceive the hoof of the steed among the others, to know that he no longer ran free, that he was a captive. This the tracker had found, hence the decisive declaration that the Indians had roped him. In other words, had caught him with their lasers. "Sartin, they've took him," asserted Rube in answer to an interrogatory. "Sartin, sure. Here's his track, clear as daylight. He's been led here at the end of a lariat. He's been nigh the middle of the crowd, some in front, some have been after him. That's if they've gone past here. Whoa," continued the speaker, once more turning his eyes upon the trail. "There's been a good grist on him, 20 or more, and if this child don't miscalculate, that ain't the hull of the niggers, it ain't. 'Twere only some of 'em as galloped out to rope the horse. I'd lay my rifle agin a Mexican blunderbox there's a bigger party than this nigh at hand, somewhat here. By Jehoshaphat, there's bound to be, certain as sun-up." The suspicion that had half formed itself in my mind was no longer hypothetical. The sign upon the trail had settled that. It was now a positive intelligence, a conviction. The steed had been taken. He and his riders were captive in the hands of the Indians. This knowledge brought with it a crowd of new thoughts, in which emotions of the most opposite character were mingled together. The first was a sensation of joy. The steed had been captured, and by human beings. Indians at least were men, and possessed human hearts. Though in the rider they might recognize the lineaments of their pale-faced foes, not so strongly neither, yet a woman, and in such a dilemma, what reason could they have for hostility to her? None. Perhaps the very opposite passion might be excited by the spectacle of her helpless situation. They would see before them the victim of some cruel revenge, the act, too, of their own enemies. This would be more likely to inspire them with sympathy and pity. They would relieve her from her perilous position, would minister to her wants and wounds, would tenderly nurse and cherish her. Yes, of all this I felt confident. They were human. How could they do otherwise? Such was the first rush of my reflections on becoming assured that the steed had been captured by Indians. that Isolina was in their hands. I only thought of her safety, that she was rescued from pain and peril, perhaps from death, and the thought was a gleam of joy. Alas, only a gleam, and the reflections that followed were painfully bitter. I could not help thinking of the character of the savages into whose hands she had fallen. If they were the same band that had harried the frontier town, then were they Southern Indians, Comanche, or Lipan? The report said one or other, and it was but too probable. True, the remnant of Showanos and Delawares, with the Kickapoos and Texan Cherokees, sometimes stray as far as the banks of the Rio Grande. But the conduct was not theirs. These tribes, from long intercourse with whites, have been inducted into a sort of semi-civilization, and their hereditary hostility for the pale-face has died out. Pillage and murder are no longer their trade. It could not have been they who had made the late foray. It might have been Wildcat with his wicked Seminoles, now settled on the Texan frontier. But the fact was more in keeping with the character of the mescal-eating Apaches, who of late years had been pushing their expeditions far down the river. Even so, it mattered little. Apaches are but Comanches, or rather, Comanches Apaches, and whether the Indians on whose trail we were standing were one or the other, whether Apache, Lipan, Comanche, or their allies, Quechua, Waco, or Pawnee-picked, it mattered not. One and all were alike. One or other of them, my reflections were bitterly the same. Well understood I the character of these red men of the South, so far differing from their kindred of the North, so far different from that ideal type of cold continence it has pleased the poet and the writer of romance to ascribe to them. The reverse of the medal was before my mind's eye. The memory of many a scene was in my thoughts, of many a tale I had heard, illustrating the uxorious disposition, the wild, unbridled wantonness of these lords of the southern plains. Not then did I dwell long on such thoughts, for they had their influence in urging me onward, and onward I spurred. There was another reason for our rapid advance. All of us were under the extreme agony of thirst, literally gasping for water, and thus physical suffering impelled us to ride forward as fast as our jaded horses could carry us over the ground. Timber was at length before our eyes, green foliage, looking all the fresher and brighter from contrast with the black plain which it bounded. It was a grove of cottonwoods, skirting a prairie stream, and beyond this the fire had not extended. Wild, joyous cries escaped from men and horses as their eyes rested upon the limpid stream. The men galloped over the bank, leaped out of their saddles, and without a thought of drowning, plunged breast deep into the water. Some lifted the crystal liquid in their palms, others more impatient bent down and ducking their faces in the flood, drank à la mode du cheval. I noticed that the trappers behaved less recklessly than the rest. Before going down to drink, the eyes of both were directed with instinctive caution along the banks and into the timber. Close to where we had halted, I observed a crossing, where numerous tracks of animals formed in the soil a deep, well-beaten path. Rube's eyes were upon it, and I saw that they were glistening with unusual excitement. "Told ye so," cried he after a short survey. "Yano's the trail, war trail, by the eternal." End of chapter 74.